Good afternoon and welcome to the June 15th meeting of the recessed meeting of the Arlington County Board. We have a number of board reports, appointments as often, but we get to start with a special proclamation for this month that all of us feel strongly about, and it is a proclamation in honor of Pride Month. So I'll read a couple of the recitals, and we all probably remember where we were specifically when the Supreme Court made marriage the law of the land. But I'll start with whereas. We'll go through this relatively quickly, but it's a special proclamation to get to read. Whereas the June 1969 riots at the Stonewall Inn in New York City precipitated the modern fight for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, intersex, and asexual rights. And whereas on June 11th, 1999, President Clinton issued a proclamation designating June as Gay and Lesbian Pride Month. And in June 2009, President Obama expanded it to Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month. And whereas all people should be treated with respect and dignity and should be able to live without fear no matter where they are or whom they love. And each June, LGBTQIA+ persons and allies, or the rainbow community members, come together to recommit to achieving equality. And whereas issues important to the rainbow community can benefit all humans, such as the Arlington County internal design and construction standards for including single occupancy restrooms that allow privacy and dignity to persons of all gender identities and anyone with a caregiver. And whereas the rainbow community contributes immensely to our society in areas of science, education, religion, government, and sports, whereas the Arlington County rainbow community employees make important and lasting contributions to Arlington County, whereas a group of Arlington County employees establish outstanding an employee resource group for the rainbow community to promote a work environment where diversity and inclusion are valued and where everyone can be their authentic selves in the workplace. And last, whereas Arlington County has a long-standing commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion and commends outstanding for their dedication to promoting equity, inclusion, diversity, and fairness and justice for all employees regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. Now, therefore, I, Matt DeFranti, Chair of the Arlington County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim June 2021 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month, and call this observance to the attention of all Arlington County employees to celebrate the contributions of LGBTQIA+ employees and applaud LGBTQIA+ pride. Signed, Matt DeFranti. Very happy to do that. I think it's so important just to remember, as we have our Tuesday afternoons, just how far we have come in a short period of time and the work that, of course, is left for us to do. So we have a number of reports. I will go ahead and just do a brief chair's report, and then I'll send it to colleagues. And I have just a couple of slides. Our Food Security Task Force has been working away. This is our, every month we seem to have a runner for one of the most compelling photographs, and this is up there for sure. So we've made progress. We've had a couple of meetings. The County Council PTAs, and yesterday I was at Fresh Farm, provided over 776 bags of produce to families at 6 locations. There has been, DHS has partnered with Public Health for food distributions, and SNAP ambassador training, which is really important for the sustainability of our food system, has been ongoing. So that's just a brief update there. I believe it's next to you, Ms. Garvey, for an update on celebration planning. It does seem like we're due for some celebrations.
We are. I think absolutely. Thank you, Mr. DiFerranti. Yeah, just a couple quick reports here on the celebration. So remember, last year was our centennial, and we had a lot of plans at first, and then they all just went the way of COVID. But actually, our committee stayed together, and we didn't meet very often, but we have regrouped and feeling the need to not only still recognize our 100 years, which was 1920 to 2020, looking both ways was again the theme, which I think still works. Looking back to look forward about where we're going to be heading. It's always good to know where you've been to figure out where you want to go. And we have set up both a centennial, look at our centennial, which we haven't worked out the details, but we've got a long time. We've got till November 19. I hope everybody will mark their calendars for this, and we're planning a community celebration. We have been through a lot. And we want to celebrate how far we've come. We also need, of course, to recognize a lot that we've lost in the last year, and think about how we're going to be moving forward. So we're working on a lot of details. I've got a great committee that's been wonderful sticking with us and working through things to kind of recognize all the different segments of our community, and we're hoping to come together and celebrate a little bit in November. As we point out, this is the month of Thanksgiving, so it seems like a good time, and we've got time to work it out. And one of the major things, actually, I think probably the culminating, I think it'll be the last event in this evening, is going to be sealing a time capsule. Next slide, please. And the time capsule is, it may be more like a time box. It's going to be large, I think, putting in objects that represent major events and themes that happened in 2020. And there are a lot. People have been, donating and giving and dropping things off, and they will be kind of looked at and curated. When you, and so any items can be dropped off at Central Library. They're 1015 North Quincy Street, and at the Center for Local History. When you leave something, please leave a little description of what it is, so that those looking through it don't have to kind of decipher it. So if you would leave a little description of what it is, and they will be kind of selecting what goes into the box, and that will be part of our evening is putting things into the box and thinking about how it will get opened again, we think, in 2120, which is kind of an interesting thought. Yeah. And then also to continue the food theme, I'm just going to talk a little bit about what we're doing at COG. I think, as you know, well, maybe not. The COG actually had an agriculture committee that's had, and they sort of had been rather moribund lately. In 2018, they did come out with a report. And as you can see, it's sort of traditional agriculture. Fields and cows and, grain silos and that sort of thing. And it was decided that we ought to kind of get this committee going again, actually way back in 2018, early 2019. Next slide, please. And so they formed an ag task force within the Chesapeake Bay Policy and Water Resources Committee, which I am a member, and I think you are now, Mr. DiFerranti, as well. And they asked who would like to be part of this task force. And I'll tell you, my first thought was actually that page with the cows and the silos and thinking, what's that got to do with Arlington? And then I remembered, even back then, before the really bad wildfires and things, oh my, if most of our fruits and vegetables come from California and apparently Arizona and Florida, California's probably going to be on fire, Florida's going underwater. If we want to be food secure, we probably need to be thinking about that here in this region. So I volunteered, and little did I know, we sort of got going, kind of working. It was an ad hoc committee, and then we had COVID-19. And suddenly the focus was food security, food insecurity, and really broadened our focus, as I think we should, and actually getting a little bit more into my bailiwick, which was sustainability, really was why I was interested in participating. And so we created this ad hoc committee in September of 2020. And next slide, please. So one of the things they looked at is, and that's from before, is farmland. So they had a goal, like way back when we started doing these reports, of the amount of farmland. As you can see, it's now, the area region is going under that. And so that's an interesting thing. But then, of course, as you know, we were at Mr. DiFerranti, you and I were at Fresh Impact yesterday. And that's where they're growing food inside I don't know what that is. I don't think it's an office building, but definitely a building. It doesn't look like a farm. And the governor came, and I think that has a lot to do with the future. So it's not only this land preservation, but also what we can do, I think, in our more urban areas. I think I've got one more slide, I think. So some of the things that this committee has done is we've held bi-weekly, every 2 weeks, regional calls to share information about food security and food assistance issues and needs. I've been on some of those calls. I know you have, Mr. DiFerranti. And really trying to look at at sustainability and resiliency here in this region as we're going through the pandemic. And I think as we see more and more about climate change and weather reports in the West and what's going on, I think the whole sustainability issue is front and center. And the reason I'm reporting on this now is that the committee is going to the COG board and hoping to not be an ad hoc committee anymore, but to be a permanent committee. That will involve some funds, but not a whole lot. But that request will be going forward, and I'm hoping that COG will approve that, because I think this year's made really clear how important food and agriculture are for this region. We just can't depend on the rest of the country to get us our food. We've got to depend on ourselves. So thank you for your indulgence here. Thank you.
Sure. No, I'm glad you mentioned it. I think colleagues just should be aware. I think there's a small amount that is going to be needed for the ongoing COG committee that they mentioned. Not very much, but certainly important as we think about food security. Next, we go to Mr. Dorsey, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my board report is just to describe events that took place on this past Friday. And the chair graciously allowed me to represent the board at the dedication of the Stratford Commemorative Trail at Dorothyham Middle School, which tells the story of the desegregation of Stratford in 1959. As you can see, there are a number of interpretive panels that exist at the site that commemorate the 4 students who successfully desegregated Stratford: Gloria Thompson, Ronald Deskins, Michael Jones, as well as Lance Newman. But it also tells a larger story, the adults, Leslie Ham and Dorothy Ham, who through their oldest son, tried unsuccessfully to desegregate in 1957, along with George Nelson, as well as Joyce Bailey. What we have here was a dedication of this trail and the interpretive panels, which were the result of a really nice partnership where our historic preservation program, led by the inimitable Cynthia Lachez Torres, really assisted APS in coming up with the text and getting the history right for the panels. And we've got this wonderful placemaking effort at Stratford. If you haven't had a chance to visit it yet, I highly encourage anyone whoever has business in or near Stratford to take time to look at those panels and really get a sense of history from long ago, which has been imbued into this modern and expanded and renovated school facility. We were fortunate to have many of the living legends from desegregation on hand to participate in the dedication, and it was a wonderful afternoon. And Chair DeFerranti, thank you for allowing me to represent the board.
Sure, and I was happy to do so. I tried to be there and many places at the same time, but I did notice in your picture, I think it was Michael Jones might have been on the left, and he at one event, he said, I went on to have a pretty good life, and he has done amazing things. So it's the biggest understatement I'll never forget what he said. So thank you for bringing that to us today and for representing the board there. So next we go to appointments, and I will make a motion, and I'll have a number of names to read, and I'll see if I can do this quickly and with as good as quality pronunciation as possible. So I will move that we make the following appointments: that we appoint Laura Economos to a term ending June 30th, 2025 on the Aurora House Citizens Advisory Committee. To the Citizens Advisory Commission on Housing, we appoint Kellen Macbeth for a term ending on May 31st, 2025. To our C2E2 Commission, we appoint Linda Delgado for a term ending on June 30th, 2023. To our Disability Advisory Commission, we reappoint Ann Barber for a term ending June 30th, 2023. To our Economic Development Commission, we appoint Daniel Masresha for a term ending on May 31st, 2024. We appoint Vicky Veerasinghe for a term ending on May 31st, 2024. We appoint Janetta Brewer for a term ending on May 31st, 2024. To the Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, we appoint Jacob Schrader for a term ending on June 30th, 2024, and we appoint Barbara Meadows for a term ending on that same date. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, we reappoint Jillian Burgess for a term ending on June 30th, 2023. To our Technology Commission, ITAC, formerly ITAC, I believe, we reappoint David Husband for a term ending on June 30th, 2024. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, we reappoint Alyssa Ortiz for a term ending June 30th, 2024. To Nova Parks, we reappoint Michael Nardalili for a term ending on June 30th, 2025. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, we appoint Peter Harnick for a term ending on June 30th, 2023. And we reappoint Neil Hunter for a term ending on June 30th, 2023 as well. To the Sports Commission, we reappoint John Mingus for a term ending on May 31st, 2023. To the Commission for the Arts, we designate Anika Quinana as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2022. To our Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee, we designate Laura Malakoff as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2022. To our Community Services Board, we designate Jeanette O'Keefe as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2022. To our Crystal City Citizens Review Council, we designate Krista All as chair for a term ending on June 30th, 2022 as well. To our Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, designate Liz Ortiz as chair for a term ending on that same June 30th, 2022 date. To our Sports Commission, we designate John Mingus as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2022. And on our Transportation Commission, we designate Chris Slatt as chair for a term ending on June 30th, 2022. Those are all the appointments. The motion has been made. It does not need a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations to our appointed members of our commissions. We thank you for your leadership and service to and with and for our community. Now we will go to, I think we'll go to regional reports, and I believe it's to Mr. Dorsey on the Transportation Planning Board, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed it is. At the TPB, equity, as it is for COG, as it is for many jurisdictions within the region, is a principal focus. And one of the ways in which TPB provides value to the region is in not only coordinating all of the mandatory programs that a metropolitan planning organization must, but providing some value to organizations with support of data and analysis that informs regional planning. Since equity is such an important part of the region, TPB has tried to figure out how it can incorporate it into its work. And the byproduct, or the sort of product that TPB is seeking to further refine, are equity emphasis areas. And just as a reminder, those are calculated based on census tract data, and there are two different criteria which can have an area, a census tract, designated as an EEA. It is one that has a concentration of a low-income community that is more than 1.5 times the regional average. There's also a second criteria, which can include a high or very high concentration of 2 or more minority groups, or we can have a criteria that incorporates both income and minority group status as described there to the right. So with that, if a census tract meets those criteria, then it is an equity emphasis area. There is a map on the TPB website, an interactive map, if you will, which can show it for all of our region and jurisdictions. A screenshot on the next slide shows Arlington's equity emphasis areas. We've probably looked at this at some iteration in the past before. But, you know, after you kind of get what an equity emphasis area is, doesn't really tell you a whole lot until you start to figure out what questions you're going to seek to ask about the characteristics of the area that you're studying. And one such use case of where TPB can provide some help comes on the next slide with some recent analysis of roadway safety. As Vision Zero becomes more of a regional effort and initiative, TPB wanted to look at our equity emphasis areas and take a look at some of the vehicle fatality and serious injury data. And this is just one such use case. I'm not really showing it to have an extensive conversation about this. But one thing that's of note, in our region, there is an extreme disproportionality between the number of fatalities and serious injuries that exist in equity emphasis areas. I can't really answer the questions as to why, but that's not the case here in Arlington. We actually stand as the only jurisdiction that that has both a lower percentage of fatalities and serious injuries in equity emphasis areas compared to their share of the population, which I can't answer the questions as to why that is. It's a good thing. But this is just one of what are many potential use cases for how we can think about equity emphasis areas and data that's regularly collected by the region to get at answering some sticky questions and hopefully making some good policy decisions. So, more to come, but this is just sort of a preview of where TPB is headed. Thank you, and that concludes my regional.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So now we will move and we'll give a moment for we actually are moving quickly, and we'll give a moment for our auditor to join us, and he magically appears. We moved a few minutes more quickly than I thought through those items, so.
I just rolled my reports together. I'm sorry.
Sure, that's absolutely, we don't object to that. So we'll send it to Mr. Horton, our county auditor, for his proposed fiscal year 22 work plan. Mr. Horton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Great to see you all in person again.
Yes.
So our first slide. So as I do every year, I come before you with a overview of my annual audit work plan proposal and ask for your indulgence for a little bit of a presentation and then eventually to be able to approve the proposed work plan. We did discuss the proposed work plan at the audit committee on June the 3rd and had some very good discussion. The audit committee provided some feedback that is reflected in this work plan, and hopefully you've had a chance to digest that either through the reading or through the discussions that we've had offline. This presentation is going to take us through a brief summary of the work plan. We're going to talk about the overall strategy, which is a little bit different this year and focuses on the fact that in the past, I have come before you asking approval for 2 or 3, in some cases 4, new audits every year. However, this year, what I've liked to be able to do is to focus on several audits that have kind of built up as a backlog and make sure that those can be completed and then only add one new audit for the fiscal year 22 work plan. So we'll talk about the carryover audits, the new audit that I'm proposing, as well as what's always important, kind of the last phase of the audit process, which is follow-up work and reports. You'll probably note that for the second year, I have included some anticipated allocation of hours just to try to give a little bit more transparency for you all and for members of the public about how I organize my time, but also the variety of things that I'm engaged in, not just audit work, but a variety of administrative types of activities as well. Next slide, please. There are 6 audits currently on the FY21 work plan that are either underway or have not yet begun. 3 of the audits that are underway are listed here on the slide. They are the COVID-19 cost reimbursement audit, the nonprofit funding audit, and the fleet management audit. You'll notice that there are just a few hours comparatively remaining in these audits. These are anticipated to be relatively short audits in terms of the audit report. I'm calling them letter reports, but that really is a term of art that's used in auditing for kind of an executive summary report as opposed to a full-blown audit report. So that's one of the reasons why there's fewer hours remaining there. Also, both the COVID-19 cost reimbursement and the nonprofit funding were audits that we added last year with a view toward trying to be a little bit more responsive to than I perhaps had originally thought I was needing to be to issues related to the pandemic and to funding that we were going to be receiving or were planning to issue ourselves related to pandemic response. There are 2 audits that have not yet begun, and I will begin those shortly this year. I wanted to give you also a reminder of what the objectives are for those audits. One is risk management, which as a reminder, is not expected to be focused on the risk management function, which is kind of an insurance claims management function, but really thinking about risk management in a broader sense across the enterprise, and how we are looking at risks within various departments, how we're organizing those, what process we have for elevating those to senior leadership, and for managing and prioritizing those risks. And so that's one particular audit. And then the second one is the Housing Grants Program, which really is anticipated to focus on the effectiveness of that program in terms of reviewing applications timely and determining eligibility accurately. The sixth audit of the carryover audits is one that I am proposing for closure. This is the audit that is ongoing of the sheriff overtime. And as you'll recall, there have been 4 overall audits of overtime that 3 have been completed. This is the 4th audit. And where I am with this one is that I was doing most of the work before the pandemic hit. I had to pivot into some different directions. This one essentially was on pause. And in the meantime, a number of changes have occurred within the sheriff's office in terms of additional resources, in terms of a different way that they're organizing their activities that may address some of the issues that had surfaced in my planning phase, as well as the fact that the issues that I was seeing thus far had not really differentiated themselves significantly from issues that I've already raised in audit reports related to the police department or the fire department. And so I feel like that this is an area where I could probably pivot and be able to do some work that's a little bit more of value, both for the enterprise as well as making sure that I'm not taking up time that's perhaps a little bit less useful for the sheriff and her staff, obviously very busy during this time. So that's the proposal here for the sheriff department overtime. I did communicate with the sheriff and let her know that this was a possibility, and so she's aware of this outcome, but this would be part of the proposal. It has not occurred yet. Next slide, please. I am proposing one new audit topic for this year or for FY22, and this is an audit of specialized transit for Arlington residents, or STAR, which, as you know, is our Arlington County paratransit program. The initial objective here is really proposing a holistic kind of audit, which is looking a little bit at the STAR's regulatory requirements and describing those requirements. As you know, it's significantly federally overseen, or federal requirements here for the STAR program, as well as assessing the overall quality of customer service and evaluating STAR's financial sustainability. So a number of different threads that I'm anticipating being able to work in with this particular audit. You may be aware that other municipalities have had undergone audits of their own paratransit program, and in many of those other audits, there have been a variety of different objectives that have been melded in, as I'm proposing to do here. It's really difficult to be able to go through and say, I'm only going to look at the regulatory environment, I'm only going to look at customer service, or I'm only going to look at sustainability. They're so threaded in these different issues. And so that's really why I've proposed here a relatively robust set of hours compared to some of the other audits that I've proposed here in the past. And I believe that this will, though, be a significant ability to add value for the overall organization and for the community of users as well. One of the things that I wanted to highlight here for this particular audit is something that we have talked about here in the past and in the audit committee, which is the opportunity to use the audit function, the county auditor's audit function, as a way to be able to highlight some potential equity concerns, or if there's areas where there are disparate outcomes or disparate treatments. I don't know that that's the case in this particular topic, but this is an opportunity to be able to take a look at any potential equity concerns that might come out from the community of users of paratransit, as well as taking a look at some of the challenges that were identified to me in my initial survey when talking with members of management. Some really interesting challenges that they are facing truly right now with this particular program. And I think that there's going to be a great opportunity for me to be able to add some value here. And then, as we know, there are some possible changes coming out of the pandemic, that ridership for the paratransit program, as for all of our transit programs, has been down, but we do expect as we come out for that to rebound, and there may be an opportunity to kind of take a fresh look at and reset a little bit with this program, as there are with some of our other transit programs. Next slide, please. As usual, I present to you an audit horizon. This year, the audit horizon contains 22 audits. Most of the audits are the same as last year. Just to give you a sense of what 22 audits means in terms of the time, as a one-person audit shop, it would take me probably about 7 years to complete all of these 22 audits. And so but these are all audits that in my judgment would be usefully performed right now. And so I always try to go back and take a fresh look at these, and are there things that maybe need to come off because they've been addressed somewhere else, or are there new topics that are coming up in the field or in other municipalities that can be added? And there are a couple of examples of that situation here this year. A couple of new audit topics on the audit horizon are privacy and gender and ethnic diversity. For a privacy audit on the audit horizon, what I would suggest is that if we were to do a privacy audit, that we would look at trying to identify and describe the laws and guidance that set out privacy requirements for Arlington County, and to be able to assess the internal controls in place to comply with these requirements. As you know, privacy is a very complicated area. It goes over a variety of areas from the legal department to technology services. Everybody, it seems these days, are doing something that has some aspect of implication for privacy. This is a great place when we talk about with people in the privacy field about how you would start to do a privacy audit, is really getting a sense of what are your requirements, do you know what the requirements are, and how are we setting up controls to be able to address those requirements. So this would be kind of a first start in looking at privacy. Similarly, gender and ethnic diversity, we've gotten a great start with doing some of the work that Samia Bird has done as the Chief Race and Equity Officer. I think that there's an opportunity as well to build on some of the work that she's doing and partner with her function as well to be able to look at some data that is gathered as under a federal requirement by the Human Resources Department, to be able to understand more how we are as an organization in terms of comparing our gender and ethnic diversity to the community as a whole, and providing that kind of information. I think it would be very valuable for not only members of the organization, but for the community as well. And then finally, you'll probably recall that the topic of procurement practices efficiency has been on the audit horizon for the last couple of years. For this year, I have removed that subsequent to an audit that was completed in the DMF internal audit function. And I had a chance to really dive into that audit. I thought it was very well done, very comprehensive, and a lot of very good recommendations that came out of that. So I felt very comfortable that that particular audit was sufficiently addressed with that on that topic, and so as a result, I could go ahead and take that off of the audit horizon. Next slide, please. And then finally, I wanted to share with you a couple of other matters for your consideration. One is that now that we have a number of audits that have come out, I'm into the follow-up process, which, as we've discussed in the past, is really kind of the last phase of the audit process. Currently, I'm completing my second follow-up of the Emergency Communications Center overtime audit, of the 911 call center overtime audit. And I expect to begin the second follow-up of the police and fire overtime audits in September of this year. I put out the first follow-up back in the spring for both of those particular audits. And then I do expect to begin the first follow-up of my most recent audit, which is the Technology Services Contract Management Audit. I expect to begin that follow-up by the end of 2021. And then finally, something new on the audit plan this year is something called special advisory reports. In talking with Mr. Karantonis and Mr. Dorsey, we were really kind of thinking about ways that the audit function can be responsive to different needs in a way that is beyond doing audit work? Or is there a way to be able to do something that is of value to the organization, of value to board members, without trying to say we have to do an actual performance audit that is in line with the performance audit standards? And there are some options, and one thing that I've done here that I've listed in the past is do a special advisory report, which can be of various scope and sizes, and can address a variety of topics. Typically, it is more of a research kind of report that has a researchable question, and then I would go off and provide some work to be able to address that question, and then come back to whoever the community of interest would be, whether it's board members or members of management or both. And so that's a possibility. We don't have any particular specific topics that have been identified by the audit committee as a potential for a special advisory report. One topic that has been broadly discussed, although no definitive answer has been made on this, is the idea of perhaps some public accessibility best practices for both for audit functions and for audit committees. And so that's something that has been discussed. But just to give you a flavor of a kind of topic that could be addressed within a special advisory report. With that, I'll go ahead and conclude my presentation, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. I'm inclined to defer to our audit committee leads for first questions, but if go ahead, Mr. Dorsey.
Well, we should probably put a motion on the floor. Mr. Karantonis, would you like the honors?
I would, Mr. Dorsey. Happy to.
I think you
You're
need.
muted.
Oh, now, okay.
Thank you.
I could be muted in this as well, right?
Yeah, it's a challenge.
It is a challenge. So let me find it. Ah, I see.
I think you could just move approval.
Yeah.
Yeah, that move that we approve. I wanted to be absolutely certain that I have the text.
Sure.
That we vetted with our acting attorney. Please find, I move that we approve the county auditor's fiscal year 22 annual audit work plan as presented today and as it is posted in the board meeting agenda.
And I'll second.
Sounds good. The motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Karantonis, we got both of you, but go ahead, Mr. Karantonis, speak to your motion, and then we can go to Mr. Dorsey, if that's okay.
So we had a lengthy meeting on June 3rd on this. It was also specifically refreshing because this is a work plan that is really consensuated with our community members at the audit committee that got a lot of input. I have to also say this is not so that everybody remembers that this is not the only audit function we have here. Mm-hmm. I have to. If I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, correct me, but I believe that since 2015, we completed 51 internal audit reports. Is that a correct count? And then we have also the annual financial audit function. So I have to really underscore the value of the auditor who reports to us, to the board, who performs performance audits, who gives us valuable advice on how actually county is performing, how our departments can do even better. So we see here a very long list of ongoing audits. We see a selection for next year. We see a selection of audits that need to be finalized this year, a careful addition of one additional audit of the STAR system, and then an audit horizon, which I invite everybody actually to read through. And and we get a lot of input from time to time. We get a lot of input on desires of audits, new audits, and functions of Arlington County that a citizen would like to know whether we are performing at the top or not, or what is missing. So I invite everybody to approach us with this. Second, to make sure that they follow when the public meetings of the audit committee take place. The next one will be September, and bring these ideas up so that we add them and vet them on the list. So I don't know if Mr. Dorsey wants to add to this.
Great, thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
I think you've said it very well. I'll just note that I'm very excited about the inclusion of a look at STAR for this upcoming year. I really think that, as we've considered the importance of paratransit, not only to its users, but as vital part of the transportation network that's not really being met in other ways. There's really a lot to look at. And I think Dr. Horton has scoped it appropriately. And fortunately, we reserved a good number of hours to get it done. But most importantly, Transit Bureau was really excited to have him dig into this work. And so it seems to me that as we've grown this function, I think we've been fortunate to have willing departments who are ready to embrace having Dr. Horton's approach being done to improve their functions and operations. I sensed a lot of excitement coming from the Transit Bureau, so hopefully they will allow you to do the robust work on the timetable that you desire.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just simply also add, I was really pleased to see STAR here because the whole field is changing so quickly. And, we talk a lot about equity and racial equity as we should, but also those who have trouble getting around and are mobility challenged, that is an equity issue as well. And I think possibly you talked about the special advisory reports, which I think is a good idea to perhaps not do an audit exactly, but to do something else. And public accessibility, you may turn up some things as you do your STAR examination to inform that decision as well. So thank you. And I am pleased about the decision to not complete the one audit that it just didn't seem to make sense. I think that's great. When it doesn't make sense and everybody agrees, don't just push on just because you said you would do it. So thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you so much. I too am excited about that Transit Bureau study. As Mr. Horton and I have talked about, I've spent quite a bit of time as a liaison to the Disability Advisory Committee Commission on some of the challenges, right? And that anytime you make programmatic changes, you have people who are advantaged and disadvantaged by the current state. And that's especially sensitive when it's something as fundamental to one's dignity, right, is the ability of our citizens with mobility challenges to get around. So I'm glad you'll be bringing your characteristic sensitivity to what has been, of course, a challenging area of study. Excited about the SARSs as well. We probably should give it a different name because I don't think after our year and a half with SARS-CoV-2, any of us ever want to think about a SARS in Arlington County again.
I thought about that.
I guess my question for Mr. Horton, but maybe also for audit liaisons, is one of messaging. So I think one of the things that has certainly been around as long as this audit function has been around, which is to say 4 or 5 years at this point, has been maybe misperceptions about what our county auditor does. We know that there are so many residents who would love to see him as kind of our waste, fraud, and abuse watchdog. And it's something really the board has had to consistently communicate, as Mr. Carantonis did so well, in saying we actually are fortunate to have some excellent financial auditors within the county who provide that role. Mr. Horton's role is and has always been one of performance audits. But I do wonder about, sort of managing expectations around those more tactical reviews. I know in the past we've dealt with, folks who feel like they've gotten an unsatisfactory answer on a bugaboo issue from a department. Wonder, can't the auditor dig in as a sort of constituent ombudsman almost? And indeed, we have one of those as well. That's also not Mr. Horton's role. So how do we create expectations around, what these tactical reviews are and what they aren't? Any advice you have for us as they launch in communicating with residents about them?
Well, I think part of this is kind of the natural maturation of the function, right? And is consistent messaging, letting people know exactly what audits are, and then also sharing with not only members of this organization, but also members of the community, the variety of things that the audits can do, but things that the audits do not do, right? And one of the things that the audit charge very specifically states is that if I run into issues of potential fraud, my job, and this is in accordance with audit standards as well, my job is to be able to gather information only so far as I need to be able to say there's something potentially going on here. And then I move it over to the appropriate agency. And many times that appropriate agency is our internal audit function. Sometimes the appropriate agency might be an external audit or review or investigative function, but that's really what my role is, and it's codified right there within the audit charge. And so that's really kind of the important way that I complement our internal audit function, that I complement other audit functions that may be created within this organization as well, is that I'm really here to try to focus on effectiveness, improvements of efficiency, equity, things that are central to the organization, central to our values, but within an appropriate scope for my function, because there are other people who are going to be looking at matters of fraud, waste, and abuse. And
that will be as true for the reviews, soon to be formally known as SARs, as it is for your full audits.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because any work that I do, whether it's a non-audit service or an audit work or an audit engagement, is something that I'm going to be vetting with the audit committee and with board members and talking with Mr. Schwartz and members of senior management and getting some feedback there and trying to construct something that's going to be of value for the organization. Fraud, waste, and abuse reviews are of value for the organization, but you don't necessarily need me to do that because you have other individuals who are doing that as well.
Excellent, thank you. And very helpful as well, that actually was going to be my next question, is how would the topics for these more tactical reviews be set? And so in consultation, as they've been with the audit committee, our audit liaisons, I imagine with the whole board, since you do such an excellent job, Mr. Horton, of checking in with us, as well as the manager in the form of government leadership team to get a sense of them. So thank you. I'll look forward to seeing some of the kind of tactical results there.
And I look forward to hearing better ideas for the name of that report.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I just had one question that maybe a clarifying question on the follow-ups. You know that I've been focused on the follow-ups quite a bit on the three audits, 3 of the 4, I think, audits that you identified. How does that fit in terms of timeline? We are back towards investing in our updated HR system, and those follow-ups will occur significantly before we get the updated HR system, which then I think there's some interface questions between the updated HR system and the software. So
that's right. And so this is where it's really important for me to be working with the agencies that are the subject of the follow-up. So as an example, with that particular situation, the audit follow-up that I did for the police overtime audit, we had a number of recommendations that had to do with the PRISM system, recognizing that there may be some upgrades that are coming down the line. In that case, what I do is I ask them to do what they can do, but if there are some things that are going to be outside of their span of control, then we note that within the follow-up and just say these are things that they're not going to control because there are decisions that are made above that level. In a larger sense, though, what I'm trying to do with the follow-ups is to be able to demonstrate, are there things that are ongoing that you need to be able to be attentive to, not only from the management side but from the audit committee side, and make sure that there is a sense that recommendations are important, agreement with recommendations is important, but there is going to be an ongoing evaluation of whether those implementation has really occurred. And that is also, just if I could speak to this very quickly, part of the process of maturation that we've been going through, and the audit committee has been very valuable to me in giving feedback about how the follow-up work is done. And so if there's follow-up work that members of management are saying, hey, this recommendation is not quite implemented, then I trust them that they're telling me the truth on that. What I'm really going to focus my limited resources on are the areas where they say, this is done. Okay, let me go through and get the documentation that I need to validate that. So I can go back and tell you, yes, I've independently verified that those recommendations are implemented.
great, that's helpful. I think we got Ms. Scarby. Go ahead.
No, actually, Mr. Chair, once we conclude this item, I do have a motion that I need to make to correct an error.
Sure, got it.
Yep.
We will get to that in a minute, but I think seeing no others, the question is on Mr. Carantonis' motion. It's been seconded. All in favor for accepting our audit report, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I also voted aye. I'm so busy trying to get the motion that I did not give myself time to vote. The report is accepted. Thank you very much, Mr. Horton. Dr. Horton?
Approved.
Yes, it is approved, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, as well. Thank you for your work, Dr. Horton. Now we will turn to Ms. Garvey. We have a motion she needs to make.
Yes, thank you. Colleagues, I'm so sorry. We were a little jumped the gun on the Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee, and Tim Denning is serving for yet one more year as chair, and I missed that. Laura is all set up to step up next year. So what I need to do, I consulted with our attorney, is move that we strike the appointment of Laura Malakoff as chair of the Citizens Development Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee, and instead appoint Tim Denning as chair for a term ending June 30th, 2022.
I don't know if that needs a second, since appointments often don't, but if it does,
Second. Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
Fantastic. The question is on Ms. Garvey's motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
None, so that
Sorry we
passes.
missed that.
No problem, Ms. Garvey, not a problem. I believe that concludes most of our reports, but we now would turn to the manager's report, I believe. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have four items to go through. The first one, I wanted to give the board and the community an update on where we are with the logo process. Following input we received last month from the county board, we reopened the call for logo concepts to make sure everybody has a chance to submit an idea, and additional guidelines were provided, and we're out promoting. Once again, we've worked with our partner organizations, APS, public schools, civic associations, commissions, our newsletters, Inside Arlington, social media, and a whole bunch of other places. As of today, we have another 90 submissions. And this is just a reminder to everyone who's holding out to the last minute. There's no benefit from waiting to the last minute, but the submissions close on Thursday, June 17th, a little bit over 2 days from now at 11:59 p.m. After that, the review panel will review and consider the new submissions and take a look at the previous submissions. And they will pull in the design firm we need to have any refinements. And then some point, probably later in July, early in August, the community will have another peek at the choices and get to vote again on the new set of designs. And then we'll be back here at the September board meeting for the logo review panel to share the recommendations with the board.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and great to hear 90 additional submissions and a couple of days left. Thanks.
Next up, we have a team, and it's going to be Jason Papacosma who's going to do the presentation, but also with us is Demetra McBride and Eileen Winquist to discuss LDA 2.0. So that is a discussion of the land disturbance process that we have in place, and it's an update on the rollout of our new program for single-family homes, which is one of our many efforts under the Flood Resilient Arlington Initiative. And that new program was announced in March and will take effect in September. And just as if he appeared out of nowhere, Jason Papacosma is here to make the presentation. Now he's gone again. Jason.
I think you're on mute, I think.
Yeah, you're on mute.
There you go.
Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, members of the county board. Appreciate the opportunity to provide this update. And just for starters, can you see my screen?
We can. Thanks.
Okay, sure. Okay, so just want to lead off maybe just with a more fundamental summary of what the LDA program is. If we're going to talk about LDA 2.0, we can talk about 1.0 a little bit. The LDA program applies to land disturbing activities that exceed 2,500 square feet. And it regulates both runoff both during construction and following construction. And when the state updated the state stormwater regulations that took effect in 2014, they provided an option for localities to continue to regulate single-family homes, and the board chose that option. And the data we're sharing with you here in this slide just emphasizes that rationale, that most of the LDA permitting activity in terms of number of projects regulated is single-family home redevelopment activity. And then of that activity, it represents the majority of increases in impervious surfaces we see as well. Actually, in the fall of 2018, we had a work session with the county board to talk about stormwater, a variety of stormwater challenges and issues. And one of the outcomes of that work session was direction to improve how the LDA program works in terms of protecting downhill properties from increased runoff. And we looked at our diverse customer base because we're serving a variety of ends of a stakeholder spectrum. So on the builder side, the most important feedback or the most important priority for builders was getting their permits more quickly. And for the folks, we surveyed folks who live adjacent to new homes that were built over the prior 3 to 4 years when we conducted the survey. And the majority said that we weren't doing enough to protect neighboring properties from increased runoff. So we took that feedback and our own experience into developing an upgrade to the LDA program for single-family homes. And we're looking to accomplish a variety of things. First off is managing more stormwater on site and really emphasizing heavy rainfall and focusing on protecting downhill properties with more reliable tools. But we also wanted to be, or I should say, we wanted to be responsive to our permitting stakeholders on the builder side to increase the efficiency of both preparing plans and reviewing plans, and ultimately targeting a reduced plan approval time. And because we operate this program really from a life cycle perspective, we're involved in the permitting phase, the construction phase, and then post-construction when homeowners take ownership of these systems. We wanted to make sure that we maintain the feasibility to build and operate the systems, and then doing all of this within existing regulatory authority. So what the key feature, the central feature of LDA 2.0 is adding a new quantitative detention requirement. To date, the program required water quality compliance with state requirements. We were emphasizing tools that helped reduce runoff volume, but there was not an explicit quantitative detention requirement. We have the authority to do this under state code, but the actual state expression of this requirement is a challenge to meet on an individual lot basis. It really wasn't intended for that. So we're offering this alternative compliance option with a more straightforward quantitative requirement to detain 3 inches of runoff from increased impervious surfaces. And we're adding a new tool to the toolbox, detention tanks that drain by gravity, to capture heavy rainfall and release it slowly over a period of hours. And in exchange for this increased performance to manage quantity, we're going to allow less official water quality credit. And by official, I mean that would get credit under the state computational requirements. We do think, though, that capturing heavy rainfall and releasing it slowly does have inherent water quality benefits. It's just not currently credited in the state toolbox. Another important improvement with LDA 2.0 is dealing with compacted soils. We had a suspicion, if you will, or a hypothesis that the soils on new home sites were very compacted, and so we had a soil scientist take a closer look last summer. And they found that the soils at new home sites were 10 times more compacted than the soils at existing home sites. So it's homes that had been in place for decades. And again, we thought that was the case, but we wanted to quantify it. And you can see why the typical process on these small lots is to excavate, cohesive clay soil and then to spread it around on the site as they work the site. So it gets extremely compacted. So we're going to require that this soil be decompacted and amended. And we really think this is a win-win. The absorption of rainfall and runoff on site obviously benefits neighbors, downhill neighbors, and having better soil that also benefits the owners themselves in terms of better supporting tree and other plant growth. And then another item, or speaking of trees, another component of LDA 2.0 is we're offering what we're calling right-sized quantity credits for tree conservation and planting. And I say right-sized because we're putting value on trees in the stormwater space, but a value that also accounts for the considerable limitations of trees to handle intense rainfall in urban settings. Another feature, so this is just another tool to get to compliance. It's a supplement to the much more robust detention tools under the program. And then another feature that we're adding through the implementation of the new program is we're going to look at existing forested areas on a site and count them within a 2-year window prior to the LDA application. And we have a number of policies like this that balance what happens before and after an LDA permit application process. For example, if you have impervious surfaces on your lot and they're removed prior to LDA application, we also allow you to count those as well. So this is another way to strike that balance and try to capture changes in site conditions that affect runoff and water quality. Just noting quickly here as well, some of you might be aware DEQ is slated to study the potential for trees to get water quality credit under the state stormwater regulations and our local ordinances. And we're expecting that to start or take place in FY22. And I've been given the opportunity to participate in that work group. So that's another opportunity to see what kind of value we can put on trees when it comes to, in this case, water quality. So LDA 2.0 was announced in March, and we set it out with a 6-month delayed effective date. That's in September 13th. We're going to have all the updates to the guidance manual, which is where the technical and administrative details are housed, by July 12th, and then really looking ahead to an extra customer-intensive approach during early implementation, and then a review after the first projects come through the pipeline to collect feedback and see whether there's a need to make any adjustments to the program. We've had extensive engagement leading up to and during the rollout. So prior to the announcement in March, during 2020 and early 2021, we consulted and got feedback from the engineering community. They're the folks that really do all the work to get the plans together, and we got some good feedback in terms of ground truthing, what we're trying to accomplish and how we get there. We had a technical consultant help us as well, and then I think you've heard about this our interdepartmental stormwater working group that's been working on a variety of initiatives related to stormwater. That group also helped us shape the new program. During the rollout that began in March, we've had a number of engagement touch points. We had a overall public meeting in April. We've engaged directly with builders and contractors through a regular meeting they have with the county. We've been to C2E2, held a training for the engineering community. We've also released, I mentioned, the standardized plans to facilitate and expedite preparation and review. We've released that template for review and comment as well. We're here today giving an update to the county board and the community. And then we're going to plan a demonstration of that soil decompaction, the soil profile rebuilding technique in July, and then roll out the rest of the website updates in July as well. So just to wrap up, to summarize, LDA 2.0 will provide stronger management of lot scale runoff. We've really tried to look at and have a balanced responsiveness to our diverse customer base, be adaptive to the changes we're seeing in our climate, especially more intense rainfall, and as well to complement the system scale flood resiliency investments through the CIP. I think a lot of the conversations we've had there really emphasize that the impacts we're seeing were based on or driven by legacy land use and drainage decisions that have occurred over several generations. So the development activity we're seeing today is not the cause of the system constraints and flooding that we're responding to through the CIP, but this program is a way to manage incremental increases in impervious surfaces over time. So with that, end of my presentation, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Papakosma. Very much appreciate the presentation. Open the floor to questions. I see Ms. Garvey and then Mr. Karantonis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Papakosma. I am intrigued by the soil profile rebuilding and the fact which you'd explained earlier. I was just so struck that, people think that if it's on soil, it's good, and cement, it's not, whereas actually some of the soil here could be cement for all of it. It absorbs water. How big a difference does that make, the soil profile rebuilding? And I'm just wondering if we want to, I'm glad we're starting on that. Maybe it's something we want to really launch an effort on at some point if it really makes a big difference, and get as many people as possible sort of start, rebuilding their soil and making their areas, better for their own plants and their own things that they want to grow, as well as for the water runoff. So does it make a big difference, or do you not know how much of a difference it makes by rebuilding the soil?
So I think I can answer that just first kind of in terms of what we what we looked at through the study we did last summer. So, the soils on existing home sites, and they might be compacted too to a greater or lesser degree, but what we're seeing on that new home sites was significantly more so, and really functioning more like impervious surface than pervious surface. So this is an opportunity because within the limits of disturbance for the site, it's already disturbed. You can get in there, and the technique is this might help sort of wrap your mind around what this involves. So basically, you're taking a backhoe and you're incorporating organic matter to a depth of 2 feet on the site. So you're really loosening it up and incorporating that organic material to support plant growth as well as absorption. So it's a great opportunity during construction, this particular technique. Not necessarily intended to go on the existing properties and try to recreate, improve absorption there. There might be other ways to do that, but this is really intended for these active construction sites.
All right, thank you. Sometime down the line, I'll talk to you about maybe doing it on existing soil because, as you know, I live in Arlington, and when it rains, we've got all this pretty grass. Puddles are right there in the grass because it can't absorb. So it's an area that also is majorly, I think, needing in soil profile rebuilding. I imagine it's expensive and there's lots of complications, but I'd be interested in pursuing it later. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I did note the demonstration. You might have a board member or two interested in being at that demonstration that's upcoming.
Okay.
Mr. Karantonis.
Yep, you bet, Mr. Chair. We will be very interested in diving into this. And thank you, Mr. Papakosma, and the entire team for the work that you are doing, you have been doing, and you're continuing to do on this LDA 2.0. I think this is real progress in how we approach redevelopment, especially of homes, of individual homes. To give an idea of the order of magnitude, in the last 10 years, if I'm not wrong, there have been 2,700 of those redevelopments, or even more than that. So it's about 270 a year, and these are big homes, like north of 4,500 square feet each. So this matters a lot. What the land disturbance management will give us. I wanted to ask you something about the tree preservation, which I saw is included here, and rightfully so. So how do these quantity credits work? So what does it mean, offering right-sized quantity credits exactly? I didn't understand that very well. So what does...
Okay, yeah. No, it's a good question. I didn't provide a lot of detail in the overview. There are a number of ways that these projects can get to their detention requirements. The tanks are a primary way that it's going to happen in terms of the volume of the tank. There's storage that can be provided in, say, a stormwater planter in the ponding zone or impervious paving material. What we did with trees is we looked at some other programs. For example, Washington, D.C., they have a different regulatory currency than we do. They actually have a regulatory currency that focuses on volume explicitly, and I won't get into the weeds on that, but they do provide some credits for trees in terms of a storage volume. And we looked at that, and then we also wanted to make sure when I say right size, the trees can help, but when you really have the heavy downpour that LDA 2.0 is trying to get at, and you've got water pouring off the roof and the soils on the site might be saturated, you need the more robust tools to capture that runoff and release it slowly. So the trees are there. They can help intercept some of the rainfall. To some degree, they can help condition the soil and promote some absorption there. But we basically cap it off at 10% of whatever your total detention requirement is. The trees can get you up to 10% of that credit.
But that doesn't mean, if I understand it correctly, that we would have an intervention potential, because right now, when the land disturbance permit is requested, the applicant has to draw in the trees that are on the property and basically tell us which ones will be preserved and which ones won't be preserved. And we don't have, strong a jurisdiction to basically say, no, I'm sorry, we think that these mature trees need to be preserved and please modify your project accordingly. This continues not to be the case, right?
That is correct. I think the way I would frame it is we're trying to pull as many levers as we can, but within limited authority to encourage tree conservation where it can happen. And we think this is another way that it could encourage it in certain circumstances. The primary driver is going to be the disturbance that the project is proposing to build the home that needs to be built. But on the forestry side, the folks that review the plans are very cognizant of trying to limit that disturbance to what's reasonably necessary to build the house. It's really a delicate balance because there's no, like you said, there's no direct authority to say you cannot remove this tree or that tree. But we do think this will provide another potential incentive for tree conservation where it might otherwise be feasible.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm after how can we make it really difficult to make light decisions on trees on the property. So that's my goal. But I understand that more needs to be done beyond LDA 2.0. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. And Mr. Papakosma, I guess it's just a request. I think you said the manual will be ready in July, right? Maybe if you could send a copy of that manual or the link to that manual to us, I think we'd all be interested, and each of us have had different times when, of course, one of the 270, this issue has become very, very important. It's not important to you until it's your home, and then it is super, super important, or your neighborhood. And so just if you can send that link, that's great. But a big thank you for the work. I was thinking as we were getting this presentation, this is sort of what we would love to have on many issues, a compact, great body of work that takes us forward without solving all the challenges. But we'll look forward to seeing the guide, and just thank you very much for the work today. Thanks, Mr. Manager.
Thank you.
Sure. I think
Thanks for the opportunity.
Sure. So back to you, Mr. Manager. I believe you have another report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, today I'd like to update you on the progress of the implementation of the Public Spaces Master Plan. If many of you will remember, in April of 2019, Irina Lazik sat in this chair and spoke at record speed. And she's coming back today along with Eric Beach to give us an update. We promised to update on a yearly basis our progress. We did an update at the beginning of the pandemic, and we've made a lot of progress. So I'm going to turn it over to Irina and Irina, you can take your time to go through the slides this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, members of the board. So we are very pleased to update you on the progress of the Public Spaces Master Plan implementation this year. This is our agenda. We are first going to go through the guidance that we received from you at the time of the adoption of the county board, and then we are going to also provide some highlights on the selected recommendations from the PSMP and talk about next steps. As you remember, at the time of the adoption of the Public Spaces Master Plan, the county board tasked the county manager to appoint the PSMP advisory committee and to focus on the 5 priority items from the PSMP. They're listed here, and I'm going to walk you through each of them and provide some brief updates on them. As I said, in 2019, the PSMP ISC was appointed by the county manager, and we held 10 meetings so far. 6 of those were virtual. The co-chairs of this committee are Bill Ross, of Park and Recreation Commission, and Jane Rudolph, the Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation. You can also see all the other members representing different commissions and committees and APS listed on the slide. I do want to take just a quick pause to thank them all for sticking with us and helping us, keeping us on focus and helping us throughout the implementation of the PSMP for the last year and a half, and especially during the pandemic when we all had to learn this new virtual environment. One of the priority recommendations from the county board guidance and the PSMP was to analyze athletic field utilization to improve data on the current use and assess future athletic field needs. We had a kickoff with the PSMP advisory committee and had 3 meetings with them on this topic. We also had an online engagement in early 2021 with input from over 100 participants and presented this feedback to the PSMP ISC in May. Staff is starting to work on the framework for athletic field availability and utilization, which will be shared with the PSMP Advisory Committee in the fall, and we are going to continue some additional public engagement in the fall of this year. Another priority recommendation from the county board guidance was to ensure access to spaces that are intentionally designed to support casual, impromptu use and connection with nature. We worked with the PSMP-ISC to inventory casual use spaces and discuss these refinements of this concept. We also kept incorporating casual use space concept in various park master plans and site plans. Our next steps for this item are to finalize inventory in the summer and fall of this year, speak with our advisory committee on the potential refinement of the concept, and to explore standards in the winter later this year. Another priority recommendation from the PSMP was to update the Urban Forest Master Plan and the Natural Resource Management Plan through a combined process. We kicked off this project, and we are calling this plan Forestry and Natural Resource Plan. The project was kicked off in summer of last year. We have benchmarked, we have a consultant who is working with us, and we benchmarked 6 jurisdictions in February 2021. We also had a public engagement in end of last year where we had over 1,000 submissions from over 500 individuals who commented on some initial ideas regarding this plan. We also had some focus groups in December and February with 28 stakeholder groups interviewed. Staff is working with consultants to finalize draft plan outline, and we hope that we are going to have a draft plan presented sometime later in the fall of this year. Another important item that was a part of the county board guidance and the public spaces master plan was to review and consider updating the zoning regulations related to public spaces. And we started initial research. DPR and CPHD are working very together and closely on this project. We just had a kickoff with the PSMP-ISC last night, where we presented an approach, we discussed some issues, and had a really great discussion with the PSMP Advisory Committee. And we're going to continue to refine the scope and timeline with the PSMP-ISC in the fall. And the last recommendation from the county board guidance was to define a transparent civic engagement process for adding lights athletic fields. We have not kicked off this item because this is contingent upon the zoning study. In addition to the 5 items from the county board guidance, there are over 200 recommendations in the public spaces master plan. So staff from various departments have been working on implementing many of these items. Today, we wanted to highlight just a few of them for you. One of the priority recommendations from the Public Spaces Master Plan was to add at least 30 acres of new public spaces over the next 10 years with acquisition, making more county-owned land, but also through site plans, making sure that we have easement, public access easement in our public space system as well. So we just wanted to show you a list of the plans that you all approved since April 2020. And this totals in approximately 3.5 acres of new public space through public access easement. I do want to say that some of these spaces, such as Crystal City Water Park, were used as public space, were available to the public before, but now we will have a permanent public access easement on that property. And there are anticipated new site plans that I think are considering tonight, which we hope we are going to be achieving additional public spaces with them. Another priority recommendation from the Public Spaces Master Plan was to complete implementation of the adopted Park Master Plan and implement other important plans in the county. We want to just highlight a few parks that have recently been opened. Benjamin Banneker Park and Mosaic Park were opened in the fall of 2020. Shorebridge Park, the county board, I believe in May, accepted a deed of gift conveying 3 parcels of land to the county, and this is an important step for us to working through the achievement of the Shorebridge Park Master Plan. And then we have Jenny Dean Park and Roslyn Highlands Park who are in the construction, with anticipating opening in the 4th quarter of this year. And then, as you all know, Long Beach Park Aquatic Center is in the construction and it has an anticipated opening later this year. Another recommendation from the PSMP is to develop park master plans for all new parks or when a renovation of an existing park requires a major rearrangement of park amenities. The Met Park Master Plan was adopted in September 2020, and we're also anticipating adoption of a new or consideration of a new park master plans for New Park at Eads and Penn Place in Crystal City. We also wanted to highlight an important initiative and the recommendation. It's an implementation of the recommendation from the PSMP to consider adding Wi-Fi to provide public internet access in public spaces. And this has become very important during the pandemic. So Wi-Fi was added to outdoor areas at 15 parks and community center locations throughout the county last year. We're also going to continue to research and continue to build infrastructure for inclusion of future Wi-Fi opportunities in the county. Another recommendation from the PSNP was to explore opportunities to provide a space for pump tracks and cyclocross on a temporary or permanent basis while balancing potential impacts on natural resources and trees. This is one of the items that we heard a lot of community discussion, a lot of conversation at several of the county commissions and committees, and staff has started researching some best management practices for natural surface trails, mountain biking, and pump tracks. So during the pandemic, we saw increased use of our natural surface trails for biking, which on one side, some people love to do. On the other side, we heard from our natural resource advocates some concerns about that. So we have started working with our PSNP advisory committee. We presented them an approach in our meeting in May, and we're going to continue to work with the PSNP advisory committee to develop scope and the public engagement for this initiative. If you remember also, one of the recommendations from the PSNP was to explore opportunities to participate and join the Biophilic Cities movement. Based on the county board adoption of the resolution in 2019, the county actually joined the Biophilic Network in March of last year. Since then, staff has been working interdepartmentally with tracking implementation of biophilia, ensuring that site plans and public projects are considering biophilic elements in their design. And staff is also attending monthly meetings in the Biophilic Network to learn best practices from around the world. In addition to that, we are anticipating a staff internal education workshop for some of our staff in the summer of this year, and we're going to be exploring opportunities for a broader public workshop. We are also going to continue to encourage biophilic design principles in the county and private plans and projects. I wanted to provide some brief updates on the temporary uses, dog parks, and community gardens. In partnership with the community, we are actually have now 2 new dog parks and runs open in the Gateway Park in Roslyn and Virginia Highlands Park. These are the areas, if you see the map on the right, these are the areas in a big need for the dog parks identified as part of the level of services in the PSNP. In addition to that, at the Virginia Highlands Park, in partnership with the community, we just installed a temporary demonstration garden in September of 2020. There were also several temporary art installations at Beaumont Park and Longbridge Parks. Going back to the dog park, we have another permanent dog park approved at Met Park site and the proposed new dog park at Penn Place. So this is going to help meet some of the demand for dog parks in Crystal City area. Other highlights on programming, on some drop-in opportunities, and pickleball. As you all know, COVID made us adapt and use our resources more creatively than ever. DPR has provided various virtual programs and camps for different age groups, interests, and abilities. We also increased opportunities for drop-in play and outdoor use. Some of the sports that are normally played indoors during the winter, we actually provided some opportunities for outdoor play, which our community really loved and supported. I also want to mention that the nature-themed programming and pop-ups have become really, really popular with our community, and they're reaching new audiences. Regarding the pickleball, 4 new outdoor pickleball courts were opened at LeBaron Community Center and Park, and 3 additional permanent pickleball courts will be striped at the Walter Reed Community Center. And next steps, in order to meet this demand for our programming and classes, a new LeBaron Community Center will be open in summer 2021, and a new Longbridge Aquatic and Fitness Center will be open later this year. And next step for our work with the PSNP ISC, we are continuing our meetings. Now our next meeting will be in September, and our fall and winter topics for discussion will be mountain biking, casual use spaces, zoning study, and field availability and utilization, among other topics. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Very much, Ms. Arina, Ms. Lasik, I believe. You did not speak quite as quickly as I recall the one evening, which was record speed, but I will open the floor. I don't know if there are questions. Appreciate the update and looking at I'm glad that you thanked the individuals who are sort of, it's like getting a good band back together, watching so many continue to participate after the work 2 years ago that led up to the charge. So really appreciate that. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad the band's back together again, too, because I think they have a lot of experience under their belt. And just looking at this last slide, I was struck by, two of the issues there I think are very controversial in this community, or they're just a lot of different views, and I'm hoping you can help us work that through. I know you will. Mountain biking and field availability and utilization, and a real challenge. So thank you for taking those on, and I'll be interested to see how those work out. Let the board know if they can be helpful on some of these, because I think these are tough discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Certainly also, there's been a lot of discussion about casual use spaces. So thanks very much for the presentation. We appreciate the update, and Mr. Schwartz, appreciate that. I don't know. Oh, sorry, I didn't see Ms. Crystal. Go ahead.
Thanks. We need to move my microphone over.
We need yellow hands.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much, Ms. Lasik. What a pleasure to get this update. As others have noted, quite a bit has changed since the adoption. I think I myself have become a much more avid user of the county's playgrounds. And so I've had the opportunity to see not only some of the projects that you described that have launched in the years since, but really to sort of see the way that our parks and public spaces evolve to meet not only the needs of different Arlingtonians, but even the same Arlingtonians over time, which is really important when we think about balancing who our parks serve. One of the policy areas where the PSMP really broke new ground that I found incredibly valuable, and I know remains of great interest to our community, is around land acquisition criteria. We have not been acquiring tremendous amounts of land over the last couple of years, largely, I think, among other things, as a function of our constrained CIPs. But as you all noted so compellingly at the time of adoption, land acquisition is often a multi-year process, right? But I wondered if there's any insights you could shed for us, knowing that, right? That there's often work that happens behind the scenes for years before anything makes its way to the county board. Any ways in which you've observed those new land acquisition criteria that really guided us to look, for example, for alignment with other county policies or the opportunity to serve unmet need, right, as our heat maps guided us. How, if at all, have those new principles guided the work of the department or the PSMP implementation team?
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So we have been reviewing the criteria, as you said, with all the new processes, especially now we have a chance with the Forestry and Natural Resource Master Plan update to take a look at the criteria, because as you remember, one set of criteria really relates to the natural resource purpose. So we are looking at the criteria and trying to figure out if there is something that we need to change in the future. So I think that process is helping us. We are also reviewing obviously, we always often get requests from the community about certain properties. So we are testing them, even when we don't have acquisition funds for them, we are testing them against the criteria to make sure first to see if the property would meet the criteria, but also to test our criteria to make sure that we're not missing something, and if there is anything to be updated in the future, we are going to be considering that. So we'll continue to work on that. And I do want to emphasize that really the land acquisition goals are both for the county lands, so purchases that you're going to approve, but also for the privately owned public spaces. They are becoming increasingly more and more important, and I think we are having greater success now in the design of these spaces than we ever had. So we really have to rely on those public access easements to meet some of our goals for new public spaces in the county.
That is such an excellent point and such a reminder, actually. I think I sometimes fall prey to that framing of land acquisition. If it's not acquisition of a single family property on the market in one of our low density neighborhoods and somehow we're not meeting our 30-acre goal, of course that's not true. And in fact, so many of our private redevelopment opportunities, of which a number of which this board has approved recently, are key opportunities to not only meet that overall target of 30 acres, but actually add parkland where it is needed most, which is in the areas of the county that serve our most rapidly growing populations. And I also loved your point about pressure testing some of those criteria on projects that are coming before you. So it sounds like there's a lot of iterative work going on, and look forward to continuing the conversation during finalization of the Natural Resources Plan, which that update recently launched. Thanks again.
Thank you for the question and the thorough response and all the work. I see no additional questions, so I think you're off the hook for the afternoon, but really appreciate your continued great work. And I think that wraps up the questions from us. Back to Mr. Schwartz. I think that's all for the manager's report.
I have one more item, but I did want to take the opportunity, Ms. Lasik reminded me by her presentation. Our public spaces master plan, she made reference to a number of facilities. I almost feel like the last half of 2021 will be a bonanza for new recreational opportunities. So the first full week of July, we are going to be opening the Lubber Run Community Center. And I know a lot of people had the, I guess, unfortunate opportunity to get to see the beautiful facility and getting their vaccination. But we have more details we pushed out on that. That's very exciting. And we're also going to fairly soon be announcing a date for the opening of the Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Center. And then, of course, not to be forgotten, is in some point in the fourth quarter, Jenny Dean, the master plan for Jenny Dean, the first phase, we're going to be opening that. So a lot of recreational opportunities, very exciting. It's almost as if we planned it for the end of the pandemic. I know that it seems that way. So one last item I wanted to give you an update on. On Saturday, we had a speaker come and talk about what was going on in Green Valley, and I wanted to give you a quick update on that. We've been investigating the incident that the resident came and testified about. We've found cartridge casings recovered from the parking lot in the softball field down there at the Drew School, and we have some leads that have developed, and the investigation is being pursued at a few different angles. I mean, I can't tell you everything that I know about it, but we have video surveillance, and we're analyzing that. And it's a priority investigation for us. You know, the kind of thing obviously gets a very, very high priority from us. And speaking of parks, Ms. Crystal had asked about the status of John Robinson Jr. Town Square, and that's currently slated for completion at the end of September. We have right now working through some, as almost always seems when we get to the ends of these projects, utilities and duct banks, waiting a little bit on some of the utility companies to pull the duct bank wires through, and that actually will be coming to the board next month with a use permit for the town square. So that is my update on that.
Great. Thank you for those updates. And Ms. Crystal, you had a question?
I was just thinking about it when you mentioned the utilities banks. There are lights proposed as part of that or planned as part of the town
Yes.
square. Okay,
Yes.
so we'll start to see more lighting in the evenings. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the added report and the follow-up. Really appreciate it as we respond to the resident who was concerned for herself and her family, her young child. So thank you for that. With that, we will turn, I will go ahead and we will turn to our closed session. I'll make a motion that the county board convene in a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A3, 7, and 8 for discussion and consideration of two matters concerning the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and we convene in closed session for the purpose of consultation with the acting county attorney regarding the following claims pending before the Virginia Workers' Compensation Commission. JCN numbers 237-97-74. Virginia, let's see, I think that's 000009198, and Virginia, or VA 00050070279, and for the purpose of consultation with the acting county attorney regarding the county board's settlement authority. Go ahead. I think we need.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I don't think we need an individual roll call vote. Nope. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. When we come out of closed session, then we'll do our roll call vote. We are in closed session. The board will reconvene 6:30 or shortly thereafter. Thank you. Arlington County Board back from closed session. We will vote on to confirm that the matters that we discussed in closed session were the items offered by the motion, and we'll hold open the vote, Mr. Karen, just for your background. Let's see, okay, so I will, as we reconvene, I'll make the following motion, and we'll do a recorded vote where the clerk will help. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll, and with respect to Mr. Dorsey, legally we can hold the vote so that he can vote afterwards. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Great, and we will finish that vote. I'd ask colleagues and Madam Clerk if you can make sure to remind me, we will come back to that issue. So for those who are here in our audience, our apologies for, we've had a heavy afternoon agenda. We will start with item number 11, as is listed on the agenda. We'll actually start, I believe, a couple of announcements. For those of you who are participating in person today, if you've been vaccinated, thank you so much for what you're doing. We ask that if you're willing, you would continue to be safe, to hold 6 feet of physical distancing, if you would. And of course, because not everyone has had the opportunity to be or been able to be vaccinated, there are signs on the back of our benches to indicate proper distancing. For in-person speakers, you are welcome to remove your mask when you come to the podium. The podium can be lowered or raised. On the right side as you face it, there's a button. Please speak clearly into the microphone and so that everyone can hear your comments. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony, please hand them to the clerk with your name and contact information on all documents. For remote speakers, and please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called upon to speak. You will need to unmute yourself using *6 if you are on the phone, or clicking the microphone button on the toolbar if you are using Teams or an app or browser. After speaking, if you're virtual, you may exit the call and continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40. Occasionally, we may need to get up and stretch our legs. However, there are speakers and monitors in the back so that we can continue to see and hear the meeting. With that, we are ready to hear from speakers on our consent items. Before we do that, Mr. Dorsey, we had a motion made on certifying that only public business matters lawfully exempted and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion before we went to closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. And I think we had everybody vote. Over to you.
I am a yes.
Great. So all 5 of us have certified on the closed session. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, Madam Clerk. So now we will go to our consent agenda speakers. Madam Clerk, please call the first two public comment speakers. Just for your awareness, if you're here on a later item, we will we have to go in the order as listed in the agenda, so it may take some time. There may be a half hour, 45 minutes. I can't say exactly how much time before we get to the item number on the Serrano and the resubordination. So it will be some time. I just want to give you that awareness. If you want to take a little time, you're welcome to. You can also stay, of course, and watch us and hear our consent agenda item speakers. Madam Clerk, will you call our first 2 speakers?
Our first speaker is Simone Acha, followed by Marcy Gessel.
Thank you. This is Simone Acha, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents here on Vacation Lane with regards to the proposed farmers market for the Dorothy Ham Middle School. In particular, we are the neighbors that immediately join or abut the property of the Dorothy Ham School, and we have serious reservations about the proposal as it's given to you for this farmers market. Those objections, primarily three of them. The first being with regards to noise. Okay, and that is because the farmers market, as it's standing now, is proposed to start at 8 a.m. Mr. Swenis himself, who is farm-to-table representative here, has told us that trucks will be starting to arrive as early as 5:36, 6:30 in the morning, which would, there's expected to be some large vendors showing up with trucks and equipment to unload their produce. It'll be right basically in front of our property. They'll be doing it up the street onto the courtyard at Dorothy Ham. So we know from having lived through almost 4 years of construction at Dorothy Ham that noise in the morning is very disruptive. Our second concern is around traffic and the number of cars that may come to purchase products at the farmers market, also competing against the Saturday morning activities already happening at Dorothy Ham in the form of soccer games. And then finally, our third concern is with regards to the processes not in place, or at least not addressed, with any vendor who's potentially violating, for example, the noise ordinance's rules, or potentially even leaving refuse behind. We wanted to understand how Farm to Table plans to address that with vendors who do these violations. So we've asked that you guys consider potentially reviewing this amendment and really considering a later start time to accommodate later arrival of those trucks, maybe to minimize the disruption that early in the morning for the residents that actually board this school and allow us a little more quiet time in the neighborhood on our weekends. And we ask that Farm to Table come forward with a proper procedure for how we can address any violations with any of their vendors going forward. Finally, consider how we will deal with the traffic and the increased parking requirements during that event. So I will now yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Acha.
Our next speaker is Marcy Gessel, followed by Bill Richardson.
Ms. Gessel.
Thank you, members of the county board. I'm speaking from my house in Cherrydale, 2 blocks from the proposed farmers market, where I've lived for 25 years. I want to voice my family's strong support for this market. We moved to Cherrydale all those years ago because we embraced Arlington's value of being a walkable community, a place where neighbors regularly pass one another on the street and around the county. And that quality was a godsend during the pandemic. I can't think of a better place to hold the farmers market. Our family, which varies from 3 to 5, depending on which sons are home, are regular customers of the county's farmers markets, and we also participate in community-supported agriculture. We can't wait to walk, not drive, walk to the Cherrydale Farmers Market every single week, and I know a number of my neighbors feel the same way. I'd like to express one of the concerns expressed about hosting the farmers market at the Dorothy Ham, that the trucks bringing produce and other supplies to the market would be too loud. We do not live in a quiet corner of Arlington County. This market will face Lee Highway, a busy thoroughfare, and is across the street from a fire station. I can tell you as a resident of the neighborhood that at all hours we can hear airplanes flying to and from National Airport, construction from all around us, and nearly constant noise from various lawn services. Noise is something we deal with for the privilege of living in an active, healthy community. Field to Table has a good track record in Arlington, and I feel they'll do whatever they can to reduce the inconveniences to the school's closest neighbors. We live in Arlington because we want the amenities that come with living near the city, but outside of it. My family is excited about one more reason to love it here. I urge you to approve the use permit for the Cherrydale Farmers Market.
Thank you, Ms. Gessel.
Our next speaker is Bill Richardson.
Mr. Richardson. Mr. Richardson, I think if you just hit the mic.
There's a button that raises the podium so it'll get closer to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I on?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm here as the president of the Donaldson Run Civic Association, and I want to stress at the outset that 3 months ago, Donaldson Run supported the concept of a farmer's market. We continue to support a farmer's market at the relocated area in Ham Middle School. It's on the southern side instead of the northern side now. Back then, however, we strongly objected to the 6:30 or perhaps earlier hours that were proposed. We asked that be revisited along with the site. We continue, and I think you have our letter of a week or so ago, to have strong concerns about that. I think I should note that you're going to be hearing from others from our civic association. You heard someone from Cherrydale who supports the farmers market and isn't troubled by the hours. Just to make clear, Cherrydale Civic Association and Donaldson Run met with Field to Table to express this same concern. Both of us have filed letters of concern about the hours. Now, the question here is one under the zoning ordinance about whether the hours have an impact on neighboring residential areas. One of the things that we were surprised by was the relocation of the farmers market from a 9 o'clock Saturday morning farmers market at Marymount pre-COVID to this one at 8, meaning 6:30 or earlier start times for the setup. I think that one can speculate about whether or not the Marymount venue was successful or not successful. One can speculate about why that was. One can speculate about whether that can be extrapolated post-COVID when we're all eager to get out and do things again. But one thing you cannot speculate about is the concerns of the Donaldson Run neighbors that you're going to hear about. And I have to take issue with the staff's supplemental report, which seems to completely disregard all of those concerns. And I think that I want to point out one last thing, which is that there are, not only with the Marymount precedent of 9 a.m. in a neighborhood area, which is different from the commercial areas that many of the other farmers markets operate in. Fairlington is a farmers market that is also in a neighborhood, and it starts at 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning. I've talked to the residents of Donaldson Run. They don't seem to think that there's any difference between disrupting their life at 6:30 in the morning on Saturday versus 6:30 in the morning on Sunday. And I would just ask the board, quiet enjoyment, that's what it's all about. How would you feel?
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Our next speaker is Robert Swinnis, followed by Mark Miller.
Mr. Sweeney.
Good evening. I think you can hear me. Rob Swinnis, I'm the Executive Director of Field to Table, the applicant seeking to establish the farmers market in Cherrydale. We're here this evening because of this item was pulled off the consent agenda due pretty much solely to the issue of whether or not the market hours should be 8 a.m. to 12 noon or whether they should be 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So that's really what brings us here on a Tuesday. Let me point out some initial facts. The current market hours applicable to Arlington County's summer morning farmers markets are as follows. Arlington Courthouse, 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Columbia Pike, 8:30 to 11:30. Fairlington, 9 to 1 p.m. Lubber Run, 8 a.m. to 12 noon. National Harbor, 8 a.m. to 12 noon.
Well, I think we may have lost the mic, but we'll pause it at 1:54. Thank you, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you. The last one I was saying was National Harbor, 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Westover, 8 a.m. to 12 noon. The nearby historic Falls Church Farmers Market also operates 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Clearly, a strong majority of farmers markets in the area favor 8 to 12 as their operating hours. Our Fairlington Farmers Market, established over 5 years ago, was also originally planned to be 8 a.m. to 12. But as one of that committee's members reminded us earlier this year, the Fairlington Farmers Market Committee opted during the market approval process to start the market with the hours of 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. to help assuage concerns expressed by some local residents living close by. And I will point out those residents living close by were a heck of a lot closer than we have in this particular case. Unfortunately, the market hours were never altered back to 8 to 12, and as a result, the final market hours each Sunday morning at Fairlington draw in significantly fewer market customers in that final hour compared to the initial 3 hours of the market. Now, we obviously have a preference for 8 to 12.
You have additional 30 seconds, and we'll give you, because you're
Okay.
fixing the mic, 30 to 40 seconds.
Okay, thank you. What is really key here is the fact that we wound up doing a survey in the springtime of our farmers that are vendors in the farmers markets. And oddly enough, it was something we'd never done before in this kind of thing. And I basically asked them, which is preferable to you as a farm vendor? Would you like to be in a market of 8 to 12, or would you prefer one of 9 to 1? Every one of them said 8 to 12. And the reason is, and I had the clerk hopefully passed out to you some statements we wound up getting from these individuals, because I know Mr. Richardson, as a good former attorney, emphasized that he didn't see real proof here. So we have the 3 farm markets that are scheduled to be part of the Cherrydale Farmers Market. All 3 of them have provided statements explaining why they prefer that. And it really boils down to economics. You know, these look like just 2 4-hour markets, 1 hour apart. But the reality is, and it's particularly true at the South Ham School site, between 12 noon and 1 p.m., generally people don't come to farmers markets.
Mr. Sweens, just a second. I think it's fair. We have you listed as the applicant, and so for the audience, your time was up, but typically we would let you as the applicant speak separately, and so that's the context for those in the audience as to why I'm letting you finish the thought.
Okay, and I appreciate that. What I would like to do, I'm not going to read all 3 of these statements, but I do want to read the top one, and the other 2 are similar to that. This was submitted within the week by Linda Vista Farm in Montrose, Virginia, in the Northern Neck. It says, to whom it may concern, Linda Vista Farm is a small family farm located in Westmoreland County, Virginia, with over 30 years of experience. We are about 2 hours southeast of Arlington County, where we grow seasonal fruits and vegetables. Our workday starts at sunrise and ends at sunset. We strive to grow and bring the best produce to our Arlington customers. We at Linda Vista Farm believe that as a future vendor at the Cherrydale Farmers Market, the market hours should be kept at 8 to 12. Our only source of income is our farmers markets. And so it's very important to us to be able to sell as much produce as possible in 4 hours. From our prior experience.
Yeah, I do think we are. Yeah, this is tough. So this is the Linda Vista? Okay. I think from our prior experience, I think each of us can take a look at that. Do you want to sum up the letter, if you would?
Okay, I will. I can speak louder. I don't think you'll have too much of a problem. Well, thank you. As it said, basically, they prefer an 8 to 12 market. From prior experience with other farmers markets, a 9 to 1 market just doesn't work. Sales are very low during the last hour, 12 to 1. So basically, you're really doing a 3-hour market. From our experience, we see a big difference in sales with an 8 to 12 market being better than a 9 to 1. And then they go on in the letter to talk about what activity there is in 12 to 1, and basically it's standing there watching your fruit and vegetables die before your very eyes with the heat that's involved.
Got it.
And those vegetables then cannot be used by AFAC or anyone else. They go back and go onto the compost pile, basically. Their final paragraph here is, we believe that 8 to 12 would be just perfect since other farmers markets in the area have the same hours, and the turnout is fantastic. We believe that the turnout will be the same at Cherrydale Farmers Market. As a farmer, we would really appreciate it if you would please consider keeping the original 8 to 12. Thank you, Mary Ochoa of Linda Vista Farm. So as I say, this is really more of an economic issue, and I'm certain that Donaldson Run, in proposing these later hours, really didn't factor in that element because we're not intending to be doing a market that is going to have vendors coming in and not making money. And the reality is all of these vendors are independent businesses. You know, we don't control them in the broader sense. Sure. And if we don't have a market properly set in terms of the hours, those people will walk.
Thank you. Mr. Swinnis, what I'd say is if you can stay, we may have questions for you as the applicant.
Sure.
That would be great. And you've made strongly the economic point in addition to the other points. And so if you're able to stay, we will come back to you if we do have questions.
Yes, and let me just mention before departing that the Marymount Farmers Market was the predecessor to Cherrydale, and Field to Table decided to not continue with that market because after 3 years, we were still not covering costs in that market.
Okay.
Based on 9 to 1.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
And for your knowledge next time, and we'll get it, when you're the applicant, we have a slightly different process, so I want everyone to understand. But
Okay.
We'll keep you for questions later if you're willing to stay. So we'll go on to our next speaker. I think it's Mr. Miller. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
That's correct. Mark Miller, followed by Joan Perry.
Mr. Miller, are you there?
Hi, I think I just successfully unmuted.
Sure. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Great. Just not sure of the technology. I can respect the Cherrydale Citizens Association being in favor of this. And one of the previous speakers indicated that she was 2 blocks away from the school. And I can see why being 2 blocks away from the school, the benefit of vegetables outweighs any noise concerns because they're not going to hear them. I would ask that the board give a little more weight to the Donaldson's Run Civic Association because geographically, the Donaldson's Run Civic Association is closer to the school than the Cherrydale Citizens Association, and I think understands just by day-to-day life alongside the school as to what the noise and traffic implications could be. My points are really 2. The first one is, more of a question. If we're going to seriously weigh the benefits of having a farmers market at the school, it would be fair to also weigh the risks. And the proposal suggests from staff that the only thing mentioned is that previously the farmers market was at Marymount and was suspended because of COVID. And now that we're looking at opening a farmers market again, essentially post-COVID, then if everything was on good standing previously and COVID was the only reason to not do this, now that we're post-COVID, it would seem a logical assumption to re-up the commitment at Marymount. Marymount has already a more commercial street in front of it. It has better parking. It doesn't have children's soccer next to it. It seems to be the perfect solution to just go there again. So I think that we as residents need to understand what are the reasons that experiment failed? What are the reasons that it is not going to continue at Marymount? And I think those should be weighed alongside the proposed benefits of having a farmer's market at Dorothy Ham. And last point I want to make is regarding the staff survey or study, traffic study of the amount of traffic at the soccer games. That study had to be made during COVID because pre-COVID there was no need to do that study, and we're not quite out of COVID yet. So that means the study had to be done during COVID. And if that's the case, the use of the soccer field is limited, and the amount of parental traffic there is limited. And it's certainly not as robust as it is during a
Mr.
healthy
Miller.
environment.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate both your points and your comments. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Joan Perry, followed by Ann Brigetta.
Ms. Perry.
Yes, good evening. My name is Joan Perry. Let me adjust my camera. There we go. I'm speaking to you today with many of my neighbors who are in opposition to the idea of creating a temporary commercial zone at the Dorothy Ham Middle School. Yes, I realize it's a farmer's market. It sounds quaint, but honestly, what's the difference whether they're selling apples or shampoo? The bottom line for the immediate neighbors is that 20 trucks will be arriving on our narrow streets by 6:30 in the morning on Saturdays to begin the setup. This means the beeping of trucks backing up, generators starting, people chatting, talking, and yelling, all at 6:30 a.m. We're very familiar with this noise. This is the sound of construction that we've heard for years. At 8 a.m., the noise will increase as folks arrive for baseball games and soccer games as the market opens, everyone competing for parking in the lots and on the streets. Your staff report failed to mention the upper field at Stafford Park that also hosts games. The neighbors speaking today are certainly not everyone who is opposed to this venture. There are many more residents unhappy with this new disruption. So I ask you, why is the county board in favor of permitting a non-Arlington business to set up in the heart of our residential community? We don't live in a food desert. The market is not offering anything unique. I'm sorry, it's produce. It's not organic and nothing special. If someone feels compelled to bike or walk to buy fruit and vegetables, there are many options just blocks away. The Arlington County Board should not force affected Arlington residents to cede their early weekend mornings and narrow residential streets to facilitate non-essential out-of-town profiteers. A few years ago, we had a neighborhood CSA, a community-supported agriculture, that operated out of the parking lot at St. Andrew's Church, just a block away. Every week for most of the year, we would pick up our share of vegetables and fruits from the truck. My family supported this venture, but sadly, it failed. The farmer told me she just could not make money with so little support. And here, the farmers market at DHMS is also supposed to serve the immediate community surrounding the school, the very people who are opposed to this market and did not support the CSA. There are so many other issues far more important for the board to be working on. Tell the Farm to Table Company to return to Marymount University, where I understand they are welcome. Please do not vote in favor of changing the zoning at the school to allow commercial market there, and move on to more pressing challenges facing Arlington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Our next speaker is Ann Brigetta, followed by Tim Husson.
Ms. Progretta.
Hello. Thank you very much for hearing my comments. I wanted to say that I'm in support of the farmers market at Dorothy Ham. I feel that the Dorothy Ham Middle School is a new Arlington County facility that offers a tremendous opportunity for community building in North Arlington. There is not a farmers market in North Arlington in an area where pedestrian traffic would be able to visit it, or in an area where bike traffic would be able to visit. The new crosswalk on Lee Highway offers an opportunity to enhance the equity of our community, where residents of the apartment buildings on the south side of Lee Highway can gain access to a farmer's market where they can buy fresh produce, walking distance or biking distance from their homes. I feel that the equity issues here are important to consider for the residents of apartments and high-density living situations, and the other farmers markets are not an easy walking or biking distance from this community. I feel that community building is something that would benefit us all in the North Arlington area, and I would like to urge you to support the Dorothy Ham Cherrydale Farmers Market. And thank you. I cede my time to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. You're certainly allowed to do that. Thank you, Ms. Brigetta, for your comments. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tim Houston, followed by Cheryl Green.
Hi, my name is Tim Houston. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Houston. Mr. Houston.
Great. My family and I own a home 6 blocks from Dorothy Ham School. We first moved into the neighborhood in 1995. The farmers we've heard from tell us that 8 a.m. to 12 noon is viable and that 9 to 1 p.m. is not viable economically, and that Marymount was 9 to 1 p.m., and it seems that's why the Marymount Farmers Market isn't being restarted. I don't believe that the farmers market will make much noise, certainly less noise than is made every day, school day, by the school. I just went to the farmers market on Sunday at Westover, and there were no generators, and the trucks were small. 5 days a week, hundreds and hundreds of kids come to the school, more than would come to the market. School buses come, certainly more than the pickup trucks that would come to the farmers market. Parents drop off their kids, and teachers come, certainly more than visitors would come to a farmers market. The school is a wonderful community resource. It's perfect for a farmers market. Everywhere I know where there's a farmers market, it adds to the charm of the neighborhood and a sense of community. As a property owner, I see it as a plus to the neighborhood and a clear boost to property values. I'm sure it's going to be a plus for the neighborhood. I encourage everyone to try it at least for one summer at 8 to noon, 12 noon, and we'll all see how nice it is. Thank you very much, and I cede my time back to the applicant if that's possible.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Next speaker. Sorry, you can't cede your time to the applicant, but thank you for joining us.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Green, followed by Stephen Cunningham.
Ms. Green.
Am I close enough?
Yes.
I am also here to speak in support of the Cherrydale Farmers Market. I think it will be a boon to the community. It will be something that will add another dimension to the community hub that Dorothy Ham already is on Saturday mornings with the sporting events that go on there and all the parents and children that gather. I think we should avoid starting it off with a handicap by setting hours that don't suit the needs of the farmers that are essential and that will not be as convenient for those who want to shop. I think most people shop in the morning at a farmer's market. They don't go afternoon. So that is my statement in support.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Stephen Cunningham, followed by Amanda Davis.
Mr. Cunningham.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Cunningham. I'm a market manager with Field to Table. I've spent many a week over at the Marymount Farmers Market, and it will always have a little piece of my heart because I spent so many days there. It really failed for a couple of reasons. First, the campus and in conjunction with the campus, the Washington Golf and Country Club provided two very large areas that did not provide any population density to the Marymount Farmers Market. Population density is key for a farmers market because most of our customers walk or ride bicycles. Secondly, I offered up a little chart which records the minute-by-minute customers entering the Westover Farmers Market on January 17. January is part of the Westover Farmers Market's winter market, which runs from 9 to 1. You can see at the end of the chart the 10-minute running average drops down to roughly half of the number of customers entering the market in any of the previous 3 hours. That's why the vendors would like an 8 to noon market. That's also why a 9 to 1 market starts off crippled. Would also like to address a couple of other things. First, there are a couple of ways to measure the distance from where the market is going to be located to the nearest houses. The absolute maximum extent of the market, based on the geography of the site, to the nearest line of sight house is going to be roughly 125 feet. But that doesn't tell the whole story. There's also, the way I measured it, it was the extents that we're expecting in the next 3 to 5 years to the nearest house would be much closer to 300 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Amanda Davis, followed by Carly Landis.
Ms. Davis, are you there virtually? Ms. Davis? We can come back to you, Ms. Davis, if we can't hear you just at the moment. We'll go to Carly Landis. Are you there?
I'm here. This is Amanda Davis.
Go ahead, Ms.
sorry.
Davis. Go ahead. No problem. Go ahead.
I do apologize. I could not figure out how to unmute. My name is Amanda Davis. I'm the president of the Maywood Community Association, which is adjacent, of course, to Cherrydale. Maywood has been and continues to support Arlington's local farmers market, which add immeasurable value to our local communities. I was also part of the Marymount Farmers Market Committee, and I am so excited to bring the farmers market to the Dorothy Ham Middle School, which will be a much better location for walkability and for local communities to support these small entrepreneurs, which add so much value to this area. I wanted to just ask you to recognize the positive resource that this farmers market will bring to the neighborhoods north of Lee Highway. In addition to the local impact, the positive local impact to the community, farmers markets directly serve and are a vital outlet to small entrepreneurs who are often women, people of color, and underrepresented communities. They are also small farmers and farmers that come in from local regions in Virginia and the Mid-Atlantic. I also wanted to comment on the Dorothy Ham Middle School and the location of the farmers market, which we have listened to Donaldson run, and we have, as a committee, which is made up of neighbors, we have moved, and working with the county, moved it to the other side where no houses are located on Lee Highway, right off of Lee Highway. I will never understand people who move next to a school and then complain about soccer games, parents, kids, and schools being used for community meetings and things like a community activity like a farmer's market. Maywood would gladly put it here if we weren't a tiny neighborhood with no room. In fact, my backyard is used as a community garden for the local high schools and a local NGO that got a grant from Amazon. I would be happy to move this farmers market right here. We all would. This is a value add. I hope that you support the 8 to 12 time, which our farmers have said is what they need in order to be successful and to keep this as a viable market. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Carly Landis, followed by Milani Open. UPenn. Carly Landis.
Carly Landis. Okay, virtually we'll go on to in-person is Malani Upen there. Mr. Upen.
Good evening, County Board. Upen Malani, I'm the Associate Vice President and Chief Operations Officer at Marymount University. I worked with Field to Table and the community over the last application process where we brought the market to Marymount University. Just as a reference, and I know you've heard from Donaldson Run, Donaldson Run is adjacent to our campus, and it also is adjacent to Dorothy Ham. And we worked with all of the community and had a very successful market in terms of operations. As an operations person, I dealt directly with all of the activities. We ran the market for about 4 years on campus. And the last year with COVID, we did close campus, as a lot of the universities did, to in-person, and therefore we had to close the market on campus. We did return in a hybrid mode last fall, but we did not open the campus to the public. And we have done that since this summer. So we have opened it to the community. We currently have had COVID testing sites on campus. We had COVID vaccination site on campus where we vaccinated over 1,100 people in the same day, and we did it over the 2 days for the 2 doses. So like I said, we've opened it now back to the community. I think part of the challenge last year, like the whole world faced, due to COVID, we could not accommodate the market at the time. The amenities that we have on campus, we have restrooms, we have parking, we have easy access in and out of campus through Glebe Road, as well as Yorktown Boulevard through campus. And then, like I said, as we open our campus back, I just wanted to make sure that we do share with the board here that we would welcome the market back to Marymount. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Malani.
Our next speaker is Susan Cunningham, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Ms. Cunningham,
Hi,
are you there?
are you able to hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Cunningham.
Terrific. First, I just want to thank the operator or the applicant here and the staff and all of the civic associations for taking seriously the concern about the initial proposed location being 10 feet from property lines. I think the new proposed location is a much more suitable location, so thank you. I do want to emphasize the start time question. I see that even at Westover, we do not allow setup before 7. Fairlington has been successful for going on 7 years or 8 years with a 9 a.m. start. And so I think the issue may be that 12 to 1 is not a great time, so maybe we need to start with a 9 to 12 market. But I would just emphasize that there's a really big difference between a commercial enterprise at 7:30 in the morning doing setup and at 6:30. So I think that is a very valid concern. I also think when the zoning code was changed, it was very clear in the language that the county board is to review these applications, and that is because the county board is to stand up for ensure that there's full mitigation of impact on abutting residents. Secondly, I wanted to highlight a concern I have about administrative review. We seem to have written this as like, oh, we'll try it, and then in 4 months, we will give it to staff to review. I think any additional review may need to have a board input, and I think that's furthered by the conversation tone that has happened so far with the farm to table leadership, and the fact that after all the conversation input of the last few months, that the initial staff response was that there are no concerns. That makes me a bit nervous. And then lastly, I just would ask whether in the midst of renaming Lee Highway, dedicating the commemorative walk at Ham, opening Dorothy Ham, supporting the sit-ins, rebuilding the fire station, is there a better name for this market that might better represent the broader neighborhood and the importance of this little stretch in our local civil rights? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Now go on to our next speakers on, I believe, a different item. Madam Clerk, who's next, please?
Yes, Bernard Byrne, followed by John Berkey.
Mr. Byrne.
Hello. Yes, hello. Thanks for letting me speak. I by the way, appreciate the opportunity to speak virtually rather than come up to the meetings. So that it makes me able to go to more meetings just at the same time. I'm speaking on item 19, the new park at the Southeast Street and Army Navy Drive, the master plan and design guidelines. I participated in this process from the very beginning, the public engagement periods. I noticed that all the changes, the options we were given, just for the way the walkways would be designed, and the total areas assigned to pollinators and dog parks and plazas remain the same. So I have the three following questions. I'll try to explain these a little later. First of all, reduce the number of boardwalks from 2 to 1. Second, remove the paved plazas. Number 3, reduce the width of the walkway so that none will exceed 10 feet. Then place trees, pollinator habitats, and other natural features to the spaces gained by taking away the above features. Basically, this park is a relatively small park, but it's adjacent to, it's within 2 blocks of 2 other larger parks, Metropolitan Park and the Plant Parks, and the Penn Place Park, both of which have the same features but larger. The Penn Place Park particularly has a huge lawn in the middle, which is completely unbiophilic. That's the problem with these projects. In this case, you're taking a park which presently has no pavement and adding pavement to it. But the main thing is these things are duplicative. And they said when they were talking about the pavement, the width, they said, well, this will have a lot of use. It's not going to have a lot of use. It's a small park and it's adjacent to a much larger one with similar uses. So to make this thing more biophilic, I say there's no reason for 2 full boardwalks. 1 is enough. That's enough of the casual uses. And again, the paved plazas, they're just out of place. The other thing I'd like to say is that, and this is one of the reasons I'm talking, I would like to make sure that the applicant consults with Abu Gaddis, who's the master naturalist for the Department of Park and Recreation. He knows all about what pollinator plants to plant, most what thrive best in this area. And I can see what happened here was when the county, on their display, they showed butterfly weed on it, which is the wrong kind of milkweed. Monarchs just simply don't lay eggs on it. As Alonzo has written, it's not poisonous, so they don't avoid it. So they need to do common milkweed. The main thing is please ask the applicant, be sure to confirm this with Alonzo Abogadas before they submit the final landscape plan. Because you won't have a chance to review that plan, either will I. Just have to see what happens when it's developed. But as I think biophilia and don't put all these other things in the parks.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is John Berkey, followed by Ron Haditz.
Mr. Burke.
Hello. It feels great to be back here in person and see all you wonderful humans live and in the flesh. My name is John Burke. I'm a lifelong Arlingtonian. I serve on the Information Technology Advisory Commission and on the Privacy and Data Oversight Panel for the Safety and Innovation Zone project. I'm actually here testifying in my personal capacity. I have not had a meeting in between this agenda item appearing, so this is just for me. There are a lot of concerns about this project, and that's understandable given the lack of information available to the public when this project was approved. I want to commend staff for taking feedback from our commission and the civic associations and recommending that in this report that the level of engagement be increased. Increased engagement is critical to the success of this pilot. The project is an experiment, and we experiment to learn things. That's good. I support that. There are still many open questions and community concerns that need to be addressed, and I think many of them can be explored through this experiment if we answer one critical question. What if something goes wrong? When you approved this project, it seemed as if you were approving an experiment where we would learn if we could improve response times. However, recently, during one of our privacy oversight panel meetings, it was stated that the intent was not simply to evaluate the possibility, but in fact to change how fire and EMS resources were dispatched during the course of this pilot. There's so much that we don't know about these devices and their algorithms that I think it's extremely risky to make operational decisions using their data without much more rigorous evaluation. What if they're wrong? What if they're biased? Spoiler alert, algorithms are biased, for those of you who don't already know that. If fire and EMS resources are misallocated, that could result in serious harm or death. That's just the fact. If we do this, I think we're putting ourselves in an ethically dubious position by essentially experimenting with human subjects without an institutional review board. Further, I don't think it was clear from the presentation that you received in January that this was ever the intent of the project, and thus I think it goes beyond the authority that you granted. I recommend that as part of your approval of the MOU with US Ignite, that you clarify your intent in this regard and limit the use of the data in operational decision-making until you are presented with a more rigorous analysis. Finally, I think it would work that the county staff are doing in the privacy space is commendable. The privacy principles and privacy impact assessment and even the concept of having a privacy oversight panel are all important steps to developing a robust privacy program for the county government. I think the lessons learned from this pilot will serve as valuable inputs to future county policy in this area, and I look forward to sharing with you my perspectives on them via the Tech Commission and at the conclusion of this project. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Our next speaker is Ron Haddix.
Mr. Haddix?
I'm here. I'm getting feedback. Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
I'm getting feedback.
Mr. Haddix, I think you may need to, you may be on two devices. If you mute one, that would help.
All right. Can you hear me?
We're still getting feedback, Mr. Haddix. Do you want to take a minute and maybe we can go to the next speaker and come back to Mr. Haddix? Yeah. Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you, Mr. Haddix.
Consent agenda item 24, MOU between Arlington County and U.S.
Mr. Harris, we'll get your mic fixed, or we'll try. There we go. Just need to press it on.
Okay.
There we go.
I fixed it. All right, I'm ready.
Just a minute, Mr. Haddix. We'll come right back to you. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Consent agenda item 24, MOU between Arlington County and U.S. Ignite. Please defer this item until the October County Board meeting so Arlington residents and the Civic Federation can evaluate security concerns, lack of public input in addressing privacy concerns, fiscal impacts, and significant recent IT problems in county government, including a prolonged outage last fall. As you may be aware, last week a Washington Post technology columnist went after Amazon for pervasive security and privacy issues inherent in Amazon Echo smart speakers and Ring security cameras, and you have that before you. We do not need or want layers of surveillance hardware and software and little to no knowledge of how surveillance data are being accessed and used. I and many others won't use Facebook because of privacy concerns. We've had more than a decade of problems with alcohol-related entertainment venues, whether pub crawls in Clarendon or shootings outside restaurants on the Pike. You, the county board, and your predecessors made entertainment a primary component of infill gentrification of so-called smart growth. As we experienced with pub crawls a decade ago, having ACPD on the scene where pub crawls were occurring did not stop alcohol-fueled disorderly conduct. How many more calls for service would extensive video surveillance generate? 100 per year, 500 per year, how many? How much would those calls for service cost? Time for alternatives to more infill growth for the sake of growth, gentrification. Please defer consideration of this item until the costs and consequences can be understood and discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Hurris. We'll turn now to Mr. Haddix. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now? I'm sorry about that. I went in to log in early in the afternoon, and it was still connected. So that's what the feedback was caused. But I've actually want to talk that I actually work in this field of IoTs. I've been doing a project last 2 years, the Postal Service, doing analysis of image data. And what I'm reading from all the information, you guys are jumping in the deep end. Let me pull up my notes. I hope you read my letter, but there's a lot of problems in this whole project. One is the cost is not real. We're spending a lot more money. I mean, we spend that much money if you want to pay initially for 1 week. What I would spend the money on is investigating what you're going to get involved in. And also, there's a problem with the recent state regulations about consumer data. Are you guys going to be understanding what that impact will have on you? And also, the thing about going on is driving this is that everyone's collecting data. And we don't want to be part of that trend. 90% of all big data has been collected the last 2 years. And the reason is that data is getting cheaper, parallel algorithms, and programmable GPUs. But the algorithms is what somebody mentioned earlier is a problem, and that is very biased. And what I saw, the criteria for what your analysis of what's going to happen is like people with disabilities, and that's great. What John Hirsch, what he said, there's a lot of drunk people in Clarendon. Maybe we should address the problem of drinking in the bars and not make everyone a police state. Another factor you should look into is what's happened to London versus the EU. EU's recently passed general protection regulation data, and I can go more in detail on that only in 2 minutes, that makes safeguards your privacy, and it's got a lot of big, huge, like $1 million fines if you violate the data privacy. And I think you guys should take a pause, step back, and reevaluate this. And because their transparency is missing. I hope you read my letter. I can't find it right now. But there's points in the letter, and actually, from my background, I'm an ethical hacker and a CISSP, a Certified Information Security Professional, and that's what I do for a living. And I've been working in this part of data science for the last 2 years, and this is a very new territory. There's no need for that. We did not address any need to do this. What's the need for having surveillances of our citizens? And I think it's going to be a lot of, the military term is blowback on this. Things underestimated consequences of this aggressive technology, and it's coming evolved all around the world. And we need to say, no, we don't want this in our society. And this does not represent Arlington County values. Did I hit my 2 minutes?
You did. Thank you, Mr. Haddix.
Yeah.
Okay, now we will proceed through our, as in the agenda, through our consent agenda items. I think it's to the manager on, I believe, item number 11. Did you want to call that item, Madam Clerk, first, please?
Forgive me, I lost
No
my
problem.
screen.
I think we're on, yeah, we'll pull it up.
Okay. Getting there. Okay, item number 11 is a use permit for an open-air market located at 4100 Vacation Lane.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
It's my high honor and privilege to welcome Cedric Sutherland to the dais.
Mr. Sutherland.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, board members. With me today, virtually, I have Diane Probus and Kim Hahn from Department of Parks and Recreation, as well as I have Jane Kim from Department of Environmental Services Development Bureau. And so, let's get started. All right. This is a use permit request to operate open-air farmers market for up to 20 vendors on Saturdays from 8 to 12 with the setup at 6:30 a.m. and the breakdown at 1 p.m. Is the slide still up? Okay, sorry. Again, and the months of operation are from April to November. Again, the setup time 6:30 a.m. And the market hours are from 8 to noon, with a breakdown between noon and 1 p.m. And the number of vendors proposed are 20, up to 20. Initially, the applicant proposed to have the farmers market in the old bus loop of the school on the north side. Staff received comments from the surrounding neighbors about the closeness of the market to residential properties with concerns of noise and traffic as well. Staff evaluated the site and agreed with the community that it was not an ideal location for the market. Staff worked with the applicant to identify identified the open plaza area on the south side of the school, adjacent to the soccer field. The applicant agreed with staff's assessment and revised the application. Here's a layout of the market. I don't know what's happening.
Technology grounds over this tonight.
I'm sorry. You want me to continue? Sorry, my.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We can actually follow along. It's unfortunate for our public, but maybe.
I think the staff presentation is posted online, so if anybody.
Yes. So in terms of the operation of the market, vendors will arrive to the site via Vacation Lane, Military Road, and vendors will access the fire lane for setup and breakdown. Vendors will then exit Old Dominion Road and use Lorcom Lane to Military Road to park. The patron parking is proposed to be in the north parking lot, with the old parking lot of the school where staff parks. That parking lot has about 38 spaces. During the, as a portion of the year during the proposed times of the farmers market, the adjacent soccer field will be in use. The field is programmed on Saturdays from 8 to 7 p.m. and Sundays from noon to 7 p.m. April through June and September to November. Staff wants to correct the report. We just learned from DPR that the fall programming is from September to November instead of August to November. During the review, staff observed the site and noticed that the majority of cars arrived and departed from the soccer games using the intersection at Vacation Lane and Military Road. As soccer teams changed over about every hour, staff noticed that on average, there are about 17 available parking spaces in the southern lot that was created as a part of the redevelopment of the Dorothy Ham Middle School. Also, staff observed that the north parking lot was not used, and those 38 spaces were not were open and available. Additionally, there are approximately 6 on-street parking spots which are reserved for teachers during the week that were open as well. Overall, there are 100 on-site parking spaces. In terms of public engagement, the Cherrydale Civic Association supports the use, but with alternative hours, separated by seasons, categorized as the school year. In the summertime, during the school year, they propose hours from 9 to 1 with setup times at 7:30 a.m. and larger vendors setting up at 8 a.m. During the summer, they propose market hours 8 to noon with the setup at 6:30 a.m. except for larger vendors after 7 a.m. Donaldson Run has not supported this use unless the following conditions are imposed. Customer and vendor trash be removed through condition language. An example of how vendors will be disciplined for violating noise and trash requirements. Also requiring vendors to park on Orcom Lane and Military Road. And they also suggest that the market hours be set from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The setup at 8 a.m. and larger vendors at 7:30. Sorry, the larger vendors set up at 7:30 a.m. Staff has also received correspondence from surrounding neighbors with concerns regarding the hours of operation, trash, and noise. As noted in the staff supplemental report, staff continues to support the proposed use permit and is recommending condition language to mitigate any negative impacts to the surrounding community, including preventing vendors from idling and playing audible sounds during setup and breakdown times, requiring vendor parking along Military Road. Furthermore, zoning enforcement will be responsible for ensuring use permit condition compliance. Staff has also recommended a 4-month administrative review to monitor the use. Should an issue arise, the county board reserves the right to review the use permit prior to the recommended review date of June of 2022. Lastly, staff believes that the farmers market is consistent with other farmers markets at the school sites. Additionally, this market is a greater distance from residential properties and other sites. If you can forward the following shows buffers of 100 feet, 200 feet, and 300 feet from similar markets. As a note, the zoning ordinance requires the board to approve modifications of placement of markets within 100 feet of residential properties. It's here in this slide. You can see the Westover Farmers Market at Cardinal Elementary School, formerly Reed, operates on Sundays from 8 to 12 in the summer and 9 to 1 in the winter, with the setup time at 8 a.m. However, this market involves a partial closure of the road. Next, the Lubber Run Farmers Market at Barrett Elementary School operates from 8 to noon with the setup time of 6 a.m. And lastly, we have the Cherrydale's Farmers Market, which you can see at a buffer of 300 feet. It does not impact any of the residential properties. So staff recommends approval of the use permit for the open air market at the Cherrydale Farmers Market at Dorothyham Middle School, subject to the proposed conditions with an administrative review in 4 months and the county board review in 1 year. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Appreciate your presentation. We have heard from the applicant. We may have additional questions. The discussion is now with the board, unless there are specific questions that come up. Colleagues, we have, the timing seems to be the key issue. There are a couple of other issues that have been raised. Open the floor, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Your last slides were really leading at where I wanted to start off, and just give us a general sense of what has been the general nature of complaints about noise and some of the other issues that have been brought up in relation to farmers markets with the other ones that are currently in existence. I know I didn't ask you this question in advance, so I'm not looking for detailed statistics, but I'll just take your word. Do we receive a lot of noise and trash and other complaints for the other farmers markets in operation?
More specifically, I reviewed the last couple board reports for the farmers markets at Westover, and I actually worked on the one for Lubber Run. We haven't received any comments. The only comment that we did receive an issue with signs, placement of signs.
I remember that one well, yes.
Right. And so outside of that, we haven't received any issues with noise complaints with farmers markets.
Okay, thank you. And can you give us a greater sense of why the hour and a half is needed for, what I presume to be the large vendors that would service the site? Is there no way working with, and maybe this is a better question for farm to table, is there any way that those setup operations could be made more efficient to take place within an hour? Or can you give me a sense of why the hour and a half is necessary? Sure. I mean, if it's okay, why don't we have Mr. Swenis sit down there?
Sure.
Because he'll probably,
Sure.
you can sit, Rob.
Sit down, okay.
Yeah.
Right there, right there.
Our applicants generally sit at this.
Yes, with the mic.
Thank you.
Presumably at least one of these work, or I just tap the button or what? Put all four on. Perfect. I guess technically you could reduce the amount of time needed for the farmers to set up by having them bring more people. And it also, you've got the issue of how much space do they have in the cab. I do know, and Mr. Cunningham, who is also here and has been serving as a manager for a long time, we're used to at both at the Lubber Run Market especially, and also at the Westover Farmers Market, we normally have the large vendors arriving an hour and a half beforehand. And they start working, and they work until the market opens an hour and a half later. So with COVID, we at least in one case, did encourage some of those vendors to try and, especially the farm vendors, to bring one or two more people, but it didn't really have to do with the take up or take down. It had to do with the slowness of people lined up to come through the market, given the restrictions on the fact they couldn't touch things and things like this. So in order to keep the lines from getting too long, we asked them to bring one. I don't know if we asked for more than one, but at least one additional person for those farm markets so they could move people through more quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so last question, then I'll yield the floor, Mr. Chair. It just seems to me that if, I'm presuming that from a business case perspective, the farmers will do better if the Donaldson Run Civic Association, the adjacent Civic Association, is interested and eager in patronizing the market. And if you're getting guidance from them that a later start would be their preference, I'm just hoping that maybe there's some way to come as close to meeting everyone's interest to try and meet that need. And if one of the things is starting the entry a little bit later, maybe that's just an area for you all to explore. But I'll chew on that as we continue the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation and for the testimony. I want to understand exactly how the setup phase works. So trucks, the 3 or 4 trucks, you expect not more than 3 or 4 larger vendors with, loud trucks?
For the first year, we're anticipating 3.
For the first year. So they come through Military Road, make a left on Vacation Lane, then they make another left into the school, and they climb and they unload in front of the greens where, the Southern Plaza, right?
Yes.
At this point, when they unload and they set everything up, according to your map, they would be more than 300 feet away from the next residence on Vacation Lane.
Correct.
More or less, right?
Yes.
Then then when they are done, and they do it all together, so no idling, so that would be enough space for 3 or 4 trucks to simultaneously set up, right?
Correct.
Okay. So after they're done, they are driving out. They make a right on Old Dominion and then right on Lorcom all the way down. So, and they will be parking along, correct me if I'm wrong, Military Road, correct?
Correct. Close to Vacation Lane, because then, and it's probably in those instances, one person for the particular farm driving the vehicle in that clockwise fashion back around to Military Road. That individual then lock the truck and walk back to the market where his compatriots or her compatriots are in the process of really setting up the tents.
Mm-hmm. So one thing that concerns me, I just am curious about. I understand the concept from 8 to 12. It is, by the way, relatively unique to Virginia. In the district, the more urban the place, the more, later the farmers markets. I mean, DuPont starts at 8:30, Bethesda at 9, et cetera. So it's something we have here. So one particular thing is that these trucks won't stay with their vendors at the farmers market. So the vendors will have to really unload a lot of produce.
They basically have to unload whatever they brought because, it's not going to be easy for them to go down unless they've got a hand truck and want to bring extra stuff back up. But that's not going to be their preference. One of the realities here, unlike some of our other markets, in most of our markets, we do encourage vendors, particularly the big farm vendors, to have their trucks adjacent. And they oftentimes do not pull out everything because the truck is right next to them. If they need more, they can just go into the truck and get it. So that is a little bit more of a challenge for the vendors in this case. There will not be any vendor vehicles on the site during the market hours.
And that makes also the setup time longer, right?
A little bit, not necessarily too much, but yes, probably a little bit longer.
But you won't be encouraging that they draw a second round and they deliver again.
No. The only time they will, as you say, do a second round is after the market ends. Then they will bring the trucks back to reload them and depart to their areas in the mid-Atlantic where they grow and raise their things.
And as I see the circulation diagram, they don't have to back up at any point.
No, they do not have to back up. It was very interesting because once we started meeting the residents, particularly on the north side of the Dorothy Ham School, I won't mention any names because I can't remember their names, but I had this sense of they had been going through. Some might refer to it as almost a PTSD experience because of the construction at the site, and I remember one resident on the north side who sent us a letter who said, it almost sounded to me like this way, as when a construction vehicle gets there and then backs up, they almost levitate in their beds. And so, I mean, we were very aware from the early on that we did not want any trucks having to use backup beepers at the market. And we've talked to those big trucks, and they understand it. They've had this experience at other farmers markets, so they understand the sensitivity.
Okay. So is there something that you can say that a field-to-table can do to mitigate the noisiness of setting up?
The best, well, first of all, I fully agree with the idea of that the vendors should not be putting on radios or anything like that while they're setting up. It's just excess noise we don't need. And certainly the owners of the farms are aware of the fact that any time they go into a new farmer's market, there are requirements of those markets. And a lot of it reflects what the environment is close to the market. And so in talking to some of these vendors, they've told me, oh yes, we had something sort of similar to that 2 years ago in a particular location, whatever it may be. And they understand that we as the market managers are in a sensitive position. And if they don't mind their P and Qs there, we're going to be getting dumped on quite appropriately, and they may be asked to leave the market. I mean, that rarely ever happens. But they understand that. There's a kind of a compact we make that they make with us, but that we both are making with the community to make sure that this is as positive an experience for everyone as it can be.
Okay. Last question. I don't want to take all the time. For our county attorney, for our acting county attorney. So, what remedy do residents have who may experience that as very disturbing at 6:30 in the morning of a Sunday in a quiet neighborhood?
They may be able to, depending on the level of noise, they may be able to call code enforcement and ask if there is a noise violation under our noise ordinance. That's really going to be dependent on the level of noise. But otherwise, if the farmer's market is operating under the conditions that are approved today, there's not really much else.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Crystal, I will go to you. I did hear Mr. Dorsey. There's a question for me of a little bit precedent from other farmers markets, and then there's trying to find our way through to a solution. We have 4 months. Either way, we're going to look at this very closely. We both want to listen to the residents in the nearby community, but we also heard quite a few individuals speak in favor of the farmers market. And I would say that the applicant, the answers to some of the questions indicate a level of care. So I'm searching to get us to a solution.
That's exactly what I intend to do, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Mr. Carantonis' very thorough questions. I'm also cognizant that we have some really important items, as I know our chair feels acutely, and it's bedtime in some cases. And so I think we should be trying to move forward. Mr. Osmanis, is the plan to begin operating this season or next?
I'm sorry?
Is the plan to begin operating this season, now?
The plan is to operate starting July 3rd.
Okay. Thank you. So here's what I'm going to say with regard to reaching a resolution. The way I see it, we have some worries about noise from nearby neighbors who I think have experienced actually quite a bit of burden, maybe PTSD, as you indicated, from construction on the site. We don't have substantiation of those worries yet. We know that there have been no complaints received about noise in 2 other markets that are very close to residential neighborhoods as well. And then we have on the other side of it, that this is a use that many residents, including some of those who have concerns, still want to see succeed. And I do think we're looking at a fair bit of evidence that suggests for the farmers that markets struggle more to succeed with the more limited hours. We have heard testimony, we received testimony from the farmers themselves, Ms. Ochoa, Ms. Barajas, Mr. Shara. We have the Westover customer counts that show a precipitous decline in customers even in the noon hour, to say nothing of the 1 o'clock. I think it would be helpful to give this market a chance to succeed. What I would say, because this market is going to get underway now, I would be comfortable, colleagues, if you all are, for us as the board, to hear this sooner than a year, so that people will have an opportunity to bring those concerns if they prove founded once the market's had a few months of operation. But otherwise, just to signal where I am, I'd like to go with the hours that our staff has recommended, with an opportunity to see how it plays out and perhaps some redress sooner with the county board for those neighbors who are concerned if those concerns materialize.
Ms. Crystal, there is a 4-month review already.
There's a 4-month staff review, and I think we heard from some members of the community, Ms. Cunningham, for example, Mr. Richardson, that they would like the opportunity to come to the board there with respect to Mr. Sutherland's careful analysis, that they'd like the opportunity for us as their representatives to hear their concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal and Mr. Carantonis. So I think we heard the staff recommendation with a 6-month county board review is what I heard.
1 year.
So
The staff recommendation is 1 year. I think 6 months could be appropriate from now. That would be before the market's in peak season next summer. We'll have had a number of months.
The administrative review is for 4 months.
4 months. I'm talking
October.
Right, the board review is for a year
I'm
from
with
now,
you
so I'm
now.
talking about the board review.
Okay,
I know that you will be doing a thorough review in 4 months from now, which could only help a prayer for a board review potentially 2 months later, if that's the will of my colleagues.
thank you, Ms. Crystal. We'll go to Mr. Dorsey, and I know that we're working towards a motion, but did you have any comments or thoughts?
Yeah, I just like to signal support for that. In a lot of these materials, we got at least some ideas that maybe, at least from some affected areas, that the summer may be a different animal and people may be more comfortable with the hours as proposed during the summer. Their concern lies with the school year a little bit. So I think this is an artful way of getting at that. It would give us first few months of operation for people to really assess to see whether or not the issues that they are concerned about occurring, whether they actually materialize. And giving them the venue before the board might be the best way to move forward. So I think that's an artful solution. I lend my support.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
All right, so I volunteered to make the motion here, and I'm not quite sure what our consensus is. Board review in December, got it. And we're not going to do the administrative review at all? I think we should.
Yeah, we would do both.
Yes, we will do both. All right, good. So I would like to move All right, I'm going to try it. Let me
Go
try.
for it.
All right. I will move that we approve the use permit for an open-air market, the Cherrydale Farmers Market at Dorothyham Middle School, subject to the proposed conditions in the board report of, this is the supplemental dated June 12, with an administrative review in 4 months, which is October 2021, and a county board review in December 2021.
Second.
There's a motion.
got it all?
There's a motion and a second. Do you want to speak to your motion, Ms. Garvey?
Sure. Well, I think there's been a lot of speaking, so, and we have a tight meeting. I appreciate everybody coming. I understand the concerns, and particularly the point that some people make. People really want to have a farmer's market, but they don't live close by. It's us, it's those folks that live close by that are going to be bearing the burden. But knowing that site, looking at where it is, how it works, and having lived through this with my own Fairlington community, where there was a lot of concern about noise, and I would hear about it when I went on walks in my own neighborhood, and then when it happened, that it kind of all evaporated, and I have not been hearing complaints. So I'm fairly confident that this is going to work out fine. And then we have the backup here of the administrative review and then the board review. So I'm very comfortable with this motion and pleased to approve the motion I just made.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think we've made all the comments we would need. Oh, Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
No significant.
Got it. So
I support the motion. I think there is a good backstop there and the benefit of doubt.
Great, thank you. So the question is on Ms. Garvey's motion. It's been seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Southern. Neighbors, we certainly, with a 4 and 6 month review, as well as the supplemental conditions, we will be engaged on this issue and very much hope that this works and works quietly before folks are up in the morning. So we'll move on to the next item. You want to call the next item, Madam Clerk?
Item number 19 is New Park at Southeast Street and Army Navy Drive Park Master Plan and Design Guidelines.
Mr. Schwartz, is there a presentation?
Yeah, Marco Rivero has a very few slides. I'm going to encourage him to go through them quickly. Marco?
Mr.
Thank you,
Rivera.
Mr. Manager and members of the board. Can everyone see my slides?
Thank you. We can.
Perfect. Again, my name is Marco Rivero with the Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm also joined by Max Ewart, Jeanette Nkomase, and Scott McPartland. We'll be presenting on the new park at Southeast Street and Army Navy Drive, Park Master Plan and Design Guidelines. An extensive public engagement process commenced in September of 2020. This included multiple engagement opportunities through the remainder of 2020 into the first quarter of 2021. In response to health and safety concerns with in-person engagement related to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the process started with visioning through an online engagement forum, followed by a questionnaire. And using the community's input, DPR and the design team developed options and continued the robust process by efficiently using virtual engagement tools such as recorded video presentations, PowerPoints, questionnaires, and comment opportunities to refine the concepts and to propose PMP and design guidelines. The Parks and Recreation Commission and the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission also reviewed this project, and they provided letters of support, which are attached to the staff report. Based on the community feedback, a refined concept plan was produced for the new park. There are various park amenities and spaces incorporated, which included natural landscaped areas and berms, open lawns, a shade structure, fitness facility, boardwalk, built-in seating, a potential dog spot, artistic design element, as well as additional tree canopy and pollinator areas. As discussed during the community engagement process, the mix of uses proposed provide for many casual use and flexible amenities, while also providing for added biophilic elements such as pollinator areas, landscaping, and tree canopy throughout the park site. This slide provides a view of the park from the south parcel looking north. You'll notice the proposed built-in bench seating, flexible lawn, added tree canopy, pollinator habitat, and landscaping. The second rendering below provides a view from the north parcel near the existing cottonwood tree. There's an accessible pathway and pollinator meadow space in the foreground with the proposed shade structure, fitness area, and tree canopy in the background. Looking north, you'll notice the proposed built-in bench seating, flexible lawn, added tree canopy. The low berms and planting beds inside the park will be planted with a meadow and pollinator planting palette to create more tactile and colorful park experience. while maintaining open sightlines within the park. For example, Virginia wildflowers and flowering understory plants would bloom in the spring, while perennial pollinators would also add color to the summer months. And the idea is to provide a diverse ecosystem of planting opportunities through the site, which will support pollinator species. Further assessment and consideration of plant species, including milkweed and others, will be discussed during the project's design development phase, and that will also include consultation with DPR's natural resources staff. Therefore, the county manager recommends that the county board adopt the new park at South East Street and Army Navy Drive Park Master Plan and Design Guidelines. Thank you very much, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rivero. Appreciate the presentation. I think we do not have applicants, so discussion is now with the board. Ms. Crystal.
Mr. Chair, colleagues, I move that we adopt the new park at South Eads and Army Navy Drive Master Plan and Design Guidelines.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Did you want to speak to your motion, Ms. Crystal?
This is a beautiful park designed with a tremendous amount of community engagement. I have no doubt it will be an excellent addition to the neighborhood. Mr. Rivera, thank you for your staff leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Ms. Garvey.
Yes, and on behalf of Mr. Byrne, who brings this up all the time, Mr. Rivera, would you talk a little bit more extensively about pollinators and whom we consult with about what we should be planning to help the pollinator insects?
Absolutely. So as part of our design development phase and into our construction document phase, we do speak with our master naturalists, including Alonzo Abugadas, who is with DPR. We'll be working with him as well as our staff landscape architect and contracted design firm in order to come up with a plant list and species that would be the most appropriate for attracting pollinators and also providing for a beautiful natural landscape within the park site.
Thank you. That's the response I wanted. I'm prepared to support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis, did you have a comment as well? Question?
No, I don't have any comment.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0. We're now on to item 24, the MOU with US Ignite, excuse me. That's not an official call of the item. Madam Clerk, would you like to call that item, please?
Item 24 is a memorandum of understanding with US Ignite in support of their collaboration with the county on the Safety and Innovation Zone demonstration project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Over to you, Mr. Schwartz, for the staff presentation.
Yes, Holly Hartel is going to be the staff lead on this, and then we'll have some additional comments from Dr. Miller and Chief Pavlitz, who's with me today. Thank you.
Ms. Hartel.
Great. Thank you very much. Can someone bring up the presentation for me? Or am I bringing it up? I apologize. I can bring it up. Sorry.
That's all right.
All right, let me bring up the presentation. I apologize. Okay. So as we were saying, this is the Safety and Innovation Zone, the MOU. The purpose of this is the county manager recommendation to authorize the county manager to sign the memorandum of understanding with US Ignite in support of their collaboration with the county in the Safety and Innovation Zone demonstration project. I do want to highlight that this board item related to the project was approved back in January. Nothing has changed in terms of scope and the project itself. This is kind of a codification document that US Ignite needed in order to move forward. But with that, we will take the opportunity to share a little bit more about the project. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Pavlitz for the next slide.
Thank you, Holly. Mr. Chair, members of the board. This technology can be considered a next evolution of a smoke detector, CO detector, or fire alarm. The anonymous signal that comes in should provide an increase or a decrease in activating the 911 system. This information will be vetted by personnel in the Emergency Communications Center, but as seconds matter in all emergencies, we see this as accelerating our response. A couple of the benefits, this should also improve location of emergencies. Whereas this pilot program is dedicated to one block, often during emergencies, there may be conflicting location. This would provide, or these sensors would provide more of a discrete or more of a focused location of possible emergencies. Also, this anonymous data would provide situational awareness to responders while we are trying to approach the scene. It could be relayed to us in terms of what's being observed in the Emergency Communication Center, and some of the signals and some of the returns would provide us insight into what we're getting ready to move and walk into in terms of law enforcement, fire rescue, or EMS. Now, some of the case uses for this are pretty intriguing. Number one, this is anonymous data. There's no way to identify people, but we can see aggregate crowd movements. For example, in a very dense commercial area, if the sensors detect or process that a large amount of people are moving quickly or rapidly down a street, that could indicate trouble of some sort that would require some investigation. Second could be thermal detection. If there is an increase in detectable temperature greater than 200 or 300 degrees Fahrenheit, that can indicate a trash can, dumpster fire, or a car fire that would initiate 911 a little sooner. Both of these cases you may think would be obvious. There might be lots of 911 calls, but if this happens at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., there may not be many eyes on these situations. And third, similar, or slightly different case, if there was in that unobserved or 2 a.m. or later in the evening, if there is a signal detected where there would be a person down or supine, that can indicate someone may be incapacitated or unconscious. And again, if it's not witnessed, we'll be able to initiate the 911 system a little faster. For the next slide, I'll turn it back over to Holly.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief Pavlik. I just want to quickly go over, and Chief Pavlik referred to some of this high-level, project summaries. It is a 12-month pilot. The fixtures would be installed. There's a phase of testing and learning, and then we will be evaluating the data and the information for 6 months before we end with an assessment. It is a one-block radius in Clarendon. There is 10 lights. Actually, it's 7 light poles with 10 lights, and that will be replaced for the period of the pilot. When the pilot is finished, the lights will be replaced. Algorithms will be applied to the sensor data to support the defined use cases. We're only looking and capturing data related to those use cases that Chief Pavlik had highlighted. In addition to the citizen benefits, there are a number of benefits that we are looking at for the county perspective and outcomes. Really, for us to understand more at a detailed level of how the sensor technology impacts public safety response. That is a value to us. As Chief Pavlik had said, the more information they have, the better. The seconds and the difference that something can make, is that helpful? We will be looking at that. We also have a opportunity to drive our data privacy principles and our approach to privacy. We have a very thoughtful set of data privacy principles and a set of documents that go with it and processes that go with it. But this is our first opportunity to use those principles and apply them and apply our privacy impact assessment and engage with the panel you had heard from John Burke, engaging with them, as well as our internal data management panel who is evaluating what we're doing. There's an education on our part of the county staff. The sensor technology, this is something that is newer to us, so making sure that we understand at a very detailed level, whether we do this or somebody else is doing it, that we understand what that means for us. And then understanding the data management and the data privacy risks, and how are we putting those risk mitigation strategies in place. That is very important to us to make sure that we are considering that. And understanding the communication approach, there's always opportunity to learn. We are reaching out. We've had quite a bit of engagement, but how we're framing and where and when we should be reaching out, this is valuable input that we've been receiving through this project. And then we also have a set of identified project metrics for us to identify, are we moving in a direction that will be beneficial to the county, and we'll be tracking those as well. So one of the questions that has come up quite a bit is related to the sensors. So trying to keep this very, very simple, you see on your left, that's what a sensor sees. A sensor has a lens, but behind that's what matters. There is no technology in the sensors that we are planning to install that allow any image to be captured that is going to be able to identify a person. There is no facial recognition capabilities because not only do we not have the software vendor who has the capabilities of doing that, we don't even have the hardware that would allow us to be able to do that, and we would be the ones installing the hardware. But there are two outputs. There is the output of the data, which you see a sample of in very small letters. But then there's a sketch image that's captured, and this is captured at the very beginning for the testing phase, the calibration of the sensors themselves. It's the ability to say, okay, this is where I see the people. Did I count 21 people? Or are there really 25 people? Are the heat maps generated correct based on what I'm seeing in this image? So it's just a validation. There's no intention to keep that image or generate that image again after the testing phase. I also do want to highlight, related to some of the things that you've heard, we are only capturing data that is related to the use cases. Privacy is very important, as is security. There are no cameras. There is no image data retained that can identify a person. All data is anonymous. You cannot tell anything about a person or individuals. It's not using phone information. We are also considering, we plan to put the data on the open data portal, the timing of that so that it can't be de-anonymized or cross-referenced with any other information. We are trying to maintain community engagement. A lot of that is working through the Safety and Innovation Zone Privacy Panel, but also continuing to go out and talk to community groups. I understand that this is a very sensitive area, and this is why it is such a small pilot, and we're trying to tread so carefully moving forward. There are no changes that we will be able to make per our project guidelines without going through the privacy panel that is related to privacy. The other thing that I also want to highlight is, related to the security, the sensors that are on the light post, that the data is not stored at the sensors, it's edge processing, but it's encrypted going between the sensors. Once the data comes to the county, the only people who have access to that data are county staff. If anybody else gets access to it, that has to come through us. Nobody else will have that access. And we've been working with the security team, actively participating as we're reviewing and moving forward on this project to ensure that we are putting our best security practices in place. When it comes to the equipment, the equipment is industry standard equipment with industry standard vendors. On the public outreach side, I had mentioned before, we have had some conversations with the IT Advisory Commission. The EPAC Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, the engagement was more on finding a person to sit on the panel. There were presentations that were given to the Clarendon Courthouse in Lyon Village, as well as Clarendon Alliance. CivFed was approached. Unfortunately, they did not have a slot for us on their agenda until October. So we are planning on presenting in October. And then as to the continued engagement, we are meeting monthly right now with the Safety and Innovation Zone Privacy Panel to review the information and to review our privacy impact assessments and other documents and to get their guidance and input as we're moving forward. A couple of things I do want to highlight, some of the things that you've heard is that there's interest in more communication and recognizing that and trying to be responsive to that is very important. And I think, given some of the comments, we will make sure that we are continuing to engage, as John had said, trying to dive into a deeper level. There is interest in the sensor and equipment details, and we're trying to be as transparent about what we have and putting it on the website and in our FAQs to the extent that we can share in a way that is abiding by security. the concern about cameras and the data being captured, I said I continue to say it is a lens there. We do not have the processor capabilities to record any images of individuals that you can identify people. And the data that is being captured is all anonymous. Once we start to move into the next phase, we will be able to work that through with the Safety and Innovation Zone as we're moving forward, as well as the public who will see it on the open data portal at some point. The concerns about privacy and security, I appreciate John's comments about our effort around privacy. We continue to prioritize that as well as the security of what we're doing. There was also interest in understanding kind of the benefits and the next steps. I think you heard Chief Pavlovitz talk about the value that they see. But this is a learning opportunity for us. Because I have always said, this is the opportunity for us to understand how does data impact public safety. So that's what we will be looking at and evaluating moving forward. An understanding of the project, the kind of the high-level project implementation plan from this point going forward. What we'd like to do is send notices to the community groups as well as the businesses who are directly impacted that this is going to be happening. The lights are planned on being installed the morning of June 19th. June 19th through June 30th is a testing period. That's the calibration that I was speaking about earlier for the lights and the sensors and the algorithm. Once we finish that process around June 1st, that's when we will start looking at the data. That's when we will work with public safety as well as the Innovation Zone Privacy Panel to look at the data and see what we see. It might not be perfect. If there's not a plan to operationalize it, we are planning on looking at understanding what we actually see and is this valuable information. The hope is that by October, we will have worked through the technicalities of how we are able to grab the information and put it in a way that makes sense, and maybe with some visualizations on the open data portal. The hope is that we can find value in some of the information that could be another data input for situational awareness for first responders. And then the plan is, as I mentioned earlier, at the end of June next year, is to come back with an assessment report to really understand, was this valuable? Does this really help us? Do we think this is something that we would recommend for other areas or to expand for the county? So I just want to go back to, this is about the MOU. Bill Wallace, who is on the Chief Executive for US Ignite, is on the phone if there are any questions. But I want to reiterate, nothing has changed from what we had presented back in January. And this is the administrative component that they needed. Should have maybe been done back in the board meeting with January, but it was not expected to be required because there was not a payment that was taking place from the county to US. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hartel. Appreciate the presentation. The conversation is now with the board. I don't believe, sorry, is Mr. Wallace or Mr. Davenport there?
Bill Wallace is here. I'm chairman of US Ignite. Happy to answer any questions.
Sure, great. If you're here for questions, certainly brevity is a great thing at this point. So I think we can have the discussion, and if we have questions for you, we'll come back to you. So colleagues, I'm certainly happy. I see Ms. Garvey. Go ahead.
Yeah, and actually, Mr. Wallace is from US Ignite, and I pretty much remember how this worked from before, but most people listening might not. So, Mr. Wallace, could you just describe a little bit US Ignite, and I believe your relationship with the state of Virginia? You're working through the state of Virginia, I believe, to be doing these kind of pilots. Would you explain that briefly, if you could?
Sure. We're a high-tech nonprofit organization that is project manager for projects like this in 40 cities across the country. And I can say that no other city we're working with has the guardrails in place that the Arlington team has put in place to ensure the privacy of Arlington citizens through this kind of project. We're working with an organization called Commonwealth Cyber Initiative that has helped us staff the Data Privacy Oversight Panel, along with experts like Mr. Burke and others, including the Chief Technology Officer of the National Gallery of Art, to make sure that the privacy is protected of the citizens. And we also have the privacy principle laid out by our own organization, which are Strong plus Comcast plus the vendor who's providing the optical sensors. Thanks for the opportunity to describe our organization.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. We also have a draft letter that we have received, which raises a couple of concerns. One is the clear benefit, and I think, at least from my perspective, the Chief Povlitz addressed some of the benefits that I think are present. There were some comments from Mr. Burke regarding experimentation and operations. I'm persuaded, I guess, by the comments we've heard at several instances regarding the protections that are going to be in place that Mr. Wallace has mentioned. I am prepared. Mr. Dorsey, did you have additional questions or thoughts? I'm prepared at some point soon. I can make a motion if need be.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure, Ms. Hertel, you did this in the course of your presentation, but I just really want to put a fine point on some of the questions that have been raised for us. So, and we can do this really rapid fire. The hardware that is being used in this is in no way capable of being able to be activated and have data gleaned by the manufacturer of that hardware, correct?
No, it's all. There's no data stored at the edge. It's all stored on our service, and so there's no access that they have.
Okay. And a sensor, while it may be able to see what can be seen with an eye, that doesn't become anything until it's processed by what you all call a processor. And in this case, the processor produces not a visual representation of what the lens sees, but a bunch of code.
Yeah.
Okay. And the code that is produced will be transmitted directly to Arlington County, and you verified that there's no other pipeline for that code to go to anybody else who's in partnership with US Ignite or who hacks into anything other than Arlington County.
No.
Okay. And
we are the only ones that have access.
And the sensors themselves are of a type that are not going to produce or emit any kind of harmful radiation that may in any way cause harm to anyone who comes under it.
Yeah.
And lastly, so give us a sense of the privacy risk to an Arlington resident in this area where the sensors are being deployed compared to the privacy risk that exists if they were to walk under a street light with a traffic camera in front of a business with a security camera or have not disabled all tracking activity on their phones.
Right. There is no information that is captured that will ever identify an individual, anything about them, whether it's not using any phone information, it's not using any personal identifiable information at all. It is general heat map information of where people are located. That is the only thing that will track to a person.
Okay. And as far as a use case, is a reasonable use case, this is maybe for you, Chief Povlitz, you may, through the 911 or emergency system, get a report of gunshots. But if you have that compounded with heat map data that shows a number of people rapidly fleeing a location, that may give you a sense of what kind of a response you'll need to send out to deal with what you're hearing through call reports as being one thing. You could use these data to maybe prepare for something quite different.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, and this might be for Mr. Miller, it might be maybe for a number of our staff. So Mr. Burke from iTech said, what if something goes wrong? So I think I kind of know the answer to the question, but I'd love to hear you say it. What's the worst thing that could happen once we install this? Who wants to go first? Mr. Miller, you're smiling.
Ms. Garvey, I spend a lot of time these days thinking about what keeps me up at night in a post-COVID reality. you know, I'll have to say that because of the controls that are put on this that Ms. Hartel described, and in discussing with my colleagues in DTS, I think guardrails are the appropriate term. The worst that could happen is that in some absolute, I would say, extremely unlikely, never to actually happen circumstance, but this is the way, you know, one of the roles of my job is to think this way. Someone can access this data and it's zeros and ones. That someone could actually get into the pipeline. We're creating essentially a pipeline inside of the county's pipeline, separate from other traffic that sends this traffic. So even getting into that system would be fairly difficult to do. They could disable it, and that would be it. I mean, it would have no impact. The way that it's situated, it has no impact on our ability within the 911 system to take or receive calls. It would not bring down any component of our network the way DTS does our architecture. It's not going to be connected into any of our critical 911 or public safety systems. So it would just stop. I mean, it wouldn't affect anything else.
And if they actually were able to capture the data and look at it, what would it tell them? It would tell them less than standing on the street corner would tell them. I can tell you that.
Sure.
It would tell them what it could see on the open data portal, because that is where we will be putting all the data anyway.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Based on a single site where I've sought a gift for my wife, my phone tells people a lot more in my estimation than this. But respect the concerns that have been raised by Mr. Haddock. I just think that the additional data and information that Ms. Hartel and Mr. Dorsey and Ms. Garvey's questions, I'm ready to move the county manager's recommendation that we authorize the manager to sign the memorandum of understanding with US Ignite in the attachment to the staff report.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I think I've said everything at this point to many of us, but certainly if we have questions, let's make sure we get them. Go ahead.
I'm gonna be so brief about this, but I do have to say that the letter from our Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission and our Tech Commission opposing this because of outstanding concerns gave me a little bit of pause. I mean, these are folks with some real expertise, right, in our community, and a number who actually serve on the panel that I know our staff have convened to advise on the Clarendon Safety and Innovation Zone. I think the questions that they have raised have been well explored from the board, and so I'm not going to belabor the questions themselves, but I would love, either from our chief or Ms. Hartel, could you just share a little more about how you intend to engage this panel and keep using them and drawing on their expertise to ensure that these questions are answered, and maybe answered in fresh and different ways, if not resolved to the satisfaction, as this project goes forward?
Yep. I will talk to you a little bit about the planned agendas for the next meeting. So we meet on a monthly basis. And that's one of the things, thinking about, how do we help with the communication. But for our next plans for our meetings involve, one is a security discussion actually for tomorrow. The following month was to look at our FAQ document. We have an FAQ document that we've put out there on the website. We've I think can refine what's out there based on the conversations as well as the questions that are being asked. But the plan was to update that FAQ document and then review it with the panel so that we could get their insights of what have we missed, what have we not framed, where do we still have holes. And then the final thing is an opportunity to look at the data. I mean, one of the things that we'd heard, just now, and the awareness of what is the data, and to have that panel work with us as we're looking at what we're seeing and to help with the assessment, I believe will give them a comfort as well as information for us of how we can make sure that we are implementing their concerns and their thoughts. I don't know, Aaron, if you have anything else to add, or Chief Poplis, or anything else.
I'm encouraged by that, and not to cut you all off if you were going to add anything. I mean, I hope when that panel sees the ones and zeros that this information comes in as, rather than, pictures, identifying information, all the things you've assured us that this project cannot collect, let alone retain or share. I hope that will assuage some of the concerns. If not, this is a pilot project. The board will continue to have more oversight over it. And I appreciate the commitment to greater engagement with that panel in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, for the question. I think it's important to surface. Mr. Dorsey.
Yeah, I'll just say that, the Tech Commission and the Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, as well as Mr. Haddix, Mr. Burke, are asking the right questions and making sure that we don't just glibly enter into this without really thinking of implications. Our action earlier today, where we approved an audit plan, which has privacy on the horizon, is something for our auditor to chew into, I think is welcome work in helping us up our game. Somehow, though, with this particular item, I think there's been a communications challenge, and I don't quite know exactly what it is because, many of the concerns that have been voiced are thoughtfully addressed by the partners involved with this, which I'm glad to hear. One of the key things that I don't think we've chewed as much on is whether or not some sort of an experiment or demonstration project should be used in operational decision making. And thank you, Mr. Burke, for your testimony. And I think I kind of understand what people are getting at there. They don't want something that is in experimental phases, causing a response in potential life and death decisions from staff. And I agree with that. You don't want to err because you relied on experimental data. But from what I'm hearing from you, Chief, is if you have a report of someone saying that their building is on fire, you're not going to discount that because the sensor didn't give you that reading on it. You're still going to respond to that. But in the event that there are other emergencies that take place, this sensor may actually assist you in providing a more robust response to a critical life safety incident. So in that sense, I hope you do use it in operations when it provides a benefit, but take very well the caution that we've heard from the community. Let's not rely on the sensor data to supplant all other information that you may get. So, with all of that, I have no idea whether this is going to prove to be a huge benefit for our county. It'll be interesting to see. But as long as all of the robust safeguards are thoughtfully put in place and we continue to engage with the community and we continue to socialize what this is all about, at the end of this period, we'll at least have something concrete to discuss as opposed to potential what ifs. So I'm prepared to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, as well. For my part, I do think that there's some closing of the loop with respect to communications, so I will ask our staff if they would follow up over the coming months as they get the chance to dialogue further with the committees, and also as they get the chance, I would still ask that they get the chance to engage with CivFed, even if it's down the road. But those are just requests separately. We have a motion, we have a second. We've tried to address the concerns that have been surfaced. Oh, I see two lights on. I guess we'll go, if it's okay, we'll go to Mr. Karantonis and then come back for Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be brief. First of all, it's a peculiar situation because we had this conversation back in January, if I'm not wrong. The board actually acted on this. It is kind of amazing that this comes back with a request for an MOU. So something was missed in the very first way. So I voted against the motion back then, and nothing has changed since then. So I'm going to unfortunately, and I'm going to vote again against the motion. And and I had this conversation with Ms. Hartel, with her staff. What is the interest of Comcast in the response time of our ambulances? I mean, that's a question that bothers me. Why is Comcast, of all people, interested in how fast our ambulances respond to an incident? And I believe that Comcast and Giuliano and US Ignite is not interested in that. They're not interested even in our data. They're interested in what they get from that. And what they get from that is a well-trained algorithm. They will be running algorithms on our sensors, on our system. Our data will be, and I trust you, Ms. Hartel, and I trust you, Mr. Miller, and I trust you, Chief Povlitz. Our data, the individual data, will be perfectly safe. And they will be perfectly safe because nobody cares about that except for us. The actual driver of this cares about running an algorithm in real conditions on a street, and it is the Arlington street in this case. So, as we've seen in many places, you know, in Philadelphia, they ran a smart city system. In Toronto, Google started that, and they failed because citizens saw what was going on. And what was going on is that the goal is here to collect data, to train algorithms, to connect them through software in a digital infrastructure that tells something about how parking is used, how the public space is used, how energy consumption goes, how waste is being produced. So these companies want to establish later markets around these public assets, and they will try to influence how these public assets later will be used, accessed, priced, and et cetera. So they are trying to start a business. So as long as we don't control both the data and the algorithms, and as long as all this is not really firmly in our public hands and controlled through a privacy policy and a data security policy, we cannot say with a straight face, in my opinion, that we are protecting the public interest. So this is why I'm against starting this way. If you told me here we have a very strong privacy policy, we will be controlling the algorithm, and we will know how they learn, we will know how they work, and we will actually own the product. And the product is not the data, the product is really the software. And I don't think that we own the software. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Appreciate you sharing your thoughts and pointing out about January. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, I mean, for one, it's a pilot, so it's small. And for a decade now or more, it's been these things that have been gathering information, right? And they've been getting it back, and it's been going back to the companies so they can make money off of us. And it's identifiable. You know, Google knows what I'm shopping on, where I'm traveling. I mean, it's weird. You can plug in a search to like maybe check out a town you're going to be flying to, and all of a sudden you get advertisements for hotels and taxi cabs, or excuse me, rental cars. Anyway, it's out there making money. Government hasn't been using this information that much to help people. And that's what we're about here, I believe. And so it's a pilot to check it out. I think it's about time government got in this game in using technology to actually help people rather than make money. So I'm comfortable with that. So I'm going to support it. And I really look forward to learning more. I would just like to suggest, perhaps I see on the implementation plan, by September 30th, you're going to have a data review by the privacy panel. Perhaps there could be a report back to the board telling us what they found and things. I'd be very interested in that. It doesn't necessarily need to be public in a meeting, but I certainly am going to want to get a briefing and understand what they've found and where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So it sounds and feels to me as though between Ms. Garvey's comment and a nod from the manager and perhaps Ms. Hartel, perhaps not a board meeting, but we can certainly use that benefit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1. We will now turn to our next agenda item, our first regular agenda item of the evening. Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Item 49, A and B related to Serrano Apartments at 5535 Columbia Pike. 49A is a discussion of the county's efforts to address current issues at the Serrano Apartments. And B is an approval of an intercreditor insubordination agreement and a First Amendment to the AHIF loan agreement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. to our audience, we are getting there. We'll have a staff presentation and then an applicant presentation, and we want to hear from each of you. My apologies for the delay. You probably have sensed that I've been eager to move forward quickly. We are now turning to this, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had a few minutes' worth of remarks prepared, but in the interest of hearing from the people who've been waiting so long, I will have them entered into the record if that meets with your approval.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I appreciate that. I know that you have thought about this quite a bit, so we will now turn to, does that cover the?
Yeah, and I wanted to have Ms. Venezia go through a short presentation.
Ms. Venetia.
Sure. Can everyone see my screen?
We can.
Great. Okay, thank you for having us here tonight. So as Mr. Schwartz said, I'm just going to move on through the staff presentation. I know we have a lot to cover. So tonight we're going to provide an update on the county's recent response, as well as an overview of HC subordination request and what that means for the property. So starting with the county's response, while the county has worked with HC, residents, and tenant advocates at the Serrano for a while now, I wanted to focus tonight on efforts the county has undertaken over the last few weeks, as well as factors we're considering when developing mid and long-term strategies. To help frame the conversation, this slide provides an overview of the groups overseeing operations at the Serrano and the roles and responsibilities of these groups in implementing improvements of Serrano's property conditions. While primary responsibility lies with HC and by extension their property management company in maintaining the Serrano and working with residents on unit concerns, the county has an important oversight role and has stepped in the last few weeks to provide additional resources and resident supports. And as I shared earlier,
how you doing?
I'm going to focus tonight on some of these recent actions the county has taken as part of its oversight role.
We're getting a little feedback. There's a phone number, perhaps a 703-401 phone number. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Ms. Venetia.
Sure. So for immediate and short-term activities, many of these are in progress and still ongoing. And I'm going to start by discussing resident supports. And in this area, the county is focused on several efforts. The county has offered to provide temporary relocation to residents who wish to vacate their units. And we also are asking HC to expedite unit repairs and permanent relocation to move families to stable housing as soon as possible. In addition to these temporary relocation efforts, the county has been communicating with residents through hand-delivered letters and also developed a dedicated website for Serrano residents with county resources. County staff has also reached out to all Serrano residents receiving housing assistance to check on unit conditions and household needs. We also had county staff on site at the Serrano in early June to share information about housing and mental health supports, relocation, inspections, and other resident assistance. Residents also had an opportunity to request code enforcement and/or rodent inspections of their units through these county staff. Meanwhile, to help assess building conditions, a full code inspection of Serrano's common areas occurred in late May and included code enforcement and fire marshal staff. And just a note for everyone tuning in tonight, as a reminder, code inspections of individual units can only occur if requested by residents. So further, with county staff vaccinated, staff were able to resume in-person housing quality standard or HQS inspections. Separate from code enforcement, county staff reached out to all 280 Serrano households, which included both the affordable as well as market rate units, to offer HQS inspections. We are also inspecting all common areas and exterior of the buildings. Inspections of occupied units began June 1st, and we've inspected over 150 units so far. This effort includes coordination with AHC and Drucker and Falk to ensure building access, as well as coordination with tenant advocates to minimize disruption to residents, and coordination with code enforcement to make resident referrals in cases of potential code concerns. And the third area I'm going to focus on tonight is environmental and public health. So to assess environmental and public health concerns, county public health staff are working with AHC to conduct on-site review of the property for potential rodent infestation and to discuss treatment strategies. And the bulk of this work happened in May. So public health staff also followed up with residents who shared rodent complaints and requested county on-site assistance for this issue, and 39 units have been visited to date. While the county is unable to provide pest treatment, public health technicians can identify points of entry, look for signs of infestation, and document and report concerns back to the county and to AHC. They also are notifying neighboring units of their review in case additional households request inspections. Staff is also working with JSK Environmental to develop a scope for mold, air quality, asbestos, and lead-based paint testing at the Serrano. Following resident notification, we hope to begin this testing next week. Similar to our inspection schedule, we're coordinating this testing around other efforts, and we'll work closely with residents and tenant advocates to reduce any inconvenience associated with this in-unit testing. And once we have the results of the testing, the county will work with AHC to address any environmental concerns that are identified. So while the county's focus has been on meeting immediate resident needs, we also are developing mid- and long-term strategies to address concerns at the Serrano and other aging properties. Using results from county reviews and a capital needs assessment, we will work with AHC to develop a financing and rehab strategy to make longer-term capital improvements at the Serrano. And beyond the Serrano, we also will review the county's current approach to resident supports, oversight of CAF units, and investments in aging CAF properties to evaluate how we can be more effective in these areas. For example, the county is reviewing the rental inspection ordinance option to evaluate whether this would give us the information we need to evaluate property conditions at aging properties. We also are working with our community partners as well as staff in neighboring jurisdictions to share ideas. And we will work with county leadership to identify resources needed for any new approaches that we recommend. And so with all this in mind, I'd like to turn it over to Sarah Pizzo to discuss AHC's proposed subordination request for this property.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm going to go over the request for the subordination of the county's loan to that of a new senior loan for the Serrano Apartments. Next slide. I want to start with a brief background related to the county's loan on the property. In 2014, the county loaned $16.5 million in affordable housing investment, or AHIF loan, to assist AHC in purchasing the Serrano Apartments. At that time, the AHIF loan was subordinated to a senior loan from Walker and Dunlop. In 2015, the property was subdivided to create a vacant developable parcel separate from the parcel containing the apartment complexes. At that time, the AHIF was bifurcated and $13 million of the $16.5 million was attributed to the apartment parcel. Bringing us to today, the $37 million Walker and Dunlop senior loan matures on August 1st, following a 2-month deferral from June 1st. Next slide. In order to pay off the current senior loan, AHC has been working with a new lender, Systema, to secure a new senior loan. The table on this slide shows the sources and uses for the proposed transaction, which total $38.4 million. As you'll see, the payoff of the existing loan is $37.1 million, and additionally, there are approximately $800,000 in estimated soft costs and $465,000 in a debt service reserve. In addition to the Systema $37 million loan, AHC will be providing $1.1 million in cash to close. Next slide. Currently, the AF loan is subordinate to the Walker and Dunlop loan. This means the loan is in second lien position, and in the event of foreclosure under the current subordination agreement, the affordability restrictions would go away. When Walker and Dunlop senior loan is paid off, the new Systema loan is required to be in first lien position, and the request is for the county AHIF loan to be subordinate in second position. The new proposed subordination agreement with Systema is more advantageous than the existing one because in the event of foreclosure, the affordable restrictions would remain. Next slide. I want to talk briefly about the timing and urgency of this request. Walker & Dunlop is requiring a firm loan commitment by July 16th to evidence HC's ability to pay off the loan by August 1st, or HC will be in default. In order to obtain the firm loan commitment from Systema, the county must first agree to subordinate the AHIF loan. If the county were not to subordinate, HC would be in default of the current loan and the lender could foreclose on the property. Under the provisions of the current subordination agreement, the affordability restrictions would go away. Without the affordability restrictions, there would be the potential displacement of the existing residents. Next slide. The new Systema loan will be short-term bridge financing with a 36-month term. During the next 3 years, HC will work with the county to develop a comprehensive rehab scope of work based on recent county inspections and assessments, environmental reports, and a capital needs assessment. Also during this time, HC will develop a long-term financing and rehabilitation plan, which will include low-income housing tax credits. Rehabilitation of the complex is the most financially viable option due to the high cost basis of the property, combined with the high cost of new construction. In addition, there is the ability to utilize financial sources with rehab that wouldn't be available with new construction. Within the next 3 years, HC will close on low-income housing tax credit financing, which will provide the equity to complete a comprehensive rehab and provide long-term financing. Next slide. So in summary, the staff recommendation is to approve the subordination agreement between an affiliate of Systema and the county board. Thank you. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Venecia and Ms. Pizzo. We'll now hear from our applicant. I don't know if, is it Ms. Brown or Ms. Endo?
Hi, good evening. My name is Ginger Brown, and I am a member of AHE's Board of Directors. And I want to start by saying that we know that AHC made serious mistakes at the Serrano, and for that, we're very sorry. We are moving forward in partnership with the county to make things right for our residents and to make sure this situation never happens again. The AHC board and staff are firmly committed to AHC's mission, particularly our role in helping residents build stable and successful lives, and we are working really hard to make things right. Our number one priority is to make sure residents have welcoming, stable, and healthy homes as quickly as possible. We are making progress helping 9 families who have chosen to permanently move from the Serrano. So far, all 9 have moved, scheduled to move, or have a definite plan. We are working closely with Arlington County and our relocation firm, HOU, to nail down plans for the remaining households who are considering their options and making decisions. Meanwhile, AHC is expediting repairs for 18 households that want to move back into the Serrano. Our goal is to have all residents back in their homes by June 30th. To ease the burden of these transitions, we are covering moving expenses with Arlington County, waiving fees and setting up a special process to return 100% of security deposits within 2 weeks. We are also providing $200 gift cards to families staying in hotels and waiving utility payments while they are not living at the Serrano. In addition, we are crediting each Serrano household $200 towards their July rent to acknowledge the inconvenience all residents have experienced. In response to residents' concerns about their utility bills, we've worked with Arlington County to simplify the process with consistent and predictable bills that use HUD utility rates as the standard. Additionally, AHC will make the system retroactive to July 1st, 2020, which will result in rebates to some families. Finally, regrettably, there continues to be some challenges with the lines of communications to our residents, and we are working to resolve this. By Thursday evening, we will send a letter directly to our residents. More details on how some of the above-mentioned items will be implemented. For instance, things like how do displaced residents receive their gift cards, information on credits to their rent that recognize their inconvenience, information about changes to the utility billing, who do they communicate with on site, where is the waiting room that they can use if their apartment is being renovated. We'll also address bigger picture commitments to the building infrastructure and customer service. Jennifer Endo will discuss the communications more in a minute. Just know that we are working on it, and we are sorry for the confusions over the last week. We're also working hard to improve Serrano's buildings infrastructure. We are leaving no stone unturned, literally, to improve the living conditions of the Serrano. Drucker and Falk have thoroughly inspected, photographed, and cataloged maintenance needs in each apartment, except for 20 households that we were unable to gain entry. AHC's construction team is also inspecting the ventilation system, convectors, balconies, pest control, and other key priorities. You'll hear more details shortly, but the bottom line is we have all hands on deck. We have already spent about $500,000 in 2021 on building repairs, and we have committed up to $2 million in the next 6 to 12 months to the Serrano. We are also focusing on making sure that this doesn't happen again and have committed to several key steps. Building better communication and trust with all AHC residents through regular resident meetings, anonymous feedback opportunities for residents, and diversity, inclusion, and cultural sensitivity training for all AHC staff. The next resident meeting will be held July 7th. 2, prioritizing resident voices and creating additional communication channels between the board of directors and residents by adding two residents of AHC properties to AHC's board by October. We'll be implementing organizational change with new AHC management and at AHC Management and AHC Inc., creating a comprehensive inspection program for all AHC apartment communities. So where do we go from here? First, we are committed to do all we can to address resident concerns and make improvements as quickly as possible while doing our best to minimize disruption to residents' day-to-day lives. Next, we pledge to keep the community and the county informed on our progress. AHC staff members will continue to meet weekly with county staff to coordinate and collaborate on improvement strategies and relocation efforts, and to streamline the process. We will provide 90-day and 180-day comprehensive updates on our progress. We also hope the county board will agree to support the Serrano's refinancing so we can continue to work together to preserve much-needed affordable housing in Arlington. One final thought. I've been connected to AHC for over a decade. I understand its importance to the affordable housing ecosystem in Arlington and the entire region. And I hope moving forward we can continue to work together to achieve the important work AHC does each day to serve thousands of community members. Now I'd like to turn the program over to AHC's Jennifer Endo, Marlon Moore, and John Welsh, who will share more details on resident relations, building improvements, and the refinancing.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Endo.
Actually, Marlon's going to go next.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Moore, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members. We thank you for allowing us to come and speak with you this evening. My name is Marlon Moore. I am the Director of Construction for AHC Inc., and just wanted to touch on a few things, bring you all up to date on a few items that me and my team are working on. In partnership with Drucker and Falk, we have completed a comprehensive and detailed inspection of all apartment units, except for the handful of 20 that we were unable to gain access to. In addition to the unit inspections, the AHC construction management team has also inspected the Serrano exterior and common space areas to provide recommendations to the scope of renovations, immediate and intermediate, with estimated costs. This supplements the recent capital needs assessment provided for the county, This assessment and work is currently underway, and an initial scope will be provided to the county by August the 1st. 3 areas of concern I wanted to make sure that I touched on this evening. One is pest control. We have hired 2 pest control management companies to address the challenges at the Serrano property. Environmental Pest is the primary firm and has nearly completed the total seal and treatment of both buildings, including additional bait boxes around the perimeters of each building. A second firm, Orkin, will do a 100% walk of the community on June the 21st to confirm the environmental pest approach is effectively addressing the property's needs. We're calling this an inspection to inspect what we expect. Along with the pest control companies' treatment, where needed, we have also replaced and cleaned trash chutes throughout the buildings to further tackle the concerns. The convectors at the property, all 639 of the convectors have been cleaned to industry standards, except for 10 that we were not able to gain access to those units. Convectors were opened, and grill panels, louvers, evaporator pans, screens, and AC coils were thoroughly cleaned with a HEPA filtered vacuum and industry standard cleaning products. And the units were then inspected and, of course, tested for proper operation. The ventilation and ducting system, we've had Drucker and Falk complete its full inspection of the kitchen and bath exhaust systems. This was completed on May the 14th. AHC is currently in the process of conducting visual surveys of the ducts to confirm the process was completed to industry standards as well as AHC expectations. AHC is also hiring a firm to test and balance the systems at the Serrano to further help and assist with improving the airflow throughout both of the buildings. In addition, AHC management is also initiating a second air quality test, which will be shared with the county and coordinated with the county's environmental testing as well. We've also recently completed maintenance and other property efforts around balcony inspections. The balconies remain a priority, and AHC's construction team is doing additional reviews this week to begin developing an overall repair and update strategy. In the process of repairing exterior light fixtures throughout the property, we will follow up with a photometric analysis of the property to ensure we're meeting state and local requirements around life safety issues. In closing, we hope that you find our actions, exhibits, and reaffirms AHC's commitment to our mission to develop quality, affordable housing, helping communities thrive, and build more stable and successful lives for our residents. I now yield the floor to my colleague, Jennifer Endo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Endo, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening tonight. I'm Jennifer Endo, and I've worked for AHC for 23 years, primarily in our resident services department. My job has always been about caring about the people that we serve. I can tell you sincerely that I'm deeply sorry about the situation at the Serrano. In all the years I've been with AHC, I have never experienced something so concerning, and I'm determined to do all that I can to make things right as soon as possible to ensure that families have the stable, quality homes that they deserve. So first, I want to talk about the families who've chosen to move out. My numbers may differ slightly from Ginger's because I verified them late in the day with the staff working on this. But I want to let you know that we understand it's a lot for our residents to deal with, all of the repairs, especially some of the complicated fixes that take more time, and those that have prompted temporary relocation. So we are pleased to be working with Arlington County to offer the option to all Serrano residents that they can move without penalty if they want to leave. So AHC hired Housing Opportunities Unlimited, or HOU, a trusted partner that we've worked with on many relocations. And the goal was to make the process as smooth as possible and to offer residents as much choice as possible. As of today, there are 14 households who have expressed interest in moving out permanently. 5 have already moved. 2 are scheduled to move by July 1st. 1 is waiting for their application to be approved. 2 others are waiting for Queens Court leasing to open again on July 5th, and they're already in that process. 3 others have decided they want to return to Serrano and wait until there are openings at the Spectrum because the size of the apartments is similar to the Serranos. And 1 person has purchased a home in Woodbridge and will be moving there. So AHC, Drucker and Falk, and HOU are meeting weekly with Arlington County's Department of Human Services to coordinate the move-outs. This communication is working, though the move-outs do take time, especially since one of the main goals of the process was to provide residents with as much choice as possible about where they live. Now, more on temporary relocation. There are 22 households, Serrano households, that are currently staying in hotels. 6 of those have chosen to move out of the Serrano permanently, and they were included in the families I already described. The other 16 households are still deciding based on how the repairs turn out in their Serrano apartments. As Marlon mentioned, we're expediting, or Ginger, I guess, mentioned, we're expediting those repairs. Ginger also mentioned in her remarks that I'm sorry to say that communication has been a real challenge regarding helping these families move back to Serrano. Understandably, each situation is unique and often complicated. Families have been deciding, sometimes each day, whether to stay in the hotel or go back to the Serrano for the short term, while also deciding whether to move out permanently or move back to Serrano. Arlington County, Drucker and Falk, and AHC all have multiple staff involved in these conversations and actions to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, it has not always been a smooth process. I sincerely apologize for what these miscommunications and delays have meant for our residents. But I am happy to say that we have now assigned a Drucker and Falk community manager to be the main point of contact for these residents as repairs are completed in their apartments so they can move from the hotels back to the Serrano as soon as possible. She will also work with those living at the Serrano who want to move to a different apartment. We're humbled by the fact that so many residents want to return to Serrano and are working hard to ensure that their repairs are completed as soon as possible while balancing their need for plenty of prior notice and for support during the renovations or repairs. The newly assigned Drucker and Falk staff person will work closely with the families to minimize the convenience as much as possible. Throughout the move-out process, we have heard from residents that they value many aspects of the Serrano living experience, including the large apartments, large closets, nice layouts, an abundance of natural light, and more. We're determined to ensure the building systems and pest control enable residents to truly enjoy their living experience at Serrano. I just wanted to add one other note because I think it's an important improvement. Marlon mentioned we're making a lot of improvements at the property to improve the living environment there. And early on, I heard stories from residents about concerns about the laundry rooms. And I'm glad to report that just this past week, Drucker and Falk opened brand new laundry room facilities. They've upgraded machines, they've new flooring. They look really nice. And an exciting aspect of the new laundry machines is that there's an app that residents can use to check when their laundry is finished and when machines are available. Again, thank you for listening, and now I'd like to turn it over to John so he can talk about the long-term financing at Serrano.
Thank you, Ms. Endo. Mr. Welsh.
Good evening, Chairman DeFerranti and members of the board. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to be with you tonight. And I, too, have been with AHC for more than 20 years and know that, in particular, the conditions at Serrano have been most difficult for our residents. But speaking professionally, this has been a very disquieting situation for myself. Let me share my screens. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let me begin here. So as you know, Serrano's mix of, it's 280 units, the western end of the Pike, and you can see that in the chart below, the mix of affordability across the 60, 80, and market rate unit categories. Mm-hmm. As you heard tonight, we purchased the property in 2014, and immediately began capital improvements over the next 12 months, invested about $1.5 million, and thus far more than $4 million in capital needs at the property. The financing plan included a Freddie Mac loan, the county AHIF loan, and AHC zone funding. As you heard tonight, the loan with a Freddie Mac loan actually matured on June the 1st. We did secure a 2-month extension to August 1st. Moving ahead, we would secure a 3-year bridge loan to replace the current loan. AHC and the county would roll over the existing investments in the property. AHC then would be prepared to invest up to $2 million for immediate repairs in preparation for a planning necessary to undertake the full renovation of the property using low-income housing tax credits, which would entail increasing the number of 60% CAF units in order to provide a greater proportion of low-income housing tax credit eligible funding. This is the capital plan that we have in place, $37.25 million from the system alone. As I described it, the rollover of the county loan, the $15 million.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. I think we've seen this a little before. Sorry to interrupt, but if you keep us moving along just because we've been delayed.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So our request to you tonight is to resubordinate the county loan. If we do not resubordinate, if we don't resubordinate, we would be in default. And so we ask for your approval to resubordinate that loan and enable us to complete the immediate repairs in preparation for the refinancing. And the negotiations have been underway with the county housing staff and the county attorney's office on some modifications with AHC to the existing AHIF loan agreement that are more beneficial to the county. And with that, I will end my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Does that conclude the presentation, or is there any other comments? I see Mr. Bushkoff. Brevity is a good thing right now, but go ahead if you have adds to add to this, Mr. Bushkoff.
Thank you, Chairman DeFronte and County Board members. Again, we appreciate you taking the time to consider the request for the resubordination. Obviously, it's critical for the Serrano, for HC, for the residents, for the county, in order to do the refinancing, that this has to be subordinated. I would just suggest that although the conditions at the Serrano are certainly of concern and of issue, the subordination that this would have to happen no matter what. And I appreciate the update that Marlon provided, that Ginger and Jennifer has provided. John's work on the refinancing and on the strategy for the long-term health of the project through the refinancing has been very vital. So again, we appreciate your consideration of this, and we hope you would again approve it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bushkoff. We'll now turn to our advisory groups, and I believe we have the Housing Commission here. Mr. Berkey.
Push it again. Push it again.
Push
it again.
There you go.
Is that on? Okay, great. Good evening. Wish I was here under better circumstances. I'll try to keep this brief. So the Housing Commission has dedicated a large part of our last two meetings, our June 3rd meeting and our May meeting, hearing from residents and resident advocates and stakeholders in the community, HC leadership team, board of directors, all the folks you have here tonight. At our June 3rd meeting, we voted two things. To recommend that the county board approve the subordination request, and that B, that we as a commission decided we want to work with the Tenant Landlord Commission to create a joint subcommittee to review issues regarding oversight of our affordable housing properties in the county, and then to ultimately provide recommendations to the county board. We have significant concerns about the greater term practicalities of this, and that there needs to be a public forum for that. Speaking to the subordination request briefly, the commission largely, I think we only had one vote against the request. There was a discussion about whether denying the request would allow, the lender to maybe work with Fannie Mae or have other options, but there were other folks with expertise in the commission who advised that would be inadvisable, and so we largely recommended that the request be approved. Going to the conditions, I'm remiss that several of our residents had to leave, so I do want to share very briefly a few of the stories that we heard at our May Housing Commission meeting that just are just truly heartbreaking. One resident at our May meeting said to us first that she felt like we were the first forum in which she was being heard. But she explained, or it was either her or another resident, explained that they discovered mold and white and black powder in their convector, and that, it was he, was ultimately displaced from his apartment for 7 weeks, left on their own to find temporary housing. Another resident told us about how their child's backpack was ripped into overnight because they had an informal rule in their apartment that you can't leave food in the backpack because it's understood that rodents will get to it in the night. And so now they have to deal with the backpack and the food. And so many residents came to our meetings both in May and June and talked about how they can't cook food in their own homes. So there's the monetary issue, there's the disruption. So I think I would just say, I think there's a large appreciation among the commission, for the apologies that are now being provided by the AHC board and staff. But we are still significantly concerned that AHC will live up to the commitments it's making right now. Not a day goes by recently where myself or other folks have not heard word about some issue that's come up with the AHC and what they're doing to follow through. And I think to speak to what one of the folks said, there are little things that are popping up, but little things matter a great deal to the families that are being affected right now. So just in closing, I think it's clear that the county kind of has two fundamental questions before it with this. I think the first question is, how will the county provide appropriate oversight to HC to ensure the health and safety of these residents? And the second one is more of a longer term issue, but also incredibly important, which is how will the county review the actions that have occurred or not occurred, both from HC as well as the county itself, to ensure that appropriate action can be taken down the road so that this never happens again. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. We'll now hear public testimony from residents. Madam Clerk, would you please call our first speaker? Mr. Berkey, certainly you put in a lot of time on this. If you're able to stay, appreciate it. No, you don't have to stay up front, but we may have a question for you. You've certainly spent a lot of time on this, so we'll go to our public testimony. Madam Clerk, would you call the first speaker, please?
Our first speaker is Ferwani Brahani, followed by Hortensia Kanaviri.
Ferwani Brahani, are you there virtually? Perhaps on mute?
This is John Welsh. Excuse me for stepping in. She had personal obligations that she could no longer wait to speak. So she was speaking on behalf of the positive changes that have gone out to the property.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Hortensia Kanaviri, followed by Angel Jackson.
Ms. Kanaviri had to left because she was with her child here and we have her next.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll continue on to the next speaker.
Angel Jackson.
Ms. Jackson, are you there virtually? Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Valenzuela. So we'll hear now from Mr. I believe next speaker is Julio Ricardo Basurto. Mr. Basurto. Go ahead, Mr. Basurto. At your option, you can keep the mask on or remove it if it's more comfortable. Go ahead, Mr. Basurto.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and board chair. My name is Julio Basurto. I'm an ordained elder at Solid Rock SDA, tenant leader at Serrano Palmer Small Business owner, also part of the Asheville leadership, father of 3 children, beautiful children. And I've lived here in Arlington since 1986. I've seen all the beautiful changes here in Arlington. I feel very blessed, and I think we've been very blessed with the resources given here time and time again in Arlington County. I have lived at Serrano for 6+ years, and I have watched the building literally begin to crumble. Under AHC Incorporated and AHC management. Mice infestations, mold in family bedrooms, aggressive office staff, watch fair housing, rules being broken time and time again. Vulnerable families bullied and even found traces of asbestos in our AC units. I'm glad that the county is checking it now. This was ongoing for years, and the county did step in and listen to our residents. It did take long, though. That's how I feel about it, and I think I should say that. It took long. But I say thank you, because you have heard us. The people that make Arlington the diverse place that it is that 22204 area. It's a large part where we have a diverse area in the county full of culture, family events, community, and rich generation of children quickly growing up to be our next leaders in Arlington County. However, today I stand before you to say directly that I feel that AHC has hoodwinked us, bamboozled us, and duped us on many occasions. Us, as in the reports that they have presented to us, advocates as well as county staff, and this was verified during a walkthrough where about 50 people were present, including some board members, including some county staff, and I appreciate you guys coming and meant a lot. Today, I found out that AHC even mistakenly called some of our displaced residents to ask them to speak positively about AHC. What an insult. What an insult. Did I hear $200? Did I hear gift cards? Is that compensation for what the residents have gone through? Unbelievable. We now have displaced residents, approximately about 100 in hotels around the county and more to come. This is a result of increased mice infestation, eating our families' foods, dirty HVAC systems, retaliation against residents that have spoken out, and the continued crushing of their tenant survivors. Why has AHC not stepped in, at least to fit the bill, offer resources and access to their many units so families are no longer displaced? We spent more dollars to save, tax dollars to save landlords that stopped caring in their mission a long time ago. Today is the day to stop feeding this monster that AHC has become. Even in Serrano Apartments went bankrupt. It's too big of a project to just let it go like that. I believe Arlington County can do something, and I believe Arlington County has done something before when this has come up in our Buckingham neighborhood. Today you hold the power, and with power comes responsibility. And when that power does not hold those responsible accountable, power is lost and injustice continues. It is in your hand today. No more, I say, no more broken promises from AHC. No more disrespect to vulnerable residents. No more spending our tax dollars to save a monster who sucks the life out of the ones who they've vowed to help. I say today, please hold AHC accountable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nunali Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Basurto. Oh yes, go ahead.
I am here, still. I wonder I wonder what the conversation was between the mothers who brought their kids here but had to wait so long that they had to go home, while white people argued about a farmer's market. It's one of the things on my mind. Disquieting is another. Which is the camera? Is it this one? Disquieting. I'll bet it's disquieting. It's interesting to hear people talk about how long they've worked at a place when describing what they're doing about horrible conditions. My name is Reverend Pete Nunley. I'm the assistant rector at St. Mary's Episcopal Church on Glebe Road here in Arlington. I am here representing Voice, Virginians Organized for Interfaith Community Engagement, and I'm here on behalf of the vulnerable among us, including the people that you cannot look in the eye now because they left. They had to go home. But you joined us from your homes. I also bring with me my experience working on houses in New Orleans for several years after Hurricane Katrina. I have seen victims living in FEMA trailers for years and years. I've seen what mismanagement and neglect does to people firsthand. But this is no Katrina, you might say. There's no water lines on the buildings. There has not been a massive flood displacing residents. There has not been power outages and water shortages for months and years. And you would be right. No one at Serrano even had to leave their apartment to be displaced. No one had to lose power and water to breathe in infected air. And this is not New Orleans, this is Arlington. This is one of the wealthiest places in the world. But the flood here was indifference to those most vulnerable among us. To the board, thank you finally for helping to step in. I understand that you had a long docket today, but your help and your attention to this matter and to the people that our society overlooks is necessary. This should be your first priority. To the AHC, for context, I live in Fillmore Gardens. It's on Walter Reed. I've waited a long time. It takes less than a day to get things fixed. I have neighbors, my friends, who are on food stamps and food subsidies and housing subsidies. I submitted a request Friday afternoon of Memorial Day weekend. I got a call back in 30 minutes from the manager who said, "We don't want you to go throughout Memorial Day weekend without AC. We'll send somebody over there right away." It's not just your job performance we're talking about here. It's not even, will you fix the apartments? Will you live up to your promises? The county has entrusted you with a sacred duty to safeguard and provide for the least of the people among us, to give dignity and value to people that our world says, and it seems like you say, don't matter. This is not a problem to be solved. These are people to be cared for. So the underlying question you must be able to answer, in fact, we all must be able to answer, is this: do you value the lives of the poor as much as you value your own life? Do you value the children that live in the Serrano? And come on, $200. As much as you value your own children. We at Voice are here. We are listening very carefully to how you answer these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Hika Wolteji, followed by Tanya Talento.
Hika, are you there? Wolteji? Tanya Talento. Ms. Talento.
Good evening, Chair DeFerranti, County Board members, County Manager, and respective staff. I did not plan on speaking this evening. I was here to support the advocates who've been working for at least 2 years on trying to get good housing, get respectable housing. This came to my attention 2 years ago while I was serving on the school board, and I was not able to invest the kind of time required to make change. But I was there to support. Support is not enough. So tonight, as families started asking how much longer, trying to juggle bedtimes and babysitters, preparations as single parents, I said to them, don't worry, we are here and we will speak for you. And so I put in a slip to make sure that you were able to hear the posters that they were going to hold up. I recognize the decisions before you. I recognize that they are processes that you must decide. It's part of your job. Policy, money management, I get it. But these processes, unfortunately, slow down change and also have direct impacts on people. As has been said before, these people are people that are unseen, people that we can't hear because environmental factors of their living conditions, socioeconomic conditions, perhaps language barriers, prevent them from fully engaging in our public systems. One of the reasons I ran for public office, and one of the reasons that I still am here advocating on a weekday evening. You would think I would be done with weekday evening commitments. So I think a lot has been said, and I just pray and ask that you work very hard to correct these things immediately, because every day is another day that is causing stress and trauma to these residents. I grew up in low-income housing. I grew up in unsanitary conditions. Today, I have a severe cockroach phobia because of it. It's something that I really, really am terrified of. And my kids actually make fun of me at times because of it. But it is real. It is a real trauma. And I just ask that you do everything in your power to work with AHC and to ensure that our residents are treated humanely. Listen to the voices, the unheard voices in our community. Hold AHC accountable. Please help us. This can't happen to other affordable housing. Hold AHC accountable. Don't forget about us. No se olviden de nosotros. Thank you for your time this evening. And I just ask you to please make sure that we help our residents.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Julia Spain.
Mr. Spain.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead, Mr. Spain.
Right. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the County Board, and to our County Manager. I'm Julius D. Spain, Sr., President of Arlington Branch NAACP. And I don't know, I was sitting here listening to the good Reverend Nunley, and I don't know how much more I can say. I'm slotted for 5 minutes, but he's kind of summed it up. And it's a sad night that by attrition alone that we lost so many voices. You know, every citizen here in Virginia has inherent rights. They have these inherent rights from our Constitution of Virginia, Article 1, Section 1. They should be able to pursue and obtain happiness and safety. You know, I don't see that happening at the Serrano. The NAACP came to leadership back in October 17th of 2020 to address some proposals at that time on Columbia Pike. And I recall quite vividly after I came before you as a member of the NAACP and said some words about government in general being too cozy with nonprofits and units, affordable housing developers. I got some backlash on that. But what brings me here tonight is a charge, a very deep charge of the NAACP, where we not only look at housing conditions in our community, we address complaints of discrimination related to housing, but we also look at restrictive practices, whether they're in the public or private sector. So it's been 8 months, y'all. And what have we found out at the NAACP? We found out to be true that there were significant failures in property oversight. There was internal misinformation of images of the Serrano being shared inside government with senior county staff, painting a picture of the Serrano in this clear and glowing state when it was in disrepair. We found out that there was maltreatment and neglect of Arlingtonians living in the Serrano during a national pandemic. These dwellings were low-income, Black, Latino, multi-ethnic citizens in 22204. These very same citizens have been filing complaints with AHC, commissions, to the board, to housing staff for years, and nothing prevailed. Nothing. Mr. Chair, I spoke with you on behalf of the NAACP back on January 27, 2001. You spoke to our executive committee. We inquired and asked you at that time, how is AHC progressing at Serrano? And we also asked, how are you going to strictly monitor it by the county staff? We waited for 3 months. Nothing substantive changed. And on April 23rd, we went over there as the NAACP, took photos, met with the tenants, shared those photos with our allies, sent a letter back to the county on April 30th. On May 6th, those same tenants went to the Housing Commission, and then, excuse my French, all hell broke loose. Why did it take that long? This, my friends, is mismanagement 101. And what I'm hearing right now is nobody's being held accountable. Dereliction of duty, some may call it. So, you're going to do what you're going to do at the end of the day, but someone needs to be held accountable. Resubordination of the loan, I get it. But it's almost like bailing out the rich, where the poor still suffer. So there's a few things the NAACP is going to ask, and you spoke to many of our leaders. We believe strongly that there needs to be an independent review from this point on to address health and safety concerns within the residents, the units, and many of them who have consistently alleged discrimination by AHC management. And we need to find ways for reporting. And given the immediate impact of AHC's remediation efforts, we need to lay this out to all the Serrano residents. I'm just taken aback, friends, that every time we come to a meeting, it's like, we'll get to it next. We'll get to it next. So there's more work to be done. You have a decision to make, but NAACP is not going anywhere. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I believe that is all of our public speakers on this item. I want to start, perhaps I should have said this earlier, I am personally sorry for the delay. I did inquire of our attorney about the possibility of shifting the order of the items, and as I understand it, we do not have that authority the way it's listed. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, you've advertised it in a certain way. You have to follow what's advertised because you've given other people notice as far as what they can expect for those hearing items.
Thank you for that background. I can still take responsibility. I tried to give a heads up. That's not the same as giving you as much information as you could to use your time as efficiently as you could. So I'll start with that, and then let's get to the substance of some of the issues. We'll have questions. I will start with just a couple of thoughts. And the first thought is, We have the subordination. I'm just going to say that I appreciate we had a number of representatives from AHC who spoke. I'm going to ask that at most 2 staff come back at the July meeting. I'm sure that my colleagues, this is not what we want to have to be focusing on, but it is what we have to focus on. So I'm going to ask that at this July meeting, we get an update, a status update, what progress has been made. That's a start because I hear the requests with respect to accountability. I also will say that slide 7 in Mr. Welsh's presentation discussed what's going to be happening going forward with respect to some of the relocation costs. I would submit that we would not be in this situation if care had been taken over the past 2 years. I'll certainly take some responsibility, as I should. I said it before, I will say it again, I take responsibility, but I also think that not just some, but the large majority, the right thing to do is the large majority of relocation costs, in my view, should be covered by AHC and not by the county. That's the right thing to do. You've said it. Each of you have said it. I would ask that you make that happen. That's a second thought. We'll get to questions. That's probably enough for me to start. I appreciate very much, Mr. Berkey, both the last 2 Housing Commission meetings and your thoughtful and succinct testimony tonight and comments. I have been, with respect to an after-action report, which we talked about, I think, 2 weeks ago via phone, it's very important, but the first priority is addressing the points that I think Ms. Talento and really Mr. Basurto made about the urgency of helping those that are there. So that's been a lot of our focus. I know our staff's focus and Ms. Venecia's focus. It's been almost every day, all of her days. So that's enough thoughts from me. Mr. Dorsey, and certainly colleagues, jump in with questions. Those are a few initial thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So eventually, I know we'll consider the subordination agreement. So whenever you're ready, I'm ready to make a motion on that, since that's really the only non-controversial thing before us tonight, it appears. But just to really speak to the central question that I have, I probably don't have many more. You know, the tragic thing about the Serrano here, for the residents certainly, many as long as Elder Basurto, who have been, you know, living in conditions that they have found dissatisfying for the better part of 6-7 years, to the consciousness of housing staff, public officials. You know, while I know some people believe because they've been involved for 8 months that it's been a long time, you know, this has been over 2 years. You know, remember, Mr. Chairman, when you invited me to join you for a meeting in Tyrell Hills Park, where we heard from Janet Valenzuela and others, and the Serrano sort of first came up, and we immediately went and had a larger meeting with people there and identified a number of issues with the AHC staff and with county staff. And at that meeting, we kind of had some talk of convectors and pests and high utility bills and lack of respect coming from the management company. Many of the issues that seem to be recurring and chronic. That was in 2019. And then here we are, and we've had tonight a presentation from AHC, which outlined a number of steps, many of which seem eerily consistent with the remedies that I've heard in now years past. So really the question for AHC at the end of the day, or really at the start of the day, where we are now is where not only we should have been 2 years ago, where I thought we were 2 years ago. So give us a sense, no, not even a sense, make me understand and tell it to me like I'm a 6-year-old, why, even though the fixes and the circumstances haven't changed, functionally we're still talking a lot about what's gonna happen, and give us a sense of why it's been so difficult to achieve during this period of time, and what you can say to not us, but the community of people who live at the Serrano, why they should have confidence that now is going to be different.
Kristen, are you looking for an answer? Are you looking for a comment on that?
I really am. It wasn't a rhetorical question. It wasn't. I mean, you know, what I'm outlining is we're not hearing a whole lot that's new to the conversation, but clearly you all are conveying, and look, I've known a lot of you for many years and have had great working relationships with you, but institutionally, how should anybody have faith that these things are actually going to get done?
Kristen, all I can tell you is you can choose to have faith or you can choose not to have faith. We can choose to look back, and we're doing that to learn lessons from that. Unfortunately, we can't change history. The folks that are sitting before you today can't change what happened. All we can do is change what's going to happen going forward. What you see put forth in front of you is what AHC is committed to do. The staff that is there is committed to do. The board is committed to do it. The only way that we can earn your trust and your faith is to accomplish that. Unfortunately, it can't be accomplished tomorrow or the next day. It's going to take a while to accomplish the tasks that need to be done. But I can assure you that the focus is there, the financial commitment is there, the commitment of the staff and the people at AHC are there. Again, unfortunately, Kristen, we can't change history. All we can do is learn from it, and hopefully we can correct that. And again, earn your trust. Certainly, the people that come first are the residents. We have to earn their trust, and we have to show them that we can get done what we're promising to do. I don't know what else to tell you.
I'd just like to follow on. I would say that there are significant differences now than there were 2 years ago. There's been a major leadership change. We are going in a different direction. There's millions of dollars that have been put on the table to make the changes. So I think that the leadership is different. We're heading in the right direction. The financial resources are there. And, it is a collective effort by the board, by AHC board, by staff, in a way that was not there 2 years ago or even 9 months ago.
I'll speak also, Mr. Board Member, to some action items, just to kind of bring to your attention some things that have been accomplished over the last couple of weeks. We have completed some tree trimming, landscaping upgrades. We have performed 100% of our due diligence inspections for additional repairs outside of the ones that I touched on. We have a scheduled fire pump and alarm system inspection scheduled for the 24th to ensure that's in proper working order. We have our elevator inspection on June the 24th for the fire alarm, on June the 21st for the elevator inspection to ensure that we have that life safety component up to par as well. So that's just to show that there are some action steps being made, not just a bunch of hollow words. We do have an action plan that we are creating that we do plan on submitting to the board for your review and approval as well. And we want to make sure that you see the kind of key word that we're stating here that we want to improve on, which is communication. And we want to make sure that we are providing clear communication not only to you, the board, but to our residents as well. Thank you.
Christian, this is John Welsh. I would just add that the changes that Ginger talked about in leadership, both at the management company and at AHC, and as well the change in the property management company have been incredibly important. That change in operational capacity and experience and expertise has really led to an improvement in operations that we have seen. And with particular note, I would say that over the last 3 months, there has been a material decline in the work orders for pest control, which is suggests that we are having, that Drucker and Falk is having an impact in how that is working.
I think.
Now, I wonder if I could add a few words, Christian. It's Catherine Bucknam. I have been asked by AHC to be the interim head of their own property management company. And I am very much a hands-on person. I have been on board for about 2.5 weeks, and I've already been out to several properties more than once, and I will continue to be out there talking with the residents, talking with the on-site teams, and doing the best that I can moving forward to make improvements in the responsiveness of the management company and being proactive in making sure that our properties are safe and comfortable and happy places to live.
So, is that,
Kristen, does that again, you know, you said it's not a rhetorical question, but hopefully that addresses your question. I don't know if it answers your question or
No,
not.
I appreciate everyone's responses. This is an issue because I look at the 6 images who are representing AHC on my screen, and I've had experience working with each of you that shows your capacity, your commitment, your ability. Yet institutionally, this has not worked. And we're left today, I think really for me, it's not, Bob, quite the example where we're going to have to just go on faith. None of that's apparent. Like, it's all about results now. It's all about results.
Exactly right.
And if you don't deliver results, it's a problem. And, you know, I just think for me, that's where it is.
Well, I agree with you, and 100%. It's not about faith. It's not about. It's all about results. And we, the community, the advocates, and certainly the residents that have every right to demand the results. But we've been talking, and we've been doing a lot of talking, a lot of investigations, a lot of research, a lot of work over the last 2 weeks. And where we are now is geared to get those results. Drucker and Falk needs the room to get the results, to make the repairs, the immediate repairs to the units, to get the families that are in hotels back into the apartment units. That is our focus. Those are the results that we intend to perform and get for you. And that's our intent. And that's the goal of the staff at AHC, the executive staff, Drucker and Falk. All they want to do is get this property back to where the residents can walk in there and be proud to be there. So that's what we're looking to do.
Got too much time. So.
Yeah, we'll thank you. We'll go to other questions. I don't know whether Ms. Crystal or Mr. Karantonis was first, but go ahead, Ms. Crystal, and then we'll come to Mr. Karantonis.
Some comments culminating in some questions. I want to start by saying that I'm sorry to the Serrano residents because we have had this conversation for over a year. We met last summer. I remember one of your neighbors said to us, to Matt and I who were on that call, after sharing stories, she said, "Don't tell us you feel sorry for us." And I said, "I don't feel sorry for you. I feel accountable to you." And the way that I acted on the accountability that I felt was to collect the specific concerns that were making it so untenable to raise your families in the Serrano, and I took each of those concerns to the AHC operations staff, and it took me way too long to realize that the assurances that I got from them that your problems, individual and collective, were being addressed, that those assurances were untruths. You know, I think of the many conversations Mr. DeFerranti and I had with then AHC Senior Vice President of Maintenance, in which he told me that your mold issues had been remediated, that your convectors had been cleaned, that your questions were now being addressed by a compassionate bilingual staff. And I am regretful that I believed him. Those were not truthful statements. And I am regretful that I asked you to keep bringing forward problems to him and to us when they were not being resolved. I appreciated very deeply Ms. Brown's apology in specific, but I have to say, I think the AHC board is in the same situation that this board has been. We have received incomplete information. We have been lied to by omission. We've been kept in the dark. And so under normal circumstances, I would find the presentation that Mr. Moore gave us about renovation and the punch list and everything that's going to be done very reassuring, but they sound just like the lists and the examples that my colleagues and our staff and residents have received over the past 12 months or more while things have not improved for residents. And I will tell you what is most disconcerting to me is that this seems to continue over the past 2 weeks since the Housing Commission meeting and in preparing for this meeting. We've seen AHC give false information about county operations to try to shift blame. And above all, a refusal to incorporate an apology into the letter to Serrano residents detailing that go-forward plan, despite our housing director, Ms. Venezia, and our chair's repeated entreaties to do so. I am sorry, and what I have learned from my own experience is that I can't just be tactical. And so I am going to not be tactical for a minute, and I am going to try to speak the language of the unheard. Why not, AHC? Why are you not willing to say in writing to the Serrano residents in that letter, as we have asked you to do, that you are sorry?
Ms. Crystal, may I speak to that, please?
Please.
That the letter that was sent to you today is a letter to the county board. We are in the process of putting together a full letter to the residents of the Serrano and to the advocates that are working with them. We take full responsibility to it, and we've apologized. We've apologized to you. We've apologized to them. So I'm sorry if that was not put in writing into the letter to you, but the letter that was delivered to you today was to the County Board of Arlington.
Mr. Bushkoff, I really appreciate it. That's not a correct statement. It is, at our urging, a letter to the Serrano residents, because part of the problem is that there have been parallel conversations, one to the county board, one to the residents. We believe it should be the same letter because that's the letter how we, as the county board, the Housing Commission, the Tenant Landlord Commission, voice, and the residents of the Serrano can appeal back to that same text and use it to exercise accountability. So it's been very important to us that it not just be a letter to the county board, but to the Serrano residents. I have to say, I wouldn't find it inappropriate if you wanted the staff to answer that.
Then we misunderstood, then I apologize.
Yeah.
We misunderstood the intent of the letter.
Okay.
We thought the intent of the letter was to inform the county board of the steps that are being taken and that we intend to take. And that's what we thought it was. So, again, we apologize if it didn't have the gravity of the situation and the gravity of our understanding and the gravity that we sincerely apologize to the residents for the situation there in that letter. But the intent of that letter was to be presented to you, not to them. We intend to provide the residents with another letter summarizing what's going to be done there. And so that's all I can tell you about the letter.
I appreciate that. Mr. Rushkoff, if you don't mind, I'd like to put that question to the AHC staff as well, because they have worked and iterated with Ms. Venezia on that letter. I believe they know that it is addressed to the Serrano residents as well. And again, I really appreciate the accountability the board has taken, but I'd be interested too in hearing from staff about that.
Ms. Crystal, I would suggest that Ms. Venezia requested that the letter be addressed to the residents, but it was at the AHC board's discretion that letter was to come to you. It had nothing to do with the AHC staff.
Okay.
So, if
there was
I
a
may,
determination there would be two letters.
Yeah. Right. We had determined there were going to be separate letters to you and to
working on. There's different details going into the other letter.
If that's the matter, I think the proof will be in the pudding that's coming Thursday, right? We don't have to wait long to see the tenor and tone of the letter that's going to residents. I will tell you, I hope the substance of it matches what we have seen tonight, because again, I think it is really important. We are one community, as one of the speakers said, and one of the signs said, and we need to be having one conversation. My other question is this: who is in charge at AHC right now? Your board has stepped up to provide leadership where it has been lacking. And let me be clear, I think the decision to change the very top of leadership at the staff side of AHC was the right one. I commend the board in making that decision. I think we have seen a culture that is deeply concerning to us on the county board, and I'm glad to see it. But right now, I know Ms. Endo has been liaising with the community. With whom does the buck stop in making operational decisions?
Great. Bob, do you want me to answer as part of the subcommittee on? So we are very close to hiring an interim CEO, or we have a short list, and we're hoping to get that done right away. I think it's very obvious that we need that interim CEO. We're looking for them, and we have a subcommittee that's working on it diligently. We've engaged an HR firm, an executive search firm, to find us an interim CEO right away, and then to engage in a search for a long-term permanent CEO. So we agree, we're working on it,
okay.
And hopefully we'll have something soon.
Okay. In the meantime, who is directing operations at the Serrano? As you all make that decision on the interim as the board, again, we appreciate that Ms. Endo has responded to some questions. When we are looking for the chain of command, so to speak, is it Ms. Bucknam? Is it Mr. Welsh? Should we continue to be working through the AHC board on each of those operational questions as well?
Ultimately, from a day-to-day operation, it's the executive staff at AHC, Ms. Crystal.
Okay.
As far as, functionally signing documents and things like that, ultimately, Steve Smith is acting CEO. But you have an executive staff, including Ms. Endo, Mr. Welsh, Ms. Bucknam, and others who the intent is to keep this company running and moving forward. As far as operationally, we're working in conjunction. The AHC board is working in conjunction with them on issues related to the Serrano and other issues that might come up as far as operationally and what actions need to be taken, what funds need to be made available, et cetera.
Okay.
So thank you for those questions, Ms. Crystal. The first thought I have is that Ms. Venetia has been working nonstop on this, and the apologies that three of you, at least, I think three of you made are relevant, but Ms. Venetia has my and our full support, and we're not seeking to be harsh. We're seeking to solve the problem because we can't trust words anymore. We have to trust actions. And so I'll just say it this way. The ownership of an apology is important. Please don't explain anymore what could happen or talk about what's hard. Just fix it. And this is a crisis. Crisis communication says you just do it. Sorry, that ownership is what we want to see. And then I would say to Ms. Crystal's second part of her questions, thank you for coming and helping again. Ms. Bucknam, I haven't met you, but thank you for doing that. But with respect to the Serrano, because AHC management is not involved in the Serrano, you may want to consider, who the one lead point person. I know there are different functions, but I'll be approaching it as hoping that there is one lead staff at the Serrano and one board member that we can work with until you get a new CEO. So that's just a couple of thoughts on that. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frankly, I have great difficulty to continue that conversation because it hurts. It hurts extremely. I've been an affordable housing advocate. I've been advocating for AHC for many years. So to me, it's very personal that you fail that colossally. And that is not that you fail the tenants of Serrano. This is not the first failure, not at all. I think that Ms. Crystal and Mr. Percy already got to that. There is a story missing. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with HC? The story that the board didn't know, and that doesn't cut it, unfortunately. Even for Ms. Brown, I say that, who I believe is very honest with us. I do believe that this deterioration, this going astray, this leaving the mission has been happening over time. HC was converting into a company who had different goals than serving the most vulnerable residents in Arlington County with a huge support of public money. Mr. Welsh, at the meeting with the Housing Commission, you said at some point, we calculated that the streetcar would be built when we bought Serrano, and this didn't happen, and look, our calculations didn't go up. That's not the way to answer the question of why we are here. Really not. This shows that, we have sometimes a different perception of what really the point of the question is here. When you write that and you literally write in your letter that we will give $200 in some kind of gift cards, and we will try to compensate. I hope you understand why this is not appropriate to even discuss it. The moment is very critical, and I think that one of the biggest casualties here is, of course, the trust that we all had for HC and for its mission as a nonprofit organization. And literally, Mr. Bushkov, I understand that we cannot look back and fix something that is broken. We can only look forward, right? And in 90 days, we expect a report of what is actually invested. It's not the first time that we get a letter from HC saying that you will be committing $2 million. Last time we got it in December, it was $1.4 million. And, actually, I was around the table. Some of the tenants were around the table. We said, okay, let's do it. But it wasn't done. And the worst of all is that this significant component of fixing a problem like that, which is feeling empathy with the tenants and respecting them, didn't occur. It didn't happen with, literally, I believe Chairman DeFerranti has to be credited to forcing HC to actually hire, firing itself, hiring a external company. We had to force every single point of progress, quote unquote, until now. And Mr. Basurto, you're absolutely right. It was late, very late, too late. Mr. Berkey, I hear you very, very well when you said that there needs to be some after-action scrutiny and understanding of what mechanisms in our side haven't worked properly. Where were our alarms? Where are the red flags? How much down payment of trust we gave where we shouldn't? And I recognize my own responsibility in that. I deposited way too much trust into a situation that didn't merit at all. So here we are against the wall with a subordination request. If we don't vote for it, 196 committed affordable housing units, 196 vulnerable households could be literally left adrift. This is a horrible situation to be for an elected city, not being able to realize accountability at this moment. But 90 days is the first reporting that will be coming, and I believe that we will be extremely, extremely careful in how we will be receiving it. So that's all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I think we don't have very many questions. We mostly are making statements, and I think we all feel terrible. I also want to apologize to the tenants. This was a total failure of governance. We've had conversations. How did this happen? How did we let this happen? This doesn't happen in Arlington. I've been doing local elected government now for about a quarter century, and I've learned I trust our community. I trust our staff. On few rare occasions I haven't. They've been very rare. And this one, we got busy. As I say, we trust. I know the board. I know you all on the board. I trusted you. And I suspect you all trusted some people that you shouldn't have trusted. But one of the key jobs of a board is to monitor. And that's where we totally fell down. I also want to thank my younger colleagues because, frankly, they took this on a lot more than I did. We were in the middle of COVID, and they were going to, I sort of said, well, they're handling it. I don't have to worry about it too much. And not that I would have done anything any differently. It wouldn't have helped if I'd gotten in there, but I really did let them carry the water. And it took a while, but we did get there. I am really pleased with the staff. And again, Ms. Venezia does have our complete trust. I think she's working really hard. I hope AHC, you all listen to her. Thank you, Mr. Berkey. That suggestion for doing an after-action look, I think it will come down to monitoring. How do commissions and the board, how do we monitor? And this was one step removed. We're supposed to monitor what our staff does. And this was monitoring, this was the AHC's board should have done monitoring what their staff was, and how do you do that? Moving forward, the reason I'm feeling a fair amount of confidence is that I do know some of the people here, and I still do trust and like some of them. I think we've all gotten caught up in really difficult situation that does need to be checked into, and why didn't the monitoring happen? And I think often it was too easy to believe what we wanted to believe. You believe what you want to believe. They said it was going to be fixed. Okay, it's going to be fixed. And then have it again and again. Moving forward, I think we will continue to be monitoring. Mr. DeFranti asked for a report to come back, I think, from AHC in July. I don't know that we need to take up board time here, but we need to be hearing regularly, and we will be checking in with AHC, and we're going to be monitoring and going in there and looking at it. So that monitoring is going to be happening, and we're going to start measuring things. And what gets measured gets done. So I feel pretty confident now that moving forward it will get done, but boy, did we have to get to a painful place before it could actually get done. So thank you to my colleagues for what you all have done, stepping up. Thank you to our staff that's been working really hard with this. We all feel terrible it took us as long as it did. And I hope I think we will move forward in a better way. But being on a board means monitoring what goes on. You got to monitor. If you don't have good monitoring situations set up, it's not going to work. So I think that's one of the major lessons I'm taking away, but I will look forward to reports later. So it's late. I will stop now. And I am sorry that we had as our chair explained, legally, we couldn't switch the order. So I'm sorry it got so late. Believe me, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Just tactically, to be clear, the 30 days that I want two staff and one board member to come back at the July meeting is not about a written report. I want to have a brief conversation where there's ownership of what has happened over the last 30 days and there's progress, and explanations are less good than results. So that's a conversation that will be short, but I would like to have that type of accountability. The 90 days that Mr. Karantonis mentioned, that's what you've written in your letter, and that's more towards the written. In September, we will have that conversation, but that's trying to be clear about what July means. I know we have the subordination conversation, and it's not a mystery to those in the audience The first 2 pages, and I don't know if you were going to go to the subordination or you had other issues that you wanted to ask more.
I'm going to put the motion on, but if you want
I
to
have
go to
other issues.
Yeah, so I just want to, I feel that it would be inconsistent to have had this conversation and not be at least accountable to you on the subordination request. If there was a default, we would lose affordability protections. We would have this building go into a bank, and it would be months and months before we would address the 25 who want to leave and the other 245, I don't know if my math's right, 255 residents who are there. I don't think that's in the best interest, and so that's why I'm supporting this subordination. If you look at the first 2 pages, you'll see, you don't have to, but if you look, there are a number of provisions in there that are giving us more authority under this than previous. I'm not asking you to say that you agree with the decision. I'm trying to provide you context for why I have to make this decision. And with that, I'll go to Mr. Dorsey on, and we can have closing, or unless Ms. Crystal, you had additional.
Well, so the other thing we haven't really talked about in all of this is sort of our expectations for what the county's going to do differently. And so I won't belabor it. I don't expect that either a manager or a housing director would have answers tonight. I wanted to just call to everyone's attention and maybe flag a couple of specific areas in which I am interested. The letter that we received from the Alliance for Housing Solutions, which recommended actions by the county. One of the things we've already started this after action process, and one of the things that we've talked about a lot is inspections. And I know the manager is already working with Housing and Inspection Services Division to figure out how to be more proactive, more comprehensive, more spontaneous and unplanned in those, and I'm looking forward to that. There are other pieces that AHS has recommended to us that I think are really worth our attention. One of them is anonymously surveying CAF residents across the portfolio to highlight provider level concerns and potentially reflect those aggregate provider level concerns and scoring for future AHIF allocations. One of the things I also wanted to flag that I'm especially interested in, and I think this is really related to the action we're about to take, Mr. DeFerranti, because the county is in the position of loaning our affordable housing providers considerable sums of money, it feels like, and we want, to have leverage over them. The problem is the levers of those loans are too blunt of instruments, because if, for example, with this loan subordination, if we exercise accountability by voting no, the people that hurts the most are the residents. And that is also true, when it comes to other issues with, for example, trying to claw back loans. AHS has an interesting recommendation about potentially building in springing rate increases when loan conditions about housing quality could be violated. I don't profess to be an expert, by no stretch a legal expert in how to structure those loan documents, but I do think that's worthy of further study so that we don't find ourselves in this situation where the only levers we can pull are ones that will penalize residents and not developers. So I hope that when we come back again in July, we can have a little more conversation about what we'll do differently in the county. Again, I trust that our manager, housing team, and inspection services division are already working on the inspections issue. But I think there is more to be done for all of us to figure out, not just how we exercise oversight. I think there's been enough oversight actually being exercised. The problem is when we turn up problems and we have a partner who tells us they're going to be fixed and they aren't. Not what is the oversight, but what are the penalties? And so I think that's really an area where there's a lot more work to be done. Thank you. And I don't mean to just flag all of that and not give Ms. Venezia an opportunity to say anything that may already be in the works or under consideration. So no obligation, but Ms. Venezia, if you or your team wanted to respond to any of that, please do.
We'll go to Mr. Dorsey, but first we want to give Ms. Venecia a chance to, if there's, you don't have to add, but you're certainly welcome to.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm happy to speak to that. Thank you, Ms. Crystal and Chair. So, as I mentioned during our presentation, we actually are in the process of starting to look at some mid and longer term strategies and effectively an after action report. And the 3 areas that we are looking at involve tenant supports, We're also looking at our asset management and oversight. And then we're also looking at just our overall investment in some of our aging properties. And some of this we did also talk about during the budget work session back in March, I believe it was now, but how we, as part of this work, would be doing a capital needs inventory and really trying to see how the county is investing in some of its aging properties and, again, where the needs are. So that was work we were already planning to do. I think given some recent events, we're looking to see how we might be able to accelerate some of that work. But we really do appreciate the ideas that AHS and a number of other organizations have been sharing. I have been soliciting ideas from folks. Anyone listening in tonight, if you have ideas that you wish to share with me or other county staff, we really are actively trying to put together all these ideas so that we can really explore what approach might make sense in these areas going forward. So yes, there's a lot of opportunity there, so thank you.
Thank you. That's encouraging to hear.
Mr. Dorsey.
Sure. So I think we're ready for a motion, and I'd love to speak to it after I propose it. So I'd like to move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations contained in staff report 49B dated June 11th, 2021. It's a recommendation in 5 parts, substantially to approve documents related to the county's more than $13 million AHIF loan to the AHC Serrano LLC. It includes a subordination agreement for a new loan, an amended and restated permanent supportive housing program and funding agreement, and an amendment to the AHIF fund loan agreement.
Second.
Does that work, Madam Attorney?
I believe you should also authorize and direct the county manager to execute all those documents.
All right, I will do so. So moved.
And I'll second that, too.
The motion's been moved and seconded. Mr. Dorsey, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, and I'll try to be succinct. You know, this is about the Serrano fundamentally, clearly, but I think at the risk of being hyperbolic, I think this is really about the fundamental relationship of Arlington's affordable housing program. It's built on this whole idea that, as Ms. Crystal said, we have resources that we can leverage to work with partners who are in the business of capably providing safe and quality housing. There really is no need for the partnership if that second element is not being fulfilled. No need at all. So this issue raises the reasonable question in many people's minds as to why is the county doing it this way instead of having complete responsibility for doing it itself. And, you know, I would usually have a good answer for that. There are lots of people out there who do it really well, and we should focus on what we do well. And that's broken right now, and it's so incredibly disappointing. But that said, we have to figure out, well, how we get to the best solution. And in many ways, what people are asking us to do tonight, hold AHC accountable, is actually executed in this action. And I want to be very clear about that. The easy way out for AHC would be to be in a position where they defaulted on a loan, ended up in foreclosure. They could wipe their hands of it, move on. No accountability at all. They could walk away, leaving in their wake devastation and despair with people who were displaced, left in limbo. Accountability is actually being engaged with a long-term process to return the Serrano to the level of quality that the residents who live there expect. And that's what this series of actions does. For perhaps the first time, we have a level of negotiated conditions attached to an AHIF loan, which we do appreciate AHC engaging with us to make sure that we're not going to have to worry about faith and trust. There will be true accountability with what will be delivered based on the new loan. And, you know, this conversation has been, you know, very challenging and difficult, but I will acknowledge that I agree with AHC that at least in terms of the county, we're not going to focus on the past. You know, the past is really useful for you all in repairing relationship with the people who live at the Serrano. For us, we are, to use the words of our former colleague, departed colleague Eric Gutschall, focused on the future, but it's going to be a focus like you've never seen before in terms of little latitude for mistakes or errors, and that's just the unfortunate reality. People need to see action quickly, they need to see action that's sustained, and they need to see that action with no excuses. So with this, I'm actually comfortable making this motion because what people have asked us for, which is what I think they deserve, is actually delivered with these actions. Accountability, and AHC being the solution to the problems that they have allowed to fester.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. To put my take on that and to address, Ms. Crystal, some of your concerns, the summary of this item points to allowing for abatement of rent and some other costs in a new way that isn't in the agreement right now. We need tools that aren't default, and that will help us hold accountable. So that is my read, and I don't know if our acting county attorney wanted to speak at all to that. I know you've looked at the documents. I just look at that part of the summary as well as the staff report, and we have now an ability to hold rent, as I understand it, that we wouldn't have before this is taken. Maybe I've overstated it, but I'm kind of asking about that summary.
Well, there's not a general ability to abate rent. There are certain programs that are in place at AHC, including the Section 8 housing vouchers and the permanent supportive housing vouchers, and we can withhold our vouchers if certain housing quality standards are not met. We've also made a number of amendments to the AHIF loan agreement, which is the existing loan that the county has with AHC, to give the county greater ability to insist on some protective measures. But since the relationship between AHC and the county with that AHIP agreement is still a financial one, the lever there is still calling the note, putting them potentially into foreclosure.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying, and I apologize for misstating it. Those are some of, it sounds like there's still one remedy, but there is the need for stronger provisions, and perhaps that's part of our after action that we need to continue to work through. So I think everyone else has said it succinctly. I'll own it and say, I'm sorry, not because I wasn't trying, but because I didn't get it done for you yet. And I take responsibility for that. I'll think about that and what I need to do differently to be more effective there. We're going to need to see completely different evidence before I'm comfortable in any new project being possible. I'll just say that. And then, there's really nothing that's more important. As we think about equity and justice, this is the center of it in Arlington County right now. So with that, we'll call for a vote on the subordination agreement. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? None opposed. That motion passes. If AHC representatives are still on the call, we'll see you next month, and we'll have hopefully a shorter but still productive and measurable conversation. To those of you who came tonight, thank you for coming and speaking your truths. I think you've heard in different ways, each of us seeking to be accountable to you. So you're welcome to stay. We have a development project which is next, but this is obviously the most important thing from my point of view that we're doing tonight. But thank you.
Thank you, Chair DeFerrante.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Items 50A through C are site plan items and an ordinance of vacation related to the Potomac Yard Land Base C East, also known as Hazel National Landing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we will turn, and certainly if folks need to stretch their legs, we'll, in the interest of efficiency and focus, proceed and go ahead. But we'll start with the staff presentation. Mr. Manager.
I'm going to turn it over to Adam Watson.
Mr. Watson, are you there?
Thank you. I am. Can you hear me? Can you see my presentation?
We can hear you, and we can see your presentation.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, board members. I realize the hour, and I will try to be concise and to the point. So this is Potomac Yard Land Bay C East and the associated items. There's 4 items here. The first is an amendment to the existing PDSP for Potomac Yard to allow the east parcel to convert to residential use. The second is a site plan amendment for the existing site plan, final site plan that was approved on Land Bay C. Item C is the development proposal itself for the east parcel, and then item D is the encroachment that's associated with that new development plan. So this site is located in Potomac Yard, as shown on the left-hand side of the screen. This is the last remaining entitled but undeveloped parcel within the Potomac Yard area. And currently today, as you can see from the image on the right-hand side of the screen, it serves as a service parking lot and formerly a construction staging area. So just briefly, the general land use plan map designates this area as medium residential and low office apartment hotel. And the key takeaway here from this is that the requested conversion of office gross floor area to residential is consistent with the GLUF designation for the site and for the PDSP area. In terms of the zoning, the entire site and the PDSP area is zoned CO 1.5 mixed-use district. There's no rezoning requested with this project, and the existing zoning corresponds with the GLUF designation. A little bit of PDSP and site plan background. The Potomac Yard PDSP was approved 21 years ago, back in 2000, and it prescribes density and land uses for each land bay. The county board at that time also approved an additional 1.16 million square feet of additional density above the base for the conveyance of the north tract. The final site plan for Land Bay C itself was approved back in 2007, which covered the entirety of the land bay. I've shown that site plan on the right-hand side of the screen and superimposed the approximate parcel boundary which exists now today, which will show you how the land bay would divide should these items be approved. But that approval back in 2007 was for 4 office buildings, about 1 million square feet of office, with an underground parking and loading structure and North Park Plaza in the center of the site. So jumping into the proposal, the PDSP and the site plan amendments, the key thrust here is that the applicant is requesting to split this land bay into east and west final site plans, as has been done in the past with Land Bay D and Land Bay E, for instance. The key changes here are shown in blue. And again, the key request is that office that was previously approved but unbuilt on Land Bay C East convert predominantly to residential. From a PDSP use mix standpoint, this will shift the use mix from about 50-50 commercial to residential use to 40-60 to commercial residential use, which is not inconsistent with the GLUF or the zoning. In terms of the actual development proposal that's coming forward here, again, this is just for the east parcel. 2 residential buildings with ground floor retail at 491 dwelling units. The applicant will be going into greater detail about the architecture and the layout. However, that was very well received throughout SPRC. Parking will be accommodated underground at 0.7 spaces per dwelling unit for residential and 1 space per 635 square feet of retail gross floor area. North Park Plaza is a key achievement of this development proposal. We'll be getting 0.6 acres constructed, maintained, and a public access easement provided for that space. I should say that space that's being given from this side of the parcel does exceed the minimum recommendation from the Potomac Yard guidelines for the entire plaza overall. So we'll look forward in the future at some point for legal redevelopment on the west parcel to complete the remaining portion of North Park Plaza. But this is, again, a key step in achieving the goals of the PDSP and the Potomac Yard Design Guidelines. The applicant is also stepping up to LEED Gold from LEED Silver, which was the previous commitment made back in 2007 for the final site plan. We'll also be getting removal of an existing strip of median on Potomac Avenue that would allow for the implementation of a cycle track and multi-use trail on the east side of Potomac Avenue. Again, I believe the applicant will be going into more detail about the site layout, but I just wanted to mention briefly these are the footprints of the two buildings that are proposed, the north building and the south building, with retail fronting predominantly along Potomac, but also on the corners of 33rd Street and 29th Street. And you have loading for each of those buildings on the side roads on 29th and 33rd, respectively. And then townhome-style residential units on the ground floor fronting North Park Plaza to the west. North Park Plaza itself, again, as I mentioned, is 0.62 acres. The applicant has taken great strides to incorporate biophilic materials here, and we're seeing all natural materials provided, trees and landscaping, lawns, flexible seating areas, a water fountain that will run between the two buildings. And then lastly, I should just mention that this design, care was taken here to make sure that this design also integrates with the approved and existing design for the C-West parcel adjacent. I just wanted to take the next two slides to talk about how this project evolved through SPRC to really take a step in the right direction. The applicant was very responsive to staff's recommendations and requests, as well as the communities. And the first major issue that we talked about at SPRC was the site layout. As shown on the left-hand side of the screen, the original proposal included a very large loading area, essentially next to the front door of this building on Potomac Avenue, which not only created issues from a policy perspective in terms of the desire from the Potomac Yard Guidelines to have an active frontage there and have pedestrian-oriented uses, but it also created potential safety issues from truck backing movements across an existing bike lane as well as a sidewalk. And so the applicant, I think, really took that to heart, and as shown on the revised image here on the right-hand side of the screen, relocated that loading dock, added in street trees. We now have an active frontage proposed along Potomac Avenue, which is much more in line with the Potomac Yard Design Guidelines and was generally welcomed by the SPRC and the community as well. In addition to that, North Park Plaza, this plaza was envisioned in the design guidelines to be predominantly hardscapes. However, both staff and the community expressed a desire for this to become a more biophilic and green space. And the applicant, again, made those revisions through the SPRC process. I think these two images illustrate the extent to which additional plantings were incorporated. There were changes to the furnishings to incorporate more organically shaped and curved furnishings within the plaza, incorporating generally more biophilic elements and trees and plantings generally. And so, again, while the PDSP had this envisionment of a predominantly hardscaped area, this design still reflects that, but also reflects more recent efforts to incorporate biophilic design into our public open spaces. Transportation, just briefly, this site is well supported by multimodal transportation. It has excellent connectivity to the local and regional roadway network. It's going to be completing a key, I would say, missing link of sidewalks that are not currently there within Potomac Yard. And the conversion from office to residential use itself will result in overall reduction of vehicle trips that are expected to be generated within the Potomac Yard development. We had a lengthy community engagement process, which began in December of last year. We had an online engagement began in December to frame our discussions for our two virtual SPRC meetings, where we focused predominantly on the topics that I had mentioned on the previous slides. Overall, the SPRC was very supportive of the project, particularly the architecture of the project. We went to the commissions beginning a couple weeks ago, and the Parks and Recreation Commission was supportive of it. Did note some concerns about a desire for incorporation of bird-friendly materials. At the Transportation Commission, the commission voted unanimously to approve this project per the county manager's recommendation. There was an amendment request to have a protected bike lane installed should that multi-use trail not be implemented with the conclusion of construction of this project. And we've coordinated with the applicant to make sure that that can happen through a post-approval plan submission of the civil plans. In terms of the Planning Commission voted unanimously again to approve the county manager's recommendation with no motions to amend. This is a list of the site plan features and improvements that are coming with this project. I would just wanted to highlight some of the ones that are not standard per se, or that are site-specific, and one of those, of course, again, being that construction, maintenance, and easement for North Park Plaza and the removal of the Potomac Avenue median. In terms of additional density, the applicant is going to be achieving LEED Gold here with a 15% energy savings over the base and a commitment to Energy Star appliances and WaterSense fixtures. So with that, we recommend the county board approve these items per the county manager's recommendation. This proposal is consistent with the zoning ordinance and the GLUP and advances a number of key components of the PDSP and our policy goals, and will be a welcome implementation of development here, 21 years on from the original approval of the PDSP. So this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. We'll now go to our applicant, and perhaps there have been few instances where brevity, certainly tell us what we need to know, but I think it's Mr. Cummings and perhaps also the developer themselves who would be next. Mr. Cummings.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Nicholas Cummings here with Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicant. I will be brief. I just want to thank everyone from staff and the Planning Commission who worked on this project with us, particularly our SPRC chairs, Commissioners Hughes and Sarley. Mr. Watson was right, the project improved markedly throughout the process. Given the hour, the entire team is going to be brief, but I will yield the rest of my comments and go directly to the design team. I think we have Mr. Tom Kerwin here to speak for us.
Mr. Kerwin.
Yes, hello, thank you. Sir, my name is Tom Kerwin. I'm the founding principal of Bleakiel Architecture. I'm very pleased to be presenting Hazel National Landing on behalf of the entire team, including our zoning attorney, Walsh Colucci, Art Walsh, and Nick. And for our client, Zom, feel free to cut me off at any time. I realize it's late. I'm going to try to go very fast. John, can you put up this presentation, please? John Gately. John Gately.
We can hear you. Are you there?
It's been a night
Okay.
of tech glitches.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
John Gately. I'm sorry. This is Tom Kerwin. My colleague John Gately is putting the presentation up, and I'm.
That's all right. No.
John Winter, do you have access to the presentation?
Yes, I do, Tom. If they can give me presenter credentials, yes.
Somebody needs to give either John Winter or John Gately presenter credentials, please.
We're coming along.
I'm very sorry for the glitch.
No worries.
Very sorry for the glitch. Next, John. The project, as Mr. Watson went through, is in land base to east of the National Landing Area, Potomac Yard. Our site is indicated in red on the image on the right side of the page. Next. Our proposed project is approximately 526,000 gross square feet with 491 residential units, 445 vehicular parking spaces, 220 bicycle parking spaces. Building 1 to the north, top of the page, is 15 floors, 302 units. Building 2 to the south is 11 floors and 189 units. Next. The slide depicts the prior site plan amendment that Mr. Watson went through from December 2007 for an office use, and our current proposal on the right, comprised of multifamily housing and retail uses. Next. This slide depicts the site plan for our project. North is to the left on all of the images that you'll see here and follows. Potomac to the east, 29th Street to the north, 33rd Street to the south, and it's bounded by the North Park Plaza green space to the west. Please, the two buildings at the bottom of the page are the two future office buildings referenced by Mr. Watson. Next. This slide depicts the ground floor of our project. We work very closely with our client and Arlington staff to make sure the ground floor uses are vibrant and active, providing enhanced pedestrian experience. Retail is indicated in yellow. The residential entrances flank the center passageway. Townhomes at grade face west and front the center park. The service access points have been moved to 29th and 33rd Street, which frees up the center passageway to be a vibrant public open space connecting Potomac Avenue to the center park, which we believe is in keeping with the ideals of the original master plan. The original master plan had the vehicular service access contained within that center passageway. We proposed to move it out of there, and we made further refinements as Mr. Watson went through earlier. Next. This slide depicts the typical residential floor plan. The units are comprised primarily of studios, 1 beds, and 2 beds. Slightly more generous unit sizes for building 2 on the right. You'll see in this plan that a significant number of the units will have access to outdoor balcony space. Next. These diagrams reveal the composition of the buildings in keeping with the Potomac Yard design guidelines, which outline methodologies for breaking down long facades along major streets like Potomac Avenue. This is further enhanced by the passageway between the 2 buildings. Next. This slide and the series of images that follow describe the overall composition and massing of our project. The massing is composed of a series of 5 volumes that are modulated in both plan and section. The 3 blocks, 2 at the ends and 1 in the middle, are comprised primarily of brick. These blocks are composed of earth tone colors that are seen in the districts, buffs, reds, and rust colors. The blocks between the brick volumes are primarily composed of metal, which affords us the opportunity to provide more vibrant colors. In our practice, we see color as an important aspect of our projects to enrich people's lives and create more vibrant urban experiences. Sustainability is an important aspect of our plan. In particular, the 2 blocks between the masonry volumes provide for linear balconies, which serve as sun shading devices on the long east and west facades of the building. Next. This view is from Potomac, looking west through the passageway, and also depicts the residential entries to each building that flank the passageway. This pedestrian activity generated by the residential entries will further serve to provide vibrancy for this outdoor open space. Next. This is a view of the passageway between the buildings, again, looking west towards the center park a little more closely in. Next. This is a view of the residential entry for Building 1 from Potomac Avenue looking west. As you can see, we've set back the lobby glass to create a datum and base for the building, which grounds the project, but also provides for a covered space outside while one waits for their guests or transportation. Next. This is another view of that area that Mr. Watson was describing, where we've added retail and brought out provided for a semi-enclosed structure that will provide some cover and enclosure for outdoor dining along Potomac. The structure sits between the 2 brick volumes and brings the retail to the sidewalk edge with outdoor dining and gathering space. Next. This is a view from Potomac looking at the retail area at the corner of Potomac and 33rd. The richness of the brick material above is exciting to us for both its characteristics of warmth and texture and depth. Provides us many opportunities for richness of detail, the modulation, the joinery, the ability to provide depth, and the resulting shade and shadow all bring a facade to life. Next. Almost done here. This is a view looking north from 33rd. The covered area on this south and west corner provides for a larger outdoor gathering space for one to take respite from the hot sun on a summer day. The space will be generous in volume, resulting in pleasing proportions for the users. Next. This is a view from within that space, that covered outdoor space at the southwest corner that's connected to North Park Plaza. The space will provide, again, shade and cover from a rainy day or from a hot summer day. Next. Our landscape architect, Amal from LSG, is on the line and will answer questions. I'm going to quote from him here as describing the landscape plan. From a landscape architecture and outdoor placemaking point of view, our goal in this project is to bring people close to nature by using biophilic and ecological design principles. The three main components of the outdoor placemaking at this level are: one, first, streetscapes along three sides of the site, which are consistent with the Roslyn-Ballston corridor streetscape standards and Arlington County landscape standards. Second, the central passageway between Building 1 and 2 with its cascading water feature and landscape elements to greet and welcome people along Potomac Avenue. The third aspect is North Park Plaza with its central seating element, the lawn panel, and the linear seating along the western boundary. Next, two more slides and we're done. This view of North Park Plaza shows the sculptural design of the benches and stepped seating along the lawn panel. They invite passersby to sit, lounge, and take a break. These elements also act as a stage for seasonally appropriate art installations, events, smaller performances, and gatherings. The lawn panel itself acts as an informal space for socialization, exercise, play, and relaxation. Again, Amal from LSG can answer any follow-up questions. Last slide is, this is the final slide, looking at the passageway again between the two buildings. Appreciate the time and consideration. The planning staff, Mr. Watson, and all the staff have been great, along with the planning commissioners and the SPRC chairs and co-chairs Hughes and Sarley, be engaged in a series of meetings with us, and we believe the project has been made better through this process and will result in a project that will only contribute positively to this important urban neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kerwin, for moving quickly through that. Appreciate it, and also appreciate the working through the slides. And we will turn next to our advisory groups. I know that Ms. McIntyre is here, or I believe she's here virtually, and Mr. Howell is. I think traditionally we've started with our Planning Commission. Is Ms. Morton there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chair DeFerranti, and good evening, members of the board. My name is Elizabeth Morton. Thanks for the opportunity to represent the Planning Commission's views on this item. Planning Commission heard this item at its June 3rd, 2021 meeting. There were no public speakers. We did hear reports from several advisory groups, which I think you'll hear from today, Parks and Recreation Commission and Transportation. As you've heard, in general, the project was very well received, and the SPRC process seemed to work well. The applicant and design team were lauded for presenting a very strong project from the beginning, and I think precisely for that reason it set the tone for a productive set of meetings. The applicant, Zom, and Mr. Kerwin and his team were praised for being very receptive to community concerns. As you've seen, they've made a number of changes, which we think have improved the project significantly. In terms of the PC meeting, there was some discussion about EV parking and whether that will meet future demands. I know you've had a thorough discussion of that at your last meeting Saturday. The main topic of discussion at the PC meeting was the architecture and the footprint. Like the RCA project we discussed on Saturday, there was generally great appreciation for the ambition of the architecture. We are excited to see some non-standard, high-quality materials, interesting color choices. I'm very grateful to see the applicant investing in both the architecture and the urban design, taking it seriously, and still meeting the intent of the planning guidance. Similar again to the RCA discussion from Saturday, there was concern and discussion about bird-friendly glass, with some commissioners expressing disappointment that the applicant wasn't committing to more bird-friendly materials, especially in this migratory path. Overall, however, the Planning Commission felt this was an excellent project, concurred with staff that it will advance several key goals of the PDSP and the Potomac Yard design guidelines. We're excited to welcome this new applicant, Zom, to Arlington, and excited that the site is finally being developed. As you've heard, the Planning Commission unanimously supported the county manager's recommendations on all the items related to this project, with no amendments. So that concludes my report. I'm happy to stay and answer any questions you might have. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Morton. Offering to stay at this hour is particularly kind. Really appreciate your presentation and your summary, and also your pointing out that the applicant was listening quite closely in addition to bringing forward a strong project at the start. So we have two other commissions that are here, I believe. Ms. McIntyre, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Joan McIntyre, Chair of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. I'll try to be a little bit brief on that. You have our letter. But this project, actually, in contrast to what we've often seen, is mostly electric, especially with the HVAC and hot water systems. So it gets it a little bit closer to being a zero carbon building. Still opportunities for reducing any natural gas in the retail or for storage, so that we could live. Our biggest concern, though, is the energy efficiency. I mean, 15% is pretty minimal. And even for zero carbon certification, they tend to look for 25% and more. That's actually that energy efficiency 15% is really not changed since they presented it as LEED Silver, and that the energy model did suggest that there might be additional savings just by changing lighting and glass in the building. The applicant also should consider using heat pump hot water systems in the individual units. These are highly energy efficient, so it would both be better for the environment as well as better for the consumption, or for the residents. And then the applicant actually isn't looking at on-site solar or even off-site solar, and that would be something that we would urge them to consider as part of this project to make it and move it towards being truly zero carbon. And in addition to that, again, as we've brought up with the RCA and other projects, is actually their commitment to EV charging is extremely minimal, about 4 spaces with EV chargers and another 6 EV charging ready. That comes to about a total of about 3% of total parking spaces. So again, 50% seems to be at least a better number to aim for, to actually really facilitate the transition to electric vehicles. So yeah, and then again, the biophilic elements are nice. There's probably some additional room for more naturalistic design, and I would again concur on the looking for bird-friendly glass. But again, this project, the applicant project, really would do much better, and the county would be much better off if they put more sustainability elements to get it more to a zero carbon building. We're really running out of time in dealing with the climate crisis. So this really is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. We also have, and we'll have discussion as we move forward. I really appreciate your summarizing well and quickly. Next to Mr. Howell. Are you there, Mr. Howell?
I am here. Can you hear me and see me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much. I'll try to be very brief. I'll start out by associating myself with the remarks of Commissioner Morton on the architecture, siting, and materials. I think we found them to be very innovative and aesthetically pleasing and a breath of fresh air. And so we're completely in support of that. And by and large, the landscaping with the improvements that have been made through the SPRC process also is going to be very good at connecting with the other park areas and the natural areas up and down Potomac Avenue. I note that in the report, the applicant has said, the applicant said that should the water feature design prove unfeasible, they would be willing to engage in further public comment on an alternate design. And we would welcome that, because I believe that while the integrity of the overall site architecture is important and the plaza is a part of that, the possibility of creating even further, sort of kicking up a notch, the natural and biophilic character of the water feature itself is possible while still retaining that cast concrete frame, like a landscape painting would be inside a frame. And you can kind of have it both ways, and be very interested to talk about that. Our main concern, as you've heard already previewed, is the bird-friendly glass issue. I just wanted to actually, if Madam Clerk has my digital files that I submitted, I just wanted to say that I would be using those at the very end. Are those available?
Give me 1 second and let me check here.
Just 1 second, we're checking.
Sure. I can continue to save time, and then we'll just be running through those quickly at the end. So the second concern is the bird-friendly glass. Just to make a distinction, bird safe means no risk, and bird-friendly means mitigated risk, but still risk. It's not a precise science. There's not a lot known. There are lots of studies, but it's a difficult thing to study because you can't study the absence of phenomena as easily as in a laboratory. But all glass is potentially at risk, and for land-based seed, the fenestration on the upper floors is a fairly low risk compared to many other structures in Arlington. The larger windows at the ends of the buildings, especially where the windows are in the corners, have increased risk over that amount, but still not as bad as wall-sized windows. The most serious risk in this structure are the bottom 3 floors, and particularly those enormous panes on the ground level, and particularly the plate windows for the townhouses. And that coincides with the area in the site where all the vegetation is and where almost all of the wildlife will be. This is a pretty high-risk area, and pretty much guaranteed that the birds that share that space with residents and retail customers will find some trouble. There are a lot of different ways to mitigate risk, and many of the ways that mitigate risk also reduce energy consumption. So if there are concerns about windows and energy consumption, you might be able to get some synergy on that. Of course, area, square footage of windows is the biggest issue, but there are a lot of different things that can be done to either change, alter, coat, or otherwise impact the perception of the reflectivity, which is the primary concern all of the time. I just wanted to highlight at the end the reason why we're concerned about this. Estimates range, just for North America, just in a single year, somewhere between 350 and 1 billion birds dying from impact with structures, with glass structures and other man-made features like towers and things like that. We've already lost probably 25% of the bird population in North America in the last 60 years, and a lot of it coincides with the emergence of glass and tall buildings in so many places where they hadn't existed before. Some of it relates also to habitat loss, but you have to fight the battles on all fronts. Now, not all species are impacted the same way. Migratory birds, while they're migrating, are extremely vulnerable. Woodland inhabitants and insectivores, those 3 categories not mutually exclusive, they are the primary concern here. So what I've done is, as the final comment, and I know it's a long night, so maybe this will also be a little bit of a refresher for you. What I've done is compared data on species most likely to have fatal collisions from different studies around the country, and compared that with the species that we know migrate through a nest in Arlington. So the photos that we'll be showing, and you can go ahead and put those up, Ms. Jones, if you'd like.
Mr. Howell, I'm not sure. Oh, do we have them, Ms. Jacobs?
No, I
Okay.
do not have those photos, Mr. Howell.
You don't have those?
No. We apologize, but we don't have them handy. Is there a way you can sum up?
Let me see.
We might also say, probably all of us would be ready to have a conversation with you about this at some other juncture if you're amenable to that. But I know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would absolutely be amenable to that. I was just trying to figure out whether I could get these small number of slides up on my screen and use them, but we could do that at a different time in the interest of time.
I will speak with great confidence for colleagues in saying we will find a time. There will be a little more time in the coming weeks. So if you'll share that with the board, and then we can, I'm happy to find a time to talk with you, and I suspect colleagues would be happy to as well. Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for bearing with us on a long evening. And I can say, Mr. Howell, I'm ready to see the outdoors right now. So, sorry. But.
Which is not a subtle.
Sorry, I did not. I did not. So we will go.
You're such a wit.
I did not know that that was going to come out, but we will continue. Do we have public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
We did not.
We do not.
We do not.
Okay, someone, I will, if someone can make a clip of that, I'd love it.
No, it's me.
It certainly is. So the conversation is now with the board. We did have Ms. Morton summarized the process, a good process. I guess we would be ready for Mr. Karantonis with a motion.
Yes, and I will be very brief with the help of our acting county attorney, Ms. Michelle Kaur. So I move to adopt the three ordinances in the county manager's recommendation in the board report for agenda item 50A to C, and to enact the ordinance in the county manager's recommendation in board report for agenda item 50D. That's the motion. And to my motion, I will not add nothing to what Dr. Morton has not said.
Great. So, Dr. Morton, thank you. We have a motion. I'll second the motion. I guess, the only issue that I see is out there is Ms. McIntyre's questions, a little bit about the energy efficiency. It was great to hear you mention that the building is more electric. I'm trying, I don't have much in the way of questions, but I did feel it fair. It sounds like 15% above ASHRAE, which I forget which year. But I don't know if staff has had conversations with the applicant with respect to some of the changes seemed like they could be in the interest of the applicant over time. And so I wanted to just ask perhaps Mr. Watson or the applicant, but starting with Mr. Watson, if there's any thoughts about whether any of the additional energy efficiency requests might, as this gets built, be something that we have seen get incorporated, or if you have thoughts on the energy efficiency standards.
Yeah, sure. Well, I should say, 15% is what a request for, under at least the previous green building policy, a typical request for energy efficiency, which they're meeting here. We have seen some projects actually be slightly less than that. So we were encouraged to see 15%. With regard to the EV parking, I will say I might defer to the applicant on that. I believe they're providing 6 EV parking spaces as a component of their LEED Gold commitments, with 6 additional parking spaces EV ready with conduit run. But there's nothing in the conditions that would preclude them from furthering their own commitment to electric vehicle charging or parking in their garage. So as demand increases for that. So I would turn it over to the applicant if they have any more thoughts on that.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. I think perhaps Mr. Kerwin, or is there another, or Mr. Cummings? Go ahead.
I don't have any further. I don't have any further thoughts.
I was going to call on Mr. Jim Dunlop from ZOM if you wanted to speak to the sort of market conditions they face with the EV parking spaces in particular.
Yep, just to clear up the numbers, we're definitely putting in 6 to start. We have conduit, electric panel, switchgear for 6 further, and we've spoken with our electrician or electrical designer about how to expand that to 24 without, with energy management, load management, to 24 spaces as the market demands. So that is the plan that is being designed into the building.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate the chance. Appreciate you, Mr. Dunlop, you joining us, and I know I appreciate your work through the project. Electric vehicles, we just had a recent, rather sustained conversation on, and so 24 and the efforts there certainly will want to, as we look at future buildings, that'll be a broader policy for other projects. I would just say on energy efficiency, if it turns out to be in the financial interest as the building is built to go to a higher standard, that would be of interest. But I'm way outside of my knowledge of the infrastructure of energy efficiency in buildings. So I don't know if you have any thoughts or comments as to whether that's not applicable because you're going forward. But I am mindful that the building will be there for a while, or a long time, and we are facing a climate crisis. So I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I would say we're really focused on achieving the LEED Gold, and have taken on that commitment. And I think the 15% is a standard that we've been working with, and we're going to strive to do as best we can within all that. But as far as committing, the 15% is where we felt like we needed to be, and where we felt like we could achieve, commit to, and we're going to strive to do better on a lot of things. But that's really the gold commitment that we've stepped up to.
Appreciate the response, and I hope you can understand why I was trying to see, just in light of our C2E2 chair. So it is, LEED Gold is a standard that we are happy to see, and we're looking for, you can imagine we'll be looking for net zero sometime in the future. But with respect to this project, I think we've exhausted that, and appreciate your being here for the questions. I don't know if there are any other comments. Ms. Crystal.
Sure. I'll just make 2. I think this project is an excellent one at no risk of not meeting with our approval tonight. But so for that reason, I'm not going to belabor either of the conversations. But I will just associate this my action in support with 2 things. One is our conversation that we had at some length on Saturday, as our chair noted, with regard to electric vehicles. I was pleased to learn that thinking about private infrastructure for electric vehicles was within the scope of our electric vehicle readiness study that our AIR team has underway already. We had some good conversation about whether there may be opportunities to leverage private investment. And I think, all of those could have bearing here, especially given that discussion on Saturday about how quickly the market may very well be changing. The other point to highlight is just, I know our Planning Commission had an excellent discussion at length about bird-friendly glass. I learned from reading their write-up about it. I think that it will be one for subject perhaps during our natural resources management plan update, and for further discussion too as we continue efforts to incorporate biophilic principles in our planning. So just because I am not engaging in either discussion at length tonight does not mean that they have not been had in other places, nor do I think that they are irrelevant to this site, because I think they do. I will, however, just conclude by saying I'm very pleased to support the motion. This is, despite the hour and the relative alacrity with which we're coming to a vote, this is a big project, quite a few units. We welcome this new developer to Arlington. I know our Planning Commission and SPRC noted in their letter their praise for some unconventional architectural choices and others. We are always glad to see that, or I am always glad to see that. I think my colleagues are too, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to support this project and add more residents to Potomac Yard in the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey.
Associating myself with Ms. Crystal, I'll add that the urban design here is very appealing to me. I think this would be a great place to be. It'll be a unique urban oasis, connecting Crystal City with Alexandria. I'm really excited to see about how that all comes together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I think I'll probably sort of say the same thing, only hopefully even shorter. But it is a great building. I mean, we do want to, I like the colors. When we first saw the pictures, I said, are they really going to do those colors? But you are. So thank you for that. It's an exciting building. I do hope that you will, if you look at reworking the plaza, that you do continue to work a little bit with our residents, because I hope, as you found, although the process can be a little bit drawn out, actually the projects do get better. So hope you can do that. I want to reassure Mr. Howell that the pictures have come through. These are gorgeous bird pictures. Thank you. They're making me smile just to look at them. And I am interested in having some discussions about bird-friendly glass and the whole issue of EV charging. As we said, we went through that the last meeting. So maybe not for this project, but I will actually just end encouraging the applicant, when you move forward, if you find that you can use better materials to make it more energy efficient and you can manage to get some more EV charging in there, I hope you will consider doing that. But right now, it's a great project and looks good, and I'm pleased to support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis.
Just a little footnote to everything that has been said. The commission, the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, also cautioned that the full updated LEED scorecard wasn't yet disclosed. So this is an important thing when projects come forward, especially when a project is so good. So it is really a good project. It is really the people who worked on this are really to be commended for their work and for how they adapted the project to comments from commissions and from the public, and how the project evolved over time. This is also a place where a completely new part of Arlington is emerging, and I think that it would be great to really exhaust all possibilities to do the best green job we can do. It will really pay off. This is really in the middle of a booming part of the town, and I'm absolutely certain that economically it will be very well viable.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. With that, we'll call for a vote. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes 5-0. Colleagues, I have a couple of closed session motions that we have to address before we adjourn for the evening. First, I will move that the county board authorize the county attorney to file in a final form approved by the county attorney, the acting county attorney, a joint petition for approval of compromise settlement in the workers' compensation claims, JCN numbers 237-97-74, VA 00000091948, and VA 0000702-779, now pending before the Virginia Workers' Compensation Commission. Is there a second? Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. That settlement is done. Now we will turn to our settlement authority motion. I move that the county board adopt the attached resolution delegating authority to settle certain claims on behalf of the county board and authorizing certain other claims processing decisions. Thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded just so that we have enough clarity. There's a resolution delegating authority to settle certain claims on behalf of the county board and authorizing certain other claims processing decisions. There's recitals regarding settling claims and litigation, and unless the acting county attorney says no, we will enter into the record Exhibit A. And is
Yes.
that sufficient for the motion?
Yes, that's fine.
Great, thank you. Question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. With that, Madam Clerk, is there anything else to come before the board?
No, there is not.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we are adjourned. Thank you.
And now you can enjoy the great outdoors.